Well, hello, everyone. It's Saturday, and that means we are doing another Sassy Saturday stream. Now, Sassy Saturday is about one thing, and that is drama. It is sass, it is intrigue, it is gossip. We are not going to be talking about anything serious tonight. We are going to be engaging in internet nonsense because it's Saturday, man. Sometimes you got to let your hair down. We have a work hard, play hard community on this channel, and that sometimes means that we need to engage in internet drama and bullshit because that is the realm in which I have found myself. And quite frankly, you guys love it. Here's what I've learned from we've done 3 Sassy Saturday streams now, I think in a row. You guys really like drama. You do. So this is really your fault. I'm just giving you all what you want. And of course, I can't do it myself. So I have brought back for the second week in a row my trusty co-host and quite frankly, the instigator of Sassy Saturdays to begin with, Alex. Graphically Alex. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. Can I do my best, Karlyn? Hello, everyone. Hello. No, I'm ready. I will say it doesn't take much.
No.
It's like the lightest touch. But we're both fire signs, so
we are
sets all of California on fire.
Exactly. Well, and Alexandra M says the chambermaid brigade strikes again. And yes, we will be featuring the chambermaid brigade in this particular stream. But so this all started, just so you guys know, this stream is Alex's fault. I take no responsibility. It is entirely his fault because I DM'd him a couple days ago and I was like, Alex, I would really like to find a stream of Keri Smith talking about Christianity so that I can learn how to be a good Christian from the ultimate paragon of Christianity. And he did give me an option for that, but then he found an even better option. And that
I didn't know that they did.
And that is this stream, which features both Keri, Karen, Town Crier Smith, and Deb Stepmom Fillman, and both of them are part of the chambermaid brigade, which is why they have nicknames. Just so you guys know, we have a whole horde of people that have nicknames, and we're going to be dealing with one more in this stream in just a second. So Deb Fillman, go ahead.
I think it's just like Disney, when they put out the Frozen movie, they had 2 princesses instead of one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have 2 Karens instead of one.
We do. We have 2 Karens in the same stream. And you know why I actually really wanted to do this stream is because I want to take you guys all back to December. If you weren't around for the epic 3.5-hour stream I did about Karen Smith in February, back in December, Keri actually wrote a whole essay about me that is still on her Substack, where she basically called me her abusive mother. Now, I'm not going to read this whole essay because I have read it before on other streams, and you can go back and watch the stream I did in February where I read it, or you can read it yourself. But I found this to be just a perfect video for us to view tonight because apparently this stream that Keri did with Deb is all about growing up as a woke child. And so I thought this is perfect. Keri thinks I'm her abusive mother, and here's a stream of Keri talking about her childhood with stepmom herself. It's like the stars have aligned, the universe has come together, and this is just the perfect stream for us to react to tonight.
Yeah, I did not watch it at all, but I did find it. But it wasn't hard to find, for the record. But
no.
I was like, oh my gosh, like what could this be? But I feel like it's gonna be somebody's gonna cry, I have a feeling.
Who do you think's going to cry? Who do you think's going to cry? If you had to place a bet, who do you think is going to cry?
I don't know. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say probably Keri.
Yeah, I would say that of you, Deb, or Keri, I would.
They might drive us to cry, though.
Then we might cry out of sheer, like, I don't even know what, like, insanity that we will be driven. Alex, this stream is 2 hours long.
I know. That might make us cry.
We're going to be here. At some point, we're going to have to speed it up to like double speed, or we're going to be here all night.
It's going to be juicy. I hope it's good. We have no idea, though. This is like woke training levels where we don't know.
It is. And I want to say this. I feel, and we have actually received feedback that our stream last week about Jack Murphy, we have received feedback that we were incredibly fair and kind to Jack Murphy.
I know, I did see that.
And so I feel like I just want to listen, we're dramatic little bitches, and that's why we do Sassy Saturday together, because we need an outlet for these dramatics. But at the same time, I feel like we are kind and caring individuals and are much more nuanced than many other people. And I just want to say this, even though I do not like either of these two individuals, there is not an off chance that one and or possibly both of them might make good points during the course of this stream. And if they make a good point, I will acknowledge that they've made a good point. Because just because you dislike someone and find them to be a raging bitch on Twitter doesn't mean they're incapable of making good points.
Do you think there's any chance? Probably not, but do you think there's any chance that they talked about you at all?
Oh God, I hope not. But okay, what
at least like a passing comment, like some of those Twitter people or something like that.
What was the date on this stream? When did she do this? Because that might, like, if this, what is the date?
Maybe
March 15th. So yeah, okay. So because this stream would have been about a month after I did my stream about Keri. And it was about 4 months after Keri wrote an essay calling me her abusive mother on the internet. So I'm going to say there is not there's not a 0% likelihood of a chance that I am brought up in this stream.
Well,
not 0%, maybe like 10%, 15%. I don't know what the percentage is, but
when did the unsafe space drama happen?
That happened about a month ago, because that was our first like unofficial Sassy Saturday stream. So the unsafe space drama, in which Unsafe Space sued Keri Smith for defamation, or threatened to sue Keri Smith for defamation, one of the two. So they certainly sent a cease and desist letter. That must have been going on around this time, but I don't think it was public yet. I think it was just going on behind the scenes.
Okay, so it was still happening. Okay.
Yeah,
then it's likely everybody gets free bingo if that happens.
Everyone gets a free bingo square. If I'm mentioned on the Sassy Saturday stream, everyone
you have Karlyn hater bingo, don't you?
I actually do have. I actually do. I no, yeah, they're not gonna. I actually do have a Karlyn hater bingo card though that I made. I do.
I wish it was a stream just about how much they hated Karlyn.
Maybe. Maybe. Listen, if we keep doing these Sassy Saturday streams, and they're going to do a stream about me eventually. And you know what's gonna happen when they do a stream about me? I'm gonna find out about it ahead of time, and I'm gonna do a fucking meta stream, and we're all gonna play Karlyn hater bingo. And if I don't catch it live, I will absolutely do it on the replay. Like, we will play Karlyn hater bingo.
Yeah, it would totally be
in the eventual obvious
blackout
reality.
Bingo.
Oh, yeah. It would totally be blackout bingo.
Blackout.
Okay. Now, before we get into this stream, though, I have another member of the chambermaid brigade to talk about on this particular stream.
Oh gosh,
and that is our favorite queen, the queen from England himself, has made a T-shirt of me.
Oh my Lord!
That he is selling. Can you believe this shit? Look at this. Look at this. The person who claims that he is not obsessed with me at all in the last day has literally started selling T-shirts with my face on them. Now, Alex, if you were to guess, would you say that selling a T-shirt with someone's face on it indicates a lack of obsession with that person?
To be honest, the fact of okay, let me put it to you this way. I literally wake up every day. Well, it's not the first thought I have, but it's probably like at least within 1 to 10. Okay. Mm-hmm. I wake up and I cannot stand living in Biden's America. I hate Joe Biden, low key, not even low key. Like, I'll just say it. I cannot stand him, but I would never literally draw a picture of him. I just could never bring myself to do that.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it there.
Well, you know what's
another level.
Well, you know what's funny about that is he has been talking about these T-shirts for the past 24 hours. And he actually said in another comment, oh, not that one, this one, he's responding to someone and he's saying, she has zero power over anyone and doesn't scare us at all. Well, I apparently have some power over you, Queen from England, because you're literally marketing T-shirts with my face on them. I hate punching down. Okay, spoiler alert. He's not above me. No,
No,
I in this scenario, I am the one punching down, and I will own that shit, and I'm not sorry about it. But here's the part that I actually want to talk about. He says, "But my art is to make a comment on the woke, and this is my latest installment. At least I make original art and don't plagiarize Adobe stock or use templates." No, you don't, Queen from England, because I'm going to show you precisely and
oh
exactly
no.
how you made this. What he did is he took this picture of me from the Epic Times. Don't think I don't know where you got this shit. He took this picture from me in the Epic Times. He pulled it into Illustrator. He applied a filter to it and colored it a little bit. And then he created the green fucking head t-shirt. So don't tell me you just got up and
I
drew
know.
this in 5 minutes, Queen. Come on. That doesn't even make sense.
He could have at least put a witch hat on there too. I mean, come on.
I mean, he could have, like, and this is the thing is, you know, like, I'm going to say this, like, you know, I have legitimately seen some of his art that he hasn't put public, and some of it is actually really good. But what makes it really good is he does interesting juxtapositions of things that makes it kind of like interesting to look at. This is not that. This is just bullshit grifting, and it's lazy. He could have done so much better than this if he really wanted to own me. In fact, like, my own husband was thinking about DMing him the other day and saying, like, you know, how much for a t-shirt, because actually some of my supporters think this shirt is kind of cool, and you know, maybe I should just start selling t-shirts with my face on them, you know.
I mean, maybe, like I said, I would have appreciated a witch hat. I think that would have really added it. It would have made it a lot funnier, in my opinion. But
I agree.
because it's just kind of plain. Like if he was trying to make you like a troll or something, I mean, he needed to add more to it. But he's just, oh, I just did it in 5 minutes. So,
and I don't use templates.
I don't care.
Well,
I
but
don't care. So, but I'm
the other
gonna
thing
do a whole
too,
ass Twitter campaign about it because
I know.
I don't care.
I mean, dude, this kid has been tweeting about me for definitely for the last 24 hours, but actually for months leading up to this. And here's the thing. So last night, so I do different tarot card spreads every night. I ask different questions and things like that. And so last night, after having him tweet a fucking t-shirt with my face on it all fucking day, I asked a very simple question of the tarot cards, Alex. I asked, does the Queen from England have secret romantic feelings for me that he is covering up by this bullshit Twitter campaign? And I got an answer, and I want you to help me interpret the answer to the question. Okay. And I swear to God, I asked that question, and I'm going to show you the exact cards that I got because I took a photo of it at the time because I was like, holy shit. So in answer to the question of, does the Queen from England Is the Queen from England trying to cover for his obvious fucking romantic obsession with me, knowing that he cannot have me because I am a married woman? But no, like, is he trying to cover for his obvious romantic obsession with me by doing this bullshit on Twitter? Here are the cards that I got.
Oh, wow.
How would you interpret these cards, Alex?
I would say definitely so. I'd say he's very upset.
He's
kind of deep, actually.
It really
is. It's not even like a light thing. It's I mean, you are the tower event creator, so there you go. You probably created a tower moment in his life.
I have created several tower moments in his life.
Yeah, so you were very catalyzing for him. And then I would say yeah, there's definitely some strong feelings. And I think the Lovers, I would interpret it more in terms of a decision. So he's at a major crossroads.
Well, so how I interpret this, and I agree with you, the Lovers is actually not always necessarily about love. It's about communication and dialogue and that sort of thing. But the thing of it is the Two of Cups, that is the love card. That is the marriage card. That is the partnership card.
Yeah, it's definitely strong feelings, soul connection type of stuff. It's not the deepest of it. It's not like a 10 of Cups, but it is definitely the start. It would be the start of something, right? It's like you met somebody very significant. And I would say there's definitely romantic feelings.
I would say, I've been saying this for months. It's like, you don't obsess about someone and tweet about someone all the effing time. Literally, you know what he was doing yesterday? he was literally talking to the stalker account as though he was talking to me. And I'm like, dude, like, I know how irresistible I obviously am, but this has gone beyond the pale. You need to stop.
I think that he just, I don't know. I feel like he's very, like I said, I feel like you changed his life and he's almost upset. Like you made him realize something that he doesn't like. You know what I'm saying? But it probably was through romantic connection. That's very common, I would say. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, Queen,
Yeah.
if you want to keep DMing people about me, which I know you're doing, don't even front. We're going to keep playing this little fucking game. And he can complain all he wants. So he said this today on Twitter, and I promise we're going to move on to our actual stream in a second. But like, so I tweeted out, because he's obsessed with my tweets and he reads every single one of them. I tweeted out this long thread to him basically saying, like, this is getting unhinged and obsessive, and like, you really should stop doing this shit. And by the way, if you're not going to stop doing this shit, how much for all 10 shirts that you're selling? Because I don't think he's actually sold any of them, but he's kind of pretending that he is.
Right.
Like, so how much for all 10 shirts? And he said, perhaps 10,000 per shirt, a public retraction of all false allegations, and a binding agreement to never talk or interact with myself or her targets ever again. No, Queen, we will not. No, like if you want me to stop talking about you, you need to stop tweeting about me every fucking day. That's all I have to say.
I don't think he does. I think it would be like the worst thing for him if you stopped, because
I agree. Keep going. Sorry.
He lives off the attention. Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that he would not know what to do if, I mean, I don't even tweet about him that much. Like, I mean, if if you look at his percentage of tweets about me and my percentage of tweets about him, universally every tweet I send is responding to some bullshit that he said about me. And he just goes on and on and on about me all day.
Well, I think it's like he ties it into his connection with other people as well. So he has to bash the fash, as the SJWs would say, so that they can all scream at the sky together, like after Trump won. It's that same energy. And I think he wants to show for Deb and Keri, and, you know, he acts like he's their best friend now, which I think is really creepy.
It is creepy, and they don't give a fuck about him at all. They are totally using him to drive this drama and bullshit. And it's sad. It is sad.
I think it's, I don't know. I think that I don't think it's that sad. I'm going to be honest, but I have told you I'm a mean girl. So I would say it's not sad to me. It's just, it's not real, I guess.
No.
It's not real friendship. It's not like they're best friends just because, you don't, because I'm pretty certain you probably, like, he probably talked shit about Keri to you or something. Like,
he talks shit constantly about Keri. He talks shit constantly about Mike Harlow, and now they're all just like BFFs. Okay,
right? Which it's like, come on.
And well,
for
you know what's
them,
funny?
They're even dumber, because he could turn on them in a heartbeat too.
Oh, and he would, but you know, I don't, you know, it's like, so what the real funny thing is, so, you know, he did this stream, I think it was last week, with Mike Harlow and Christian Watson. And of course we got a copy of it because you have spies among you and they send me things. But so I didn't watch the stream, but I skipped around a couple times, and there was a moment at the end of the stream, and it was honestly one of the saddest things I've ever seen, because he had this look on his face, and it was the exact same look he had on his face when he and I watched together this class that he took in college, where the professor just went totally woke SJW on him. And this is all recorded. And, you know, you can see his face in this class, and he's going like this because his professor is going so woke SJW. He was making exactly the same face at the end of the stream that he did with Mike Harlow and Christian Watson. The exact same face. I've got a screenshot of it somewhere. I will find it if you keep this shit up, Queen. Like, it was just like, and so I think he's doing this to get back at me, because he's upset that he's not confronting the feelings that he obviously has, and he's working through some bullshit, and he's trying to group together with people that hate me because it makes him feel better about not acknowledging the feelings that he obviously has. That's my contention. even though he knows they're bad people and he knows they're going to bring him absolutely nowhere.
I don't know. Yeah, I just think from what I've observed, which isn't that much to be honest, but like I was kind of like, ooh, before, but then I kind of got over it. But I would say that I think with him, it's everything he's doing on Twitter is to cultivate an image. So he's trying to act like he's so reasonable, he's so sensible, he is so smart, and he does this and that, and he's all busy and he's working and he's doing all these beautiful things and he has the shirt and whatever. But like you pointed out in one of your tweets, like you couldn't even crowdfund for whatever it is he was trying to crowdfund for forever. It seems like it's like it's not real. It's just not real. Like he's not doing anything really. And he was talking about how he was going to go on a trip to America or whatever, but then he was saying he couldn't because he didn't get the V or whatever. So I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me. I just sense lies. That's what I sense.
I agree. I think it's a desperation. I think it's about image. I think it's about I don't even know what it's about at this point. I don't know what he's accomplishing. But Queen, I hope you sold some t-shirts. I mean, it's kind of like literally every single success that he's had has been directly because of me, to include meeting his crowdfunding goal, because I kept tweeting that he was never going to meet his crowdfunding goal. And specifically because I tweeted he wasn't going to meet his crowdfunding goal, he met his crowdfunding goal because my haters donated to him for just to spite me.
Yeah.
So you're welcome for your crowdfunding win, Queen. I know I handed that win to you. If you actually sold any of these t-shirts, that's because of me too. I mean, what must it be like?
Of you.
Literally because of me. Literally because of me. It's like, what must it be like to have no personal successes of your own and to have your success entirely hinge on other people?
Well, it's not even other people. It's like one person. It's like one singular person at this point. I hope that he does do other things, but it is unhinged to say the least. And
I've always wanted him to do other things.
Right, but I don't know if he will, because and Image and his best friends, Dev and Keri, that he probably talked shit about just a few months before, especially Keri and Mike Carlo, which he's acting like he's going to go have sex with Mike Carlo.
Oh, Mike Carlo, I bet you totally wants to fuck him. I bet you he does.
He would do it just as like a revenge to you or something weird.
Well, Kieran, just so you know, Mike Carlo likes to top. And so if that's what you're looking for, I know how you feel about anal sex, Kieran. You made that quite clear.
Oh, God.
Oops. Okay, we didn't record those Zoom calls, did we, Karen? You're welcome, Alex.
Yeah, that was sassy. But I would just say, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like he's probably never going to meet my Carlo. He's probably never going to meet anybody. He's not going to do anything.
No, and I think it's sad because he could if he wanted to. But he obviously doesn't want to at this particular time. He wants to continue to be obsessed with me. And so I guess that's what he's going to do. All right. Thank you for allowing me that interlude to get that out of my system, Alex. I appreciate that. I'm definitely going to make t-shirts with my face on them now. I'm going to do like a propaganda photo from like a me for governor t-shirt or something like that.
You should do one that's like a communist poster, but it's you.
I should wear a beret. I should do a whole Che Guevara thing, but me.
I was looking at those posters where they're like pointing out, and there's like the army and all that. That would really piss people off.
It would. Well, you're getting into your snacks, and I tonight have a different beverage. I was in a cider type of mood, and so I got a variety pack of hard cider, and I need you to pick you got some marshmallows, and I've got marshmallows are so good. I like the real marshmallows though that they make like oh my God. But so okay, I have 3 flavors of cider, and I want you to pick berry, blueberry, or strawberry.
What was the first one? It glitched for a second.
Raspberry,
blueberry, or strawberry? Okay, raspberry, blueberry, strawberry. I think raspberry. That's what my intuition.
We're gonna start with raspberry?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna drink all of them. So, you know, eventually we're gonna get to all of them. Guys, if you have a beverage in the chat, let us know what you're drinking, or if you have like a snack or something. You know what is the best snack? Victor buys me these things and they're like awful, but they're sitting on my desk right now. Takis.
Oh my God, I used to love those.
I
That's how I
fucking
got
love
this
them.
way. Sponsored by Taki, and I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, they're so good.
Careful.
These are the, oh God, I know, right? These are the Fuego ones, but I also really like the Blue Fire ones that are like the extra, like
I
atomic
never had
hot.
those, but
Oh, they're so
I
good. And they're so
stopped.
pretty.
I stopped.
They're so
but
pretty. Oh, look how
Very
pretty.
pretty.
Oh, that's a beautiful pink. Good choice, Alex. All right. Are you ready to get started with our video?
With our purgatory sentence, yes, I am.
All right. Hunker down in the chat, guys. Let's get this party started. Hang on. Let me make sure I've got the sound up. All right. Oh, pray for us.
Our systemic oppression. I'm sorry.
Can we pray really quickly to, you know, I don't know how this works. I'm not Christian, so. Can we pray?
Man,
can you all say a prayer for our immortal souls as we embark on this journey?
You want me to lead us in prayer? Really?
Yes. Can you lead us in prayer, Alex, please?
All right. Dear Lord, please give me and Karlyn the patience and maybe even a touch of grace to get through this so that we're not too nasty, just nasty. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. But no, but do, you know, let's make something good out of the drama. In Jesus' name, amen.
That was a lovely prayer, Alex. Well done. All right.
Nice and short for all the non-Christians. They would die if I went too long.
All right. Let's get this party started.
Everyone, it is afternoon. It's noon here, at least where I am, not where you are in Texas. Welcome to The Reason We Learn. I'm your host, Deb Fillman, and I am very fortunate today to have Keri Smith of the Deprogram podcast and
Deeply
YouTube channel
fortunate.
too, right? Are you
Yes.
on YouTube?
Yeah,
Yep.
on YouTube.
Right, with me today, and we have got a great show for you.
Oh, okay,
if you're not familiar,
hang on.
What up,
Okay,
babe?
this is gonna. Just so you guys know, I have not. So I have not spoken to Keri since October of 2020. I haven't spoken to Deb, I think, since like around November of 2021. But like I'm already feeling like the energy is still like that's like what it feels like to me. And I feel like I'm going to absolutely need moral support to get through this thing, which is why I'm glad Alex is here, because like it's already like the energy is already oppressive and low and wrong.
Well, you're all empathic and woo woo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I'm claircognizant. So I see or I know things, but it's very cold how I know things.
You know what I need to do? So I used to do this with when I was like doing a lot of coaching, is I have this giant crystal right here, and this is like my blocking crystal, so it's like anything on this side of the crystal can't get to me. I can't feel it. I'm gonna light some Palo Santo as we go through this. We're gonna smudge the whole time. All right.
Yeah, for me, I'll be fine. But
all right, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be okay. Okay. Whew. All right.
You're with Keri. She is so she's the founder of the Deprogram podcast, and she's also the founder of Civility Dinners, which hopefully you can tell us a little bit about.
Civility.
And you were once upon a time what they call a social justice warrior, or now we've transitioned to the term woke. And so what I'm hoping Keri can do, I've invited her here today to give us some insight into what it's like growing up and going into that sort of mindset of, you know, social justice, change the world, and then arriving at a point when you're an adult where you realize that isn't really you. Mm-hmm. And you need to deprogram from that and what that's like. Because
Alex, I'm smudging you.
Many of us are parents. We have kids in schools, or we just have kids interacting with other kids and other adults who are pushing them on social media everywhere to be woke. And it might be tempting to think, well, it's just a phase, or they'll outgrow it, or, oh, every kid wants to change the world, and kind of feel like it doesn't have really lasting negative impact. And so I wanted Keri to share with us the truth of that, because there's more to it than that. So welcome, Keri. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Deb, for having me.
You're so
Yeah,
welcome.
I'm excited to finally talk to you. I know
I'm
it's the
getting
first time we've
serious
talked on camera.
frenemy vibes.
I know it is. So
Okay,
it's,
okay.
I mean,
Can I tell you that when Deb first started talking shit about me on oh, I like how like I'm making a dramatic like smoke screen going on. When Deb first started talking shit about me on Twitter, which I think was in January, so she said something to the effect. And by the way, I have DMs that Deb has sent people to, like talking even more shit about me than she talked publicly. And Deb said something to the effect, and I don't remember if it was in a DM or if it was in a public tweet. She was like, "I was warned about Karlyn." Guess who warned her? Do you
Of
want to
course.
take a? Yeah, it was Keri. Keri warned
Yeah.
her that I was dangerous.
Oh my God, what do they think is gonna happen?
Like they think that apparently Keri, so to catch people up in the chat like who have not been privy to this god awful drama, Keri apparently thinks that all of my supporters are in a cult and that I have brainwashed everyone, and that it is her personal job to go around and warn people about me and how evil I am and how I'm brainwashing people and bringing them into a cult.
Into a cult of what?
I don't know. That's a very good
Can you-
question. I don't know.
It's so weird because it's like, what do they think is going to happen? Like, what do they think you're going to do? Or do they think you're a mobster or something? A Fed or what? I have my questions about that.
I'm absolutely not a Fed, but which is what someone who's a Fed would say, right? But no, like Keri.
If they were saying that, I would understand. I'd be like, okay, well.
Keri apparently thought at one point we were forming a posse to go and hunt her.
That's insane.
I know.
No.
I know.
It's not that important, Keri. Like,
yeah, Keri did not get into the canoe. Don't get into. I'm gonna do my own canoe meeting where all my followers are gonna get into the canoe and we're gonna sail off into the sunset.
I don't know. It's so weird.
Alex, have you ever been a part of a cult before, or is it just my cult that you're a part of?
I told you, just the cultic church in the 90s when I was a child, but I wasn't super involved. But they were like, it was weird. I need to talk to my grandma about it because it was a lot. But that's the closest to a cult I've ever gotten. I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I didn't really internalize it. But it did lead to a really crazy situation where my dad almost took me from my grandma at a Chuck E. Cheese in the late 90s. So
really?
Nick, they got in a physical altercation. So that was fun. I still remember it.
Wow.
But that was all thanks to the cult. So because they were trying to like force a relationship and my dad was unhinged. So I guess I should have written an essay about how Karlyn is like my dad. So I missed that one.
I think everyone should write. I'm still waiting for Keri Smith to write an essay about how Carter is her abusive father.
Yeah,
that's coming. You know that's coming. Carter was smart though. Carter sent a cease and desist letter, so maybe it's not coming purely because Carter scared the ever-loving hell out of her with that cease and desist letter.
It's not appropriate.
No,
like,
it is
never.
It is not appropriate to write essays about people being your abusive parent, Keri.
Especially if you barely know somebody. It's like she acts like she was your best friend for 2 years and you guys talked every single day and she like really betrayed you or something. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like that.
No, it wasn't like that at all. I've had 3 conversations with Keri in my entire life. Like it really wasn't like I have talked more to just to give people some perspective. I have talked more to some members of my locals in the past week than I have talked to Keri Smith in my entire life.
Right. Like I will give the Queen from England that you guys did talk.
We legitimately had like a
dynamic.
I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was something.
You had something and it was deeper. So I can understand why he is filled with hate. Like I can understand that. But I just don't understand acting like he's best friends with everybody that doesn't like you. That part is really unhinged to me. But the whole like having a huge issue with you or whatever, if you have a falling out with somebody, I get it. I've been there, I know what that's like. But with Keri, it's like she never was like that close to you. So it's so bizarre. And for her to write an essay like that is so inappropriate. It is embarrassing. It's abusive. It's like a form of bullying. Like, I don't think she understands that. But it's like, that is horrifying. And it's embarrassing for her too. But it's like, it's not something that anybody asks for. It's embarrassing all around. So it's as embarrassing as when my grandma and my dad got in a physical altercation at Chuck E. Cheese.
Mhm.
Like, but at least there was real history there, you know. But this is just, there was nothing there for her to even do that. Like, she has created this in her head, which is just insane. And I can't sit here and, like, I don't know, give into the delusion or something.
Mhm.
It's like, dude, that essay was such an overreach, because sometimes they'll ask, or they'll be like, oh, like, do you feel bad about doing these streams or whatever? And it's like, she made that essay. It's like, I could
No.
never feel bad for her after that.
I
That was
don't
insane.
I don't feel bad at all. And I ignored that essay. I heard that essay existed and I ignored it for 2 months before I actually looked at it.
Horrible.
And
It's
it was like,
embarrassing.
what the fuck is this? Like,
So
honestly,
inappropriate.
and for those who don't know, like, I actually, the first time I read that essay, I did it on a live stream with my locals community. So you can
Mhm.
actually go back and watch my realization as I'm figuring out that Keri Smith thinks I'm her abusive mother. And I was genuinely shocked, because the only reason I even read it is Joshua told me that I probably should, because he said that Keri had equated
Okay.
me to someone who had abused her in
Yeah.
childhood. And so I was like, okay, I should probably know what's being said about me on the internet. And then I found out it was her mother, and I was like, what the fuck?
No, and to be honest, like, it's not okay to, I don't know, like, she should have known that by the age that she's at. Like, if she would have been like 22, I would have been like, well, you know, it's bad, but I kind of get it. But she doesn't have the age excuse either. Like, she should have dealt with this to some extent, at least not to project it onto a random person. Maybe she could have just said she didn't like you. She could say she doesn't believe what you say. She
That's
could say
fine.
any of those things. Right. That would have made sense. She could have even just done an essay just saying, I hate Karlyn. This is why she's a bitch. She's this, whatever. Right. But to be like, she's like my abusive mother. It's like, dude, you didn't even know her. Like, don't even. That's insane. I
It is
can't
insane.
even.
It is. Okay, we are 2 minutes into this 2-hour stream.
All right,
Let's
here
keep
we
going.
go.
Talked to you a little bit behind the scenes about some of this stuff, and I got interested in this topic because I heard Keri talking about it on another show, and it really hit me because I have, I guess you could call it a privilege in a way, the privilege of not having grown up woke, or not having grown up even, I mean, to the extent that anyone tried to make me a social justice warrior, and I kind of beat that by virtue of generation, you know, the generation I'm in. But even in college when it was going on, there's just something was about my personality that I was kind of always an iconoclast weirdo on the outside of everything. And in a way, it worked to my benefit in the end, because I didn't have to go through what you're going through. And I feel very lucky, because it sounds
That's
painful.
interesting to me, the people who escaped it. Because I knew so many
I did.
people like myself who fell into it
Yeah, I was never
in
woke.
school.
Mhm.
When
I was a Democrat, but I wasn't woke.
I assume a lot of the parents
I
who
wasn't at all.
watch your show
Mhm.
maybe have kids who are elementary school age or high school.
All the way through
Maybe
K-12.
college.
It's mostly
Yeah.
K-12. Yeah, some college, but mostly K-12. I even have some K-12 students who tune in every now and again and are like, what's going on?
Trying to
you
figure
know?
things out. Well, yeah.
Exactly.
So when I fell into it, it was a while ago. Woke has been a long time coming. So I did not get any of this ideology fed to me in K through 12, fortunately. And I was really lucky. I got to go to a science and math high school. It was a boarding school. It's state funded. I grew up in South Carolina, and some of the schools like South Carolina that have
She just looks so sad.
maybe below
She looks so
average,
She does. I think she's kind of
stats
playing
and
it up.
education rates. They
Mhm.
started in schools like
To
government
be
schools
honest.
where you can apply.
She's doing
You get
the,
in, it's residential.
I was
And I
raised
lived there
this
for
way.
11th and 12th
Like
grade.
that
It was
kind of
the
thing.
best
Yeah.
education I got. It was better than, I ended up going to Duke University. It was better than Duke. But Duke is where I encountered social justice. And that was the late 90s.
Mhm.
I'm aging myself. But Yeah, so it
so hang on.
was-
Keri
time,
is
the-
older than me. Keri is older than me by like a couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, she really should know better. I'm sorry. She just should
She
know
could
better.
have. It was bad.
The way I encountered it in school was because of my minor. So I was a women's studies minor. I was a biological anthropology anatomy major, but women's studies minor. And at that time, it had not infiltrated. This was over 20 years ago. So it had not infiltrated into the hard sciences, really. I didn't get any of this messaging in my science classes, but I did get it through women's studies, critical race theory, gender theory, all the classes I was taking as part of that minor. And the way that I understood it at that time, and I think this is true for kids today too, but now they're getting it in everywhere. So I can't imagine how overwhelming it is. They're getting it in the hard sciences in college. They're getting it before they get to college. They're getting it in kindergarten in some cases.
Right.
So I don't know what that's like, but I know that the way in which I started falling into it was presented as a kind of liberalism. It was presented as progressivism and something good and positive that's beneficial to the world. And it really sells itself well. It sells itself as an ideology that's about ending oppression, ending racism, ending sexism, opening your eyes to the ways in which these invisible prejudices and isms impact society. And you sort of move into it by degrees. And that's definitely what happened to me. One of the first things they do, and I'm sure kids are learning this now before college, is they change a lot of words. They change a lot of definitions. They're very concerned with controlling
words.
language. Yes. And so
Yeah.
one of the first things.
So I just want to do a quick pause just because I'm looking in the chat on Deb's channel and I see Ego Brain there. And Ego Brain also does frequent my channel. And so I just want to say this just to clear up any misconception. I do not tell people who to follow, and I do not tell people who to support. I do not care if you follow Deb. I do not care if you follow Keri. I do not care if you support them. It makes no difference to me at all. I think this thing of like people telling people to unsubscribe from each other's channel like Keri has done with Unsafe Space, I think it's bullshit. Like who you like, support who you want to support. I don't really care, and this stream should have nothing to do with that. Unless you feel like it. I mean, but make your own choices. I'm not going to tell you what to do. God, my
I'll
dog
tell you what to do. No, I'm just kidding.
Man.
Things I learned was this new attempted redefinition of racism and sexism, where they're saying racism is prejudice plus power, sexism is prejudice plus power. Therefore, it's impossible to be racist towards white people, or it's impossible to be sexist towards men. And once you've got that belief implanted, then you can move further into it, because now you have a pat sort of explanation of why it is that you're now being taught to judge people and treat people differently on the basis of race and sex. Your brain sort of short circuits. You're being told that's not racist to do that. And
Interesting.
yeah.
And this is all the way back in the late 90s.
Yeah.
And what's so interesting to me is
Deb's got to get her audio balance under
burden.
control.
It's like they keep moving that
She does.
that goal post too. That they didn't have any burden to justify the equation of whiteness with power either, it sounds like. And it what is funny to me about that is they're just equating being a majority population, which kind of by definition, if you're the majority population, you're going to have the majority of people in power going to look like you. I mean, that's just the law of averages. Okay. So
Yeah.
in most cases, so they're equating like the majority population equals the people in power. And that's all we have to say about that. We don't need to explain people in Appalachia or even South Carolina for that matter.
Exactly.
Who are not powerful.
Because they're looking at people, social justice people, they teach you to look at people as
Did Deb just say that people in Appalachia or South Carolina are not powerful because they're not wealthy?
She was
basically
saying that, yeah.
That's kind of bullshit, though. Like, everyone has their own form of power. Like, you don't need money or status or to live in the ritziest neighborhood to have power. I think that's a little bit demeaning, if I'm honest about it.
I think she's basically saying that those white people aren't privileged or whatever, that kind of thing. Which, I mean, there is a bit of a class struggle that I would agree with, but I also don't think it's the best to unite based on class. That has not worked out historically at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go ahead.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say it's, I always hit on it's the corporatist, fascistic side of things. And, government overreach. Those two things are the main issue. But they don't, it's not just how much wealth you have.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well,
they'll attack you even if you have money.
Well, and I think what I think she's making a fair point if you look at it from the perspective of like, they don't have white privilege as the woke would define that. But I also think that, there are some people, and I think I would put both Keri and Deb into this bucket, and we'll see as this stream plays out. I think there are some people that take a very simplified view of what woke is and what woke means. And I think that they try to make it all about race when we know, oh God, I'm like, hang on, let me take a sip of my fancy pink cider. Had something in my throat, but I think that they are pretty dismissive of the fact that the whole goal of the woke is about creating divisions in our society and keeping us fighting each other. That's the entire point of it. And I think that sometimes people take a really simplified view of it and they think it's just about skin color or about demonizing a certain population, and that's not what it is. Maybe they'll expand on that more, but I wish they took a more nuanced view of what
that is true. The goal is to create chaos and distraction, typically from what government or corporate fascistic groups are doing. They usually work together.
Wait, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Jared. Did you see what Jared did? Hey, God, I'll show you.
Oh, gosh.
Jared.
Jared acts so sweet and innocent, but he's not.
Nope, he's not. That's okay. I'm going to make no comment on whether the Queen from England wishes he was in my throat or not. You can all make your own assessments there. I wouldn't want to be starting any rumors. He certainly needs to get laid by someone, maybe not by me, but he certainly needs to get laid by someone. Anyway,
members first. You're not looking at Deb as an individual. You're looking at Deb as a white person,
Mikey will take care of that,
and straight, and everything is broken down by what identity groups you're in, and so one of the things we drew from back then, even, and I know everyone's drawing from it today. There are these pseudo academics in the field today.
I want to make another point.
One of the really popular ones is Robert Angelo, of course.
Go ahead.
Even if you think of these groups, when you think about it, it sounds like an ad campaign, right? Like, who's your target demographic? Is it white straight women? Is it Black women? Who's the demographic? Like, you can kind of see where this came from in a lot of ways, because it comes from that sort of psychology of ad campaigns, right? And they use these things that you identify with to divide so that they can sell you this ideology. It's very, it's capitalistic in a way. It's really interesting. But, that's how it all kind of came together, and it created this weird thing. Because you've noticed too, like, even the woke left, they don't actually even fight for like legitimate communism. They fight for Bidenism, right? They fought for him. They don't fight for AOC. They'll never fight for her. Not really. She'll never have any real power.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
It's always the Clintons, the Bush, the Romney. It's the Biden. It's these people that they are actually selling people to fight for. Like, if you think of BLM riots, it was a Biden campaign. That's what it was. And Biden has never done anything for anybody who's Black. So
that's a really interesting way to. I never thought of the BLM riots as a Biden campaign, but you're not wrong about that. It absolutely was.
And it was pushed by corporations. They made commercials. They did all these things, and then you had the government working with them within the schools, and it kind of all goes together. Yep. So I'm just saying, I've been making connections lately, but you can see that, you're a white, cis, heterosexual woman. This is your product. It's that same type of thing. And that's how this was sold to people. It's using psychology. It really is.
It is. Alex, guess what? I'm about to start binding off my shawl. So I might have a
Ooh.
completed shawl by the end of this stream. I'm going to bind it off in yellow.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know how you can do that while you're
Because
streaming.
because I've done this a long
Forever.
time and a lot.
Yeah.
It's
I've
muscle
only been
memory.
doing it since 2020.
You'll
So
you'll get it. Probably took me probably like 3 or 4 years of knitting, like seriously knitting like all the time to be able to do it without looking at it.
okay.
But you
Yeah.
have to practice, but you can get it.
I will. I'll have to always be having something. I'll probably knit throughout this, but I'm not ready yet.
All right. Let's keep going.
Ibram X. Kendi, they are building upon the work of prior pseudo-intellectuals who are pushing this stuff, like Peggy McIntosh. So we were looking at Peggy McIntosh in the 80s.
McIntosh.
She was this very, very privileged white woman.
True.
You know, from the
They always are.
1%.
Little protection, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps.
Projection.
She's looking at her
Deb,
life
not
like,
protection.
why do I have everything? Well, it must be my
I
whiteness.
feel bad about it. I'm going to project it onto all the white people in the
all
world.
the white people. So she wrote something called the Invisible Knapsack, which was the kind of the white privilege checklist. And if you go through that checklist as a young person who, you know, when I was 18 and I'm reading that, it was eye-opening to me. I was thinking about things I hadn't thought about before. So there are things in there like when you turn on the television, you see people, you mostly see people who are your race. Okay. I'm like, oh, that is a privilege. That is a white privilege. But what you're saying is true. Much later on, much more recently, I've started to think about that in terms of what you're calling majority privilege. Some of those things are more accurately termed majority privilege. If you go to China and you turn on the television, you're going to see a majority of Chinese people on television. That's because that's the majority of people who live there.
She's right.
It's
but
not necessarily something
I'll
that's
pause.
inherently your.
Go ahead.
She's right there, but China's a bad example because China, they are legitimately racist there.
Oh yeah, they're so racist against black people
so
there.
that's
Like
not a good example.
no, it's not a good example at all. They are legitimately racist against black people in China.
They're racist against anybody that's not Han Chinese, basically,
Mhm.
which is a specific type. So they're very, you know, it's the majority of China, but they're very racist in China. So that's not a good example.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, then they're not wrong about Peggy McIntosh's essay being about majority privilege. I wish what Keri had pointed out about Peggy McIntosh is that her essay has 0 academic citations and it's just a list of grievances, like written by a privileged white lady who happened to be working at like where was she working, like Wellesley or something like that, like one of the most uppity private women's colleges in the country.
She's somebody that was so privileged she didn't have anything else to worry about. So she pulled something out of her ass and then everybody ran with it, basically.
That was exactly what happened. Still cited today.
It's
privilege because you're
Oh,
Chinese.
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, you should never be citing something that's that old, right? Like, I'm not super into academia, but it's not good to cite something from 40 years ago.
Well, you know what I saw the other day? I saw a high school assignment literally based on it. It didn't say it was based on the Invisible Knapsack essay, but it was based on it. And this essay is one of the only woke things that I actually had to read when I was doing my doctorate. And thank God for that. But I definitely had to write an essay about the Invisible Knapsack essay.
Did you have to virtue signal in it, or?
I don't even remember. I don't think so. And this is, part of going to like an online college, right? Like they didn't really care about virtue signaling. Honestly, it was the best. I'm so thankful that, I made the choice to do most of my education online, mostly because I learn better online, but also that I didn't have to do any of this woke bullshit. None of it in any of my college experiences.
It's probably because it was just for profit, huh?
I mean, maybe, but I mean, the for-profit colleges are actually like really, really well run. But also, like, I mean, I did my undergraduate at Boston University. And when I went to Boston University, there was a guy named John Silber who was the chancellor there, and he's uber conservative. So Boston University, like today, Boston University is the home of Ibram X. Kendi, and is like one of the most woke colleges in the country. But it wasn't like that when I went there. And then I did my MBA at Norwich University, which is it's like a private not-for-profit military school, and so I wasn't getting this woke bullshit there. And then I did my PhD through Capella University, which I take a lot of shit for, but I actually have no regrets about it because I didn't have to do any woke shit at all, and I got what I paid for and I got what I wanted, and they treat their students really well, and so whatever, I feel good about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
in China.
Right. Well, it also implies that there's something bad or negative or that makes you feel bad about seeing people who don't look like you. Like that act in and of itself
That's a fair point.
is a negative thing, objectively speaking. So in other words, if I went to Africa and I turned on the television and most of the people on the television were Black, that somehow that would cause me some kind of distress or pain. Why
Right.
would it?
Yeah.
Why would
Harm.
it? Like, I mean, I don't
Harm.
even, again, like, why would that harm me? First of all, if I were a child and I weren't able to like put it together that, well, I'm in a country where the majority population is Black, that's why they're Black. Even so, like, I just don't think that's how children in particular operate. I don't think they sit there and go, I feel harmed because nobody looks like me. And yet that's the argument and nobody ever has to back it up.
No.
I do actually think that that's a really fair point that Deb
Yeah.
just made. And I don't want to dismiss that because like I said, I do actually want to be, I know that Deb and Keri would not be fair and balanced to me at all in any way. You can see
Really?
evidence of that. You can see evidence of that on Deb's Twitter feed, like
They
literally today.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure about that. But I do actually think that that's a fair point that Deb just made, that children do not see themselves, they do not see people that don't look like them and be like, oh my God, this is creating harm for me. That's something they're taught by adults.
Yeah, I don't know. I never understood that. I mean, I think that they try to make you buy into your racial identity and sex and things so much. And it's like, I don't think a child feels that they can't relate to somebody that looks different than them. I feel like that is something that they really harp on in school. They make it like, you are different. You are so different. Like I can't, when I was during the BLM riots, that's what everybody was posting. I'll never understand your experience. I'll never understand, like acting as if Black people are like an alien species from planet Xenon, and we could never relate to somebody that is not our same skin color in any way, shape, or form, because their experience and their brain and everything about them is so different. And it's just not ever been my experience. I grew up in California. It was very diverse when I was a child in the 2000s and the 90s. I had friends of all different races. And so that never worked for me, you know, and never, when they would say that, I'd be like, no, like I related to everybody. So they tried to, I think they can only do that if you are in a very racially homogenous place in the country, because I could never fall for that ever. So
I agree.
There's nothing scientific about her paper, but it's been the basis of countless studies and books and other new terms that have been coined. So she coined the phrase white privilege. You know, Robin DiAngelo is credited with white fragility, which built on the concept of white privilege. And they just continue constructing this Tower of Babel of, you know, the social justice ideology, and it's all resting on sand. I mean, if you get down to the bottom of it, it's like, what were the foundational texts here? Okay, essay.
A rich white lady wrote an essay in a magazine.
Yes.
There you go. Another rich white lady wrote a book about how guilty she feels being a rich white lady.
Yes.
And suddenly we have, you know, sounds to me like rich white lady privilege. I don't know, but what
That's
I'm
a fair
curious
point.
about is you mentioned how it sells itself based on the goodness component.
Yes.
And we might be getting towards the why some people attach to it and some people don't. And it's probably like a compliment to you and not so much one to me. But the point being, if you're a well-meaning, you know, good, open, you know, sort of helping
Maybe
personality
naive also
could be, but point being that there may be like a personality type or even just a focus, a worldview focus. So, you know, most of us as parents want our kids to be good people. We want them to be nice and kind and caring. And, you know, while not all of us push the sharing because you have to message, I think, you know, thinking about my own kids, I wanted them to be nice people, like be kind was like a pretty common thing, right? So if they're selling you as a college student on this is what it is to be a good person.
yes.
And these are the PhDs, the experts, or the adults who are in the position of power over you, it seems to me you'd have to be quite the skeptic to not believe it.
Correct. Yeah, you would be. And I hear from parents, as I'm sure you do, who have children who've gone off to college in some cases, where their daughter is coming home and speaking a woke or starting to express some of the tenets of this belief system. And sometimes they'll say to me, they want me to know she's a good person. She has a big heart. And I'm like, no, you don't have to convince me of that. I know there are a lot of, especially women, young women, girls who this ideology preys on their empathy, and it's presented as a way to do good and be good in the world. And it's easy to buy into that. And what you're saying, maybe there's a certain personality type. I think a lot of things go into it. In my case, and I'll just speak for me and no one else, but I was raised with a belief system. I was raised in the Southern Baptist Church, and I ended up walking away from that when I was at the science and math school. Like, so around 15 or 16, I started walking away from that faith. I saw some hypocrisy, and now I look back on it and I realize I allowed con artists and bad representatives, bad faith people to influence my view of Christianity.
I think that Keri is extremely easily influenced. I'm just going to say it. I think she is extremely easily influenced. And the reason I say that is it's like you go from church to like the science and math school, where then like you're weaned off of like the spirituality that you've been raised in, and you know, given a different direction, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you go to college and you're easily influenced into this other area that's very woke. And now, I mean, what she's doing now is she's back in another church, and her church is a little cultish for my taste, if I'm being quite frank about it. I think she's very easily influenced, but I do appreciate that. She said that she had been raised in religion, and that she kind of left the church when she went to the science and math high school, and then she got indoctrinated into the woke in college. And I really think, and I wrote about this in the book, but I think that one of the things that can prevent people from getting pulled into the woke ideology is spirituality, some sort of spiritual belief system. And I think that if you're an atheist, I think you can have like higher meaning in life or whatever. I don't necessarily think it's about believing in God, but it's some sort of like higher meaning or higher perspective in your life. It doesn't need to be Christianity or Judaism or generalized spirituality or whatever. But I feel like Keri didn't have that. And that's what made it easy for her to get sucked into the woke ideology.
I think that it's kind of like what I was describing earlier, which I think Deb was trying to say this too.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of that mental difference. Like for example, for me, I do not care if I'm not seen as open-minded. That doesn't bother me. I've actually been called closed-minded so many times that I literally am so numb to it. It's like nothing. So for me, it's like, I don't care. And I think a lot of kids and a lot of people, especially women, I'm going to be honest, they do have that sort of agreeableness of, I don't want to be closed-minded. I don't want to be that person. I feel like, you know, I need to be open to everything. And, you know, I don't ever want to be mean or judgmental. And it's like, I don't know. I just don't care about being mean and judgmental, you know? So I feel like for me, this ideology was dead on arrival, because they would say that to me and I'd be like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Which it's not that I'm an evil person, but it's just that I don't particularly care about, you know, I'm not an empath. You know what I'm saying? I'm not empathic. I mean, I have empathy, obviously, but that's not how my psychicness comes in. So if I hurt your feelings, it doesn't hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
But I also still hold to higher values and, you know, certain things where, you know, I'm Christian and whatever. So I don't want to hurt people because it's wrong, not because it hurts me.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could say that's even more empathetic in a way. You know, I don't even have to feel your pain to not do it. But the thing is that with these people, they get carried away where they feel that, you know, sometimes never judging is even worse for the person. You know, like if somebody, for example, is like, I love Joe Biden so much because he's not a racist. And you say, no, he is a racist. Look at these facts. That could hurt their feelings. But if in the course of that conversation, they decide to vote differently, you actually help them vote more with their conscience. So it's actually a more loving thing to do. It's the same thing with like, if somebody has an eating disorder or, you know, many different aspects, if you don't just buy into the delusion, like Keri, for example, me telling Keri that writing the essay about you was so completely inappropriate and just way beyond egregious and embarrassing and stupid and scarring, it's a more loving thing to do because hopefully she won't do it again. If I were to be like, you know what, Keri, you are a hero, rah woman, like, I love you so much, Keri, like, you're so right. That would be very cruel.
Which a lot of people did.
Yes, but it's because they care so much about being nice and open and blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. I care about you doing better or you being okay. I don't care about your delusions. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I definitely do. So like when I take on a new coaching client, I make them agree to 3 things. The first thing I make them agree to is, or you know, just to like acknowledge it, I say like, you know, the more open and honest you can, like everything you tell me is 100% confidential. The more open and honest you can be with me, the better I'm going to be able to help you. Okay, agree with that. I make them agree to like, I never guarantee results when I'm coaching someone because I can't force them to do things. So I make them agree to that. But the most important one is, my role as a coach is to serve you, and that is not the same thing as pleasing you.
Right.
And I make them agree to that up front because I basically want permission to be able to say things that they might not want to hear, but it's what they need to hear at that moment.
Right. And I want to say that I admire that you can be empathic, which they would say, oh no, Karlyn's evil and she's a narcissist and whatever. I don't see that. I see you as being very empathic. And I would say I admire your ability to still hurt people's feelings or still say things that they don't like, even if it hurts them, even if you feel that same pain, because that is a strength as well.
I mean,
sorry, what were you going to say?
No, just to be clear, I can be a raging bitch when someone pisses me off. I can be an absolute raging bitch, but most of the time when I'm pissing people, well, I do think though that most of the time when I'm pissing people off, it's simply because I'm telling them something they don't want to hear.
Right, and that too, but also empathic people can cut the deepest because they know where to hit. So it's, you know, the same with sociopaths in a way, but I would say empathic people can hit you where it hurts really well too. So you have to be careful. Empathic doesn't always mean nice, but a lot of people think so. And there's such a white supremacist concept of being nice and polite, as the woke left would say, but that does exist. That is an American culture thing.
Especially with women. Especially with women. Like
100%.
I mean, like I don't play the gender card often, but women are absolutely taught that you are supposed to be nice, and if you try to assert yourself or stand up for yourself, you are going to get told right quick that is not acceptable. And it takes a strong person to see through that and to do it anyway.
That's true. That's true. And I think for me, I'm so feminine that I tend to be lumped into that too, where they expect me to be nice. But that is, you know, I always say the most masculine trait I have in my brain is I'm very disagreeable. And that is not feminine at all. So I will be in a room, and if I'm the only person that thinks something, I will say, no, you are all wrong. Like, I have
Which you've done to me before. You did that to me on a Zoom call the other day. You yelled at me that I was wrong. People think that no one can disagree with me. Alex yelled at me the other day.
That never happened. Lies. I'm sweet and innocent and nice. No, but I loved it. I loved it because
Oh, I
like
knew. I could
love
picture
for
your
it.
face. You weren't on camera, but I knew what face you were making when you're like, I think you're wrong, Karlyn.
I love it. Oh, I love fighting. It's horrible, but I have to get that out in other ways, right? So I think a Zoom call where we're all getting rambunctious is a good place to put that out there. But yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I can definitely do that. And that is my most masculine trait for sure. So
Well, we have this super chat from Peter. Thank you, Peter, for the support. Woke and religion are both belief systems that give people meaning and answers. The atheism movement demonized religion to the point where people actually need a belief system, became atheist, and then they became woke. Well, I think there's a lot to this, and I do think I don't think that every atheist is woke by any means, but most people who are woke are atheist or do not have any real spirituality in their life, which makes it so weird that the church is going woke now, to be honest, because
it's really horrible.
It honestly makes me question whether or not the people running the church ever actually believed in the things that they were preaching. No. Because if they did, there'd be no reason. Oh, that's so depressing.
No. I will say a lot of, which again, I'm not one of those people that's like, sociopaths are evil. I'm not like that. I don't think they are, but a lot of sociopaths go into therapy, teaching, pastor roles, leadership in churches and corporations. And it's just something to be aware of. A lot of times people that have no feeling, they're not as likely to be sincerely religious, right? So they don't believe it. I'll say it flat out. And they probably just see it from a perspective of, if we go woke, we can get more money. We can get more donations. That's how they're thinking. But the people at the congregation, they do believe it. So it's like, I don't think they're going to like the woke stuff. But the leadership, I went to a church. I went to Hillsong LA, and I watched as it became incredibly SJW. Like, they had BLM live on stage for Easter. It was embarrassing. I had brought my atheist friend, and I was mortified. And I told him, like, I am so sorry. I had no idea that they would do that. And it really, it took me a little bit longer. It was Hillsong LA, San. It took me a little bit longer to leave it, but I was out of that church by 2018 because it was horrible. Because that was scarring. I'll tell you that much. Because biblically, something like BLM is not biblical at all. Like, there's no Bible verses that encourage you to divide people based on race. There's no, that is not at all biblical. So that was horrible. But I'm just saying, it has been mixing with the churches. But if your church is doing that, you need to leave. Yeah, you need to take your donations and your spirituality and go elsewhere. That's not okay.
And this is why I mean, I'm so glad, like, I don't have, like, I'm a generalized spiritualist, right? So I don't have any sort of church or any sort of system that I follow. I have teachers that I learn from. I choose who I learn from. I choose what I do. There's no main book in my belief system at all. And I actually feel badly for people that are in a more formalized religion, that they have their church that they go through and they have their congregation, because that, I mean, it's my kind of perception that becomes like a social outlet as well. And so if your church goes woke, you not only have to question, like, your spiritual belief system and your membership at that church, but you also might lose your friends too.
It was horrible because I converted in 2015, and that was my church. I converted, and within 2 weeks I started going to that church, and I liked it because it wasn't it wasn't the typical type of evangelical. But then it after Trump won, the lead pastor made a comment on it, and I was like, what are you doing? Because you're not supposed to mix politics with church. That's a really horrible idea.
Yeah.
It's very bad. And I was just like, oh my gosh. And, it was kind of a betrayal in a way. It was hard. It was very, very sad too. And I had to leave it eventually. Yeah.
I mean, I bet it makes you question everything, but I mean, if people are watching this and they happen to be in a church that's going woke, like, the best advice I could give them is, don't make it question your faith. It's just the people that are professing it, but don't question your faith, because I think that the minute that people start questioning their faith is the minute that they become much more susceptible to getting pushed into this ideology.
True. That's very true. And I would say, take yourself and your tithes and go somewhere else, plant it in more fertile soil, as they would say. Because that is the dead soil. If it is woke, it is dead. Anything that is woke is dead. That's a very 1984 concept to call them woke. You are dead if you are woke.
God.
So it's actually the opposite.
That's another t-shirt. I have like 15 t-shirts that I need to make.
Yeah, you should.
Everything woke is dead.
Yes.
Michael says, so amazing that US culture differs to the UK. My missus can't get over how much in the UK we will bite our tongue. How rude. Well, some of you bite your tongue. The Queen from England does not bite his tongue, and that's what gets him in so much trouble. Not to be confused with the Queen of England. The Queen from England is a completely different person and not remotely a queen. Well, he's one type of queen, just not that type of, not the type of queen that wears a crown. All right, let's keep going.
But so I walked away from it, and there was a gap there. There was a hole there for some kind of meaning, some way of interpreting the world. And now I'm at a phase in my life where I'm wondering if maybe, if not all, but at least most people need something like that, need a belief system. This is the way of interpreting the world as you go out into it. And social justice filled that gap. So social justice, if you want to break down where it came from, I agree with the people who say it's sort of a marriage of Marxism and postmodernism. We were definitely reading Marxist writers in my women's studies classes. So Foucault, like there was that foundation of Marxism that was a part of it. But what they've done is they've kind of tweaked it. So it's not the Marxism about class and wealth. They've taken a belief system that said the best way to look at the world and interpret the world is as a struggle between class groups for wealth. And we need to redistribute the wealth to make everyone equal and happy. They've taken that and they've mutated it. And they've said, no, the best way to look at the world is as a struggle between identity groups for power. And we have to redistribute power equally among these groups, and then everybody will be equal and happy. So that's the tweak that's been done. It's centered around power and identity rather than wealth and class. Sorry about the dogs.
That's
Just
okay.
1 second.
Mailman.
Yeah. Okay.
But what I find interesting is that you mentioned, we redistribute the power and then everybody will be equal and happy. And that's another sort of hidden claim that people don't really question. Like, why would you assume that being equal to other people leads to happiness? In other words, I don't look around at my neighbor down the street who drives a BMW and has a bigger house, or even Elon Musk. Okay. Let's get, people who have a lot more power and a lot more money than I have. And I don't think like, oh, I'm so unhappy because they have what they have and I don't have it, or somebody has power and I don't have. In fact, I actively don't want that kind of power. Like I like being invisible and kind of, not having, because with that comes.
All right, I have something to say.
That seems a little telling of certain things.
Deb fucking Fillman, before she went psycho and started tweeting nonsense on Twitter about me, was begging people for money and to help her find a new job on Twitter. And I DM'd her because I mistakenly thought we were on good terms and Keri hadn't gotten to her yet. And I said, Deb, I will teach you how to build programs that I used to build my organizational psychology practice. And I will basically give you a plug and play. I will give you how I built my business and you can go and do the same thing for homeschooling. And Deb fucking ignored me. She ignored me completely while she's begging on Twitter for people to help her find a job so she can make more money, only charging $40 an hour for tutoring, which to me, quite frankly, is really undercharging what her actual value is. And I mean that as a compliment. I think Deb is actually worth much more than she's charging, which says a lot about her self-worth. But I offered to help her set up her fucking business and she ignored me. And I know that I'm not the only one she ignored. I know that other people reached out to her too and offered her help, and she just completely ignored them and then continued to complain on Twitter about how much she needed more money.
I'm about to say something really controversial.
Do it.
I think that Deb probably needs to be with like a very dominant guy.
Oh, it's so true. Yes, it's critical. She is critical dominatrix theory in action.
And if she was able to release control in that situation, she could take more control of her finances and stuff, because it would create, because she just said, I don't want that kind of power. I don't want this. I don't want that.
Mhm.
Well, if you are submissive in bed, that's a way for you to abdicate that power. Or even within a
Mhm.
relationship, she could even take it outside the bedroom, but she could still get so much more done if she had that place to submit, because that's how she is. Because she just said that.
Alex, I'm so proud of you for describing critical dominatrix theory. Did you
Yeah,
learn that
because
from
then
me, or
she
did you
could
learn that on
dominate
your
other
own?
areas.
Yeah. Do you know, fun fact, do you know who named critical dominatrix theory?
I'm sure it was the queen.
It was the fucking queen. The queen who's now
He wasn't your friend or anything.
the queen who's now DMing people on Twitter and lying about the nature of our fucking relationship was the person who named critical dominatrix theory. He came up with the name. And I have the fucking DMs to prove it.
But you
But no,
guys never talked, so you
no,
were never
we
close.
oh, and we certainly never talked about things like sex. Oh, and if it did, I was sexually harassing. We never made jokes about sex at all.
Of course not.
Which is how I know his feelings about anal sex. We never made jokes like that at all. Never happened.
I'm just saying it works, you know. It works to be dominated or whatever, but
No,
like
but
I
you
said,
are.
I'm
I do.
more of a switch, so
I do 100% actually agree with you that Deb needs a strong, dominant man to tie her up and not let her loose until she has had like 15 fucking orgasms, and he needs to do
Right.
whatever the fuck he needs to do to get her to that place. And he will be doing the world a great fucking favor. And Keri's husband should do the same thing to her.
That's probably true.
And the Queen from England should have it done to him too. Everyone needs a good dom every once in a while.
Well, except like I said, for me, I do like to go both ways with that. So
this is why you're well balanced.
Probably because I don't know. I embrace both sides, and I also embrace both sides of my boyfriend. So
maybe the Queen from England really should allow himself to get fucked by Mike Harlow in more ways than one. Maybe that would do him good.
Maybe. I just think that, you know, I don't know. That's the vibe I get from Deb. I think that she's very
I agree with you. I'm being serious. I really
be
do.
dominated. Yeah. She's in desperate need.
Yeah. Deb needs 50 Shades of Grey in her life.
Definitely. I mean, or it doesn't even have to be anything crazy, because I feel like Deb wouldn't like that, but it just needs to be, she needs a dominant man.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mm-hmm. All right, we just solved all the world's problems with sex, because that's the way it goes. Welcome to Sassy Saturday.
Just take it or leave it. It's nothing mean. No judgment.
No, I think we're giving amazing life advice right now to several people at this stage.
It would help you, Deb, to be able to make money.
Yes. Now, guys, mount that like button if you think that Deb and Keri and the Queen from England all need to get laid collectively by very dominant people, whatever their genders might be. I'm not going to judge. But if you're enjoying the story, mount the like button for me. Thank you.
Responsibility. But there's this underlying assumption with all of this that we're being held back from true happiness and true mental health and all the good things, right? By this distribution of power being unequal. And I've never seen any evidence whatsoever that equality leads to happiness, especially a forced equality.
A forced equality. Yeah. Well, there are so many things that are unsaid in this belief system.
Right.
So most of the people who are in social justice are never interrogating to this degree the belief system. They're not actually sitting down and having conversations, Deb, about like, what is equality, and do I believe that human nature would allow for everyone to be, you know, for us to reach this utopia if only we forcibly redistributed power and made sure there was the correct percentage of women in STEM and women as garbage truck drivers. They don't talk about that part, but
or soldiers, frontline soldiers,
right?
You know? Right.
But if only everything were reflective of the percentages of representation, then we would, then everybody would have no reason to complain, not realizing that a lot of what's driving the ideology is
do it,
a
do it,
desire
do
to
it, do it, do it,
complain.
do it,
I
haters.
truly believe a
Get
lot
us
of it
to the
is fueled by
69 haters.
resentment
Get us to
And
69.
envy
and envy.
and the kind of unhappiness. Like,
I
and
need 10 haters
somebody
to mount that
said
like button
yesterday,
right
and
now.
it really stuck in my mind. They said that
Sin.
the problem with the
The most
social
dirty of all of us
justice
is sin. You understand?
ideas is they can never
100%.
build anything, because in order to build, you have to have love and sacrifice. That things that are built require a certain amount of love for whatever it is that you're trying to build, or that the problem you're trying to solve, and a certain amount of personal sacrifice.
Yes, Deb. In order to build things, you need to have love and sacrifice, of which you have neither. Sam,
Oh my god.
I'm all acknowledging good points when she makes them, but
Yeah.
this is Sassy Saturday. We have to have
It
some
is.
sass. We can't just be nice. Like, that would defeat the purpose.
That's true.
Sam says
get you.
they still don't know equality versus equity. You would think for as many happy hours as Deb Fillman allegedly watched of mine, she would know the difference between equality and equity, but they don't. They
Oh,
don't.
maybe she had some drinks too and just forgot during those happy hours.
Maybe she did. Maybe she did. George, oh, we surpassed 69. It's now 72 likes. All right. Way to go, team. You overshot. That's all right. George Andre Velasco Nunez. No one needs 50 Shades. It's a bad book and a misrepresentation of what it describes. Also, Christian is a three pump jump kind of guy. Listen, the first 50 Shades of Grey, fucking fabulous. The other two books were garbage, but the first one, I don't care.
You read it?
Oh, I read it. I did. If you watch my Playing Politics presentation, which is like the first ever video on this channel, I talk about reading 50 Shades of Grey on a plane and the
No
conversation.
way.
Yes, I did. And I made Victor go see that movie on the first fucking night.
Oh my god.
I saw it. Okay,
That
this is I'm going to say something really embarrassing.
Oh my god.
I saw 50 Shades of Grey in the movie theater probably 5 or 6 times.
No, you didn't.
I did. Yes, it was a weekend.
Karlyn.
It was a weekend activity.
No, it was bad.
no, the first movie was good.
No, I saw
Yes.
all of them. It was like Hallmark meets Lifetime levels.
I love
It was
Lifetime
bad.
movies. That's the
Well,
point.
that's
I
probably why you
love
liked
Lifetime.
it. We're getting to some of Karlyn's inner femininity here.
Listen, I'm the one that came up with the concept of critical dominatrix theory. All right, there's a reason.
Well, you lost some haircut cred with those Lifetime movies.
I'm just saying the
All right.
only the first one was good. The other two sucked, but the first one was fucking great.
No,
you can all judge me. I don't care. It's Sassy
I don't
Saturday.
know.
I'll say what I want.
I saw all of them. I saw the movies. I went with one of my friends. We kind of went to laugh because it was funny. It wasn't like sensual to us at all. Like, because
you're gay.
I know, but like, I should still be into the guy, right? But he was so like, oh gosh, I don't know. They were more gay than I am. That's how I feel about it. They were gay.
I'm pretty sure I own 50 Shades of Grey. Do I own 50 Shades of Grey? I might actually. I don't even know how to watch movies on my computer. I'm gonna have to look it up.
I mean,
maybe I will make Victor watch it later.
Like, it was funny, like it was entertaining, and I will always be scarred by Dakota, whatever her last name is, forever. She will always be only her to me, and I will never see her the same.
She did a good job.
Gosh, Dakota.
She did as good a job as could have been done with that.
She's not a bad actress at all.
No, she's really not.
The writing is so bad. I think as a writer, it hit me. That's probably why, because the writing was bad.
Oh man. All right, let's not talk about 50 Shades of Grey all night. This will go on forever.
That you're willing to put in, time, energy, effort, loss. You're willing to sustain that in order to build something. When what we see mostly is anger, resentment, envy, straight up hate, and that can never build anything. That you can't build something out of those impulses.
Yes,
you can only destroy.
So you're making me think of one of the the things that help me look at my ideology.
Confirmed. I do own 50 Shades of Grey on Apple.
Did you text or something?
No, I looked at my Apple TV. I also own Divergent and The
Oh
Fault
my
in Our
God.
Stars, and I own all the Hunger Games movies.
Oh
And
my gosh. Well, Hunger Games is okay, but The Fault in Our Stars, Shailene Woodley scars me for life. Like, just anything she's in, she scars me. Ever since Secret Life of an American Teenager, she was ruined for me.
I
I could never get
cried.
past it.
I cried so hard at the end of that movie, though. It's so like the final scene in that movie with like oh my God, it's still so good.
The Fault in Our Stars?
Yes.
I think I teared up. That was before my heart was completely dead.
That was before your heart turned to stone.
Yeah. Before then.
Oh God. All right.
Differently. So I was in it, by the way, for a long time. If you have kids who fall into this cult, I do call it a cult. It meets a lot of cult characteristics, with the exception of
She knows
having
the cult.
one charismatic
She
leader
does know
that you
the
can
cult.
point to. And so that, I think, throws people off, and they think, well, it can't be a cult. There's not that one guy, there's no Charles Manson or David Koresh, but it doesn't need that one charismatic leader. It still meets a lot of the other characteristics. But so if you have a kid who falls into this cult, they could be in it for a long time. I was in it for 20 years.
Right.
And
Yeah.
one of the things that started to wake me up, there were a few things.
The
but I'll
Divergent
just
movies
mention
did
this
go
'cause
to
you're making
shit.
me
That's
think of
very
it.
true, John Morgan.
Somebody
They did.
had
They did. The first one was
linked.
okay, though.
My little online echo chamber had become completely social justice. I had, like a cult, they encourage you to exclude people, family members even. You cut off contact with people who are not believers, who are not woke, who are not part of social justice. They encourage you to view races, sexes, they call them all these, contact with those people. My echo chamber, somebody had shared a Jordan Peterson video.
George Andre Veloso Nunez says we should have Zoom movie night in locals. We should. I did do a movie night at one time, but you had to have the movie on YouTube or something like that. No, we should definitely do a Zoom movie night in locals. Absolutely.
We could do one for 50 Shades. We could all laugh at it.
Can we?
I would laugh at it.
Would it
If
be a
we
little
could make
weird?
fun of it, I'd be down.
But wouldn't it be weird for us to watch 50 Shades of Grey together? I mean, maybe it would be a
Well, it's
bonding experience. Maybe it would be a bonding experience of okay, we'll have to think about that one. That might make some people uncomfortable.
You
is all
don't
I'm
have
saying.
to see it though if you don't want to. People that are down can come,
Yeah.
I'd be down.
All right.
I would make fun of it.
I'll have to give that some thought about whether or not we should have 50 Shades of Grey. I guess, but it's just weird to watch. I don't know. Like, well, I guess I did watch it in a movie theater 6 or 7 times. I mean, LK says, didn't Keri Smith advocate for cutting people off from her church for not being good enough? Yes, she did. She did.
Yes, and if you enjoyed the first 50 Shades of Grey movie, you're not good enough.
Whatever.
And it's been transphobic. And I went to that video fully expecting to find a transphobe that I could hate on, that, they like going and piling on people. And I went there and I didn't think he was transphobic at all. I listened to what he was saying. He was making an argument against compelled speech. He wasn't talking about a dislike or disdain for trans people. He didn't even say that he wouldn't use someone's preferred pronouns. It depended on the context.
Keri has probably told this story 15,000 times.
I started listening to more of him because I had already, that wasn't the first thing that started to wake me up. And I had already had some questions.
This is just her talking about like how she kind of woke up, which is fine. Like, listen, I understand it. I have told my Trump rally story 15,001 times at this point because it's like, it's always the question that's asked and you have to tell it over and over and over again. But it's like, she's probably told this. Keri does way more media than I do for, reasons, because she wants to be famous on the internet. But like, she's told this story so many times. I've just like heard it over and over again.
Say, this is a point of personal privilege.
Do it.
To have my libertarian hat on. I really don't like the video of her and Mikey at whatever thing they were at. It's on her channel. I just don't like the way they talked about it. It makes me cringe.
What do you mean? What did they talk about?
Like they talk about leaving the left.
Oh.
And I don't know why. It's like the attitude they had. It was just cringe. It was cringy.
Maybe
So,
is this like a recent video or was this like
it's
older?
old. It was buried in her channel because I was looking for stuff. Because you were like, I want to do this. And I was like, let me look.
Keri, can you please make a video about your thoughts about Christianity so I can react to it live on this channel?
Can you also make a video about Karlyn, please?
Yes. Keri, can you please do a reaction video to literally anything I've done ever in the history of ever, and I will react to it, I promise.
Just the more bashing, the better, please.
Except, you know what video we are never watching? Mike Harlow's video about me. We are never watching that video because he wants me to watch it so badly.
It wasn't good.
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't. I've never seen it, and I will not watch it because I'm sure it was
cringe.
awful.
And it would probably be very easily dismantled, or what is it? Just not dismantled, disproven or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it was just like, all I got out of it was that he doesn't personally like you, which it's kind of like big whoop. You know what I mean? You don't get a trophy because you don't like someone.
Like, I don't like your tone. Okay.
Like, I don't like Mikey. Do I get a trophy?
Mikey, I don't like that you are never able to be on time for anything in your fucking life. I don't like that you are incapable of cutting your fingernails to an appropriate length and at least keeping them clean if you're going to keep them long. I don't like, and like, do you understand? Okay, fun fact. On the walkaway fucking tour for 6 months, Mike Harlow was never on time to one single event. He made us late all the time. And it was to the point where I was like going to his hotel room to fucking corral him, to get him to get his shit together, and he would always refuse. And the explanation that I've come up with on this is that I really think that Mike Harlow tries to control everyone else's schedule by making everyone around him late for everything all the time. It's his mechanism of control. He doesn't show up, and therefore everyone else is on his schedule permanently.
I think the issue with Mikey, since we're going to do some, critical dominatrix theory here, I think his issue is he probably needs like a very sort of like femme submissive boyfriend.
Oh,
He hates femininity in men. So he's like cursed to always like try to dominate guys that don't want to be dominated. And then it doesn't work out. And then it's like a string of tears. So I think he tries to dominate everybody else because he doesn't have that. Telling you, you are right about some of the sexual stuff. I really do think it helps balance out because, and I guess I am a little bit balanced when I think about it. That's interesting.
Let yourself get tied up, get yourself a paddle, do whatever you need to do. There's many other ways. You can get duct taped helplessly to the ceiling if you want to. Like,
but I will say, for all what it's worth, I do not try to control everyone around me, and I'm also not controlled by everybody around me. So I guess I reach some level of balance.
Exactly. You just have to.
And I'm not afraid to yell at Karlyn that she's wrong, and I did it, and it was delicious. I have to say, it was just. Oh.
Did you feel satisfied when you told me off?
I did. I really did. I felt so
I
good.
thought no one was allowed to. You haven't been excommunicated from my cult yet?
I know. I'm even still on the channel.
Oh
Jeez,
my God.
craziness.
George Andre Veloso Nunez says soap operas here in Brazil have spicier scenes than those movies and their prime time here. Well,
fair enough.
You guys are more accepting of sex than the prudish American conservatives who won't allow us to show it on TV.
It wasn't even anything. They could just edit out a couple scenes. It was like so light. I was disappointed. I'm going to be honest. I was expecting it to be like full on, like pornographic. Like I wanted it to go all the way and it didn't. So I was disappointed actually. So
Sam is making a polite request that we no longer talk about sex with Deb and Keri on the screen.
That's your hetero male issue, Sam.
Yeah,
okay?
Sam. Exactly.
No, don't try to assert yourself in this space. Don't get me started. I will ooh.
This is Sassy Saturday, Sam. This is what we do.
Questions. There were other things that happened before that.
They're so sad.
He was helping me to better understand the things I was noticing that were wrong, that were incorrect.
Imagine not having any joy.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing is like, I really don't think like these people, part of the problem with the chambermaid brigade in general, all of them, and let's just go through their nicknames right now, just so people know who we're talking about, because people who are not in my locals might not know who we're talking about. Okay. Keri is the town crier. Deb is the stepmom. Kieran is the queen from England, not to be confused with the queen of England. Justice is the court jester. And Mike Harlow is Baron Munchausen. So if you hear us referring to anyone, like those are the nicknames. And they're all so sad and serious all the time. They have no like joy in their lives at all.
Yeah, and I think some of it has to do with some sexual dysfunction. At least
all of them.
say,
All of them.
I will say I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but I do think Deb and Mikey for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Definitely them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, Keri at least has a husband. Like she has a function.
Yeah.
Do any of the rest of them have a functional relationship? I don't think so.
Yeah, I
I
think Keri's, I would assume she's okay. That's a guess in that area. She has other issues.
No, I actually do agree with you. I think on the sexual front, Keri is probably the most well-adjusted, or at least like has the most access to sex of any of them at this point.
I think it's probably fine. Yeah.
Yeah. The rest of them need to.
But she has other issues.
Oh
so-
no, she really does. But
Yeah,
like,
but are not
whereas
related to
sex,
that,
like she's
so.
fine. She's fine. Like, whatever. All right, moving on. We're only 20 minutes into this
I
video.
know.
After all these years that I was starting to question about my belief system. And so
I just hope they get happier.
he has this video. It's an old video.
It's like we're
I
having fun,
definitely
and then they're
encourage
like,
you to watch it if you're a parent.
No,
who
we
has
should have just
a
talked
kid
like
who's
this.
falling into this.
But a lot of
Um,
people don't have joy.
Because it's not explicitly
Even the
calling out
libertarians
woke,
did it. That
and
libertarian
it might be the kind of thing that they would
Listen, that
listen
was
to as something
a serious judicial committee meeting. The libertarians have plenty of joy. The libertarians have more joy and hookers and blow and all of these things than any other political group. It's just
I know, but it was
serious
so
meeting.
dry in
It
that
was dry.
meeting. It was horrible. I felt like, and it was also dry at the other one I forgot what it was.
The
other
convention?
one. The which one?
The convention.
Yeah. It was so dry there too. Like,
What are you talking about? There was a guy wearing a sparkle jacket. There was yelling. There was almost a fist
well,
fight.
I know,
Like,
but it was
what are
like
you
an
talking
hour
about?
of like, whoa, for
Yeah,
like
but-
an hour. And then it was like, huh, and then somebody got triggered and then it turned into something. Then I loved it. But let's skip out the hour before. Let's just go straight to the
Well, sometimes you have to be a little bit boring before you get to the part where people are amped up enough to almost have a fist fight at a political convention.
I think you guys were just pissed. They were really annoying with delaying things.
Just
It was
wait.
horrible.
Oh God, just wait till the convention next month in Reno. It is going to be an epic shit show of like proportions that we have never seen
You
before
better
in our
stream
lives.
it.
I'm going to try to figure that out. I'm going to get a GoPro and I'm going to call it the shit show cam. Just like wear it around
Okay.
on my head. All right.
Somebody's saying to maybe put it on 125. Let's try it.
Ugh.
See if we can hear them.
All right, hang on.
interesting. It's an old speech of his, I think from the 80s, and the video was called Tragedy versus Evil.
It's
And
no
in it,
different.
he
That's
was
probably
talking
good.
about
We'll speed
the,
it up a little bit. We'll
Cain and
slowly
Abel
work up our
story in the Bible.
tolerance.
And he was saying this story is really interesting as an allegory for two different modes of being in the world, two different ways of living. You could look at this story, even if you don't believe this actually happened, you can look at it as an allegory. And so you've got Cain, who
People
happens
need
in Cain's
boring
story,
to
he doesn't
properly
make the
appreciate
necessary
fun.
sacrifices, or he
That's
doesn't make
very true,
sacrifices that are
George.
pleasing
Thank
to
I
you.
God.
disagree.
But he doesn't make the necessary sacrifices for what he wants. He's entitled. He feels like he's owed everything. He's resentful. He blames all of his problems on his brother, on others, on God. And where does that end up leading him? It leads him to this murderous rage. And then you've got Abel, this other mode of being, which is gratitude. He's grateful. He makes sacrifices. He is not entitled. He's humble. And those two different ways of being in the world, you'll really diverge the older you get if you stay in those ways of being. And so I know I'm talking a lot about this, but this was so impactful to me. I was like, the first time I heard it, I think I was at the gym, and I just listened to it again because I started thinking about social justice and how it's really
Can you
about
pause
behaving
it?
like Cain
Yes.
in every
I'm
interaction.
gonna say that is so good. This is one of Keri's good moments.
Yeah?
never
She's
thought
interpreting the
about-
Bible correctly?
She is. Like, I never thought about Cain and Abel as an allegory of SJW, but it really is. Like, Cain was such an SJW. I never made that connection. She is dead on. That's crazy.
So we have to give Keri a little clap for Keri. Yes, correct interpretation of the Bible.
It will help Christians to understand SJW, which they need to, because they need to fight against it. It is anti-Christian to be the SJW movement. So they should. That was really good, Keri. I have to give her credit. 100%.
We give credit where credit is due. Peter says the Lord God Almighty has shown in Monty Python. Get on with it. We're getting on with it. We sped up to 1.25 speed. All right.
We're trying.
In your life, it sounds like you started to question whether this was a way of living that would lead to you thriving or not. And you know, when you're reading and when you're thinking about that story, you're thinking like, what am I doing here? If this isn't going to lead to my personal, like, it sounds like it almost snapped you out of the collective mindset and into your own mindset and thinking like, is this the kind of person I want to be? And before we get too far, I want to bring that back to this comment here. Thank you for the super chat, Shikimir. My dad is a math tutor. His hero is Marva Collins, mine too, by the way. He is white. She is black. He saw the trait of great teaching as the trait to emulate. She didn't need to look like him. And this is something I think, you know, going to what you're talking about, when you can break the spell of I'm part of an identity or I'm part of the collective, I'm me. I'm just me, then these identity markers of what race somebody is, what somebody looks like, whether what gender they are, whatever, it's not as important as what they're doing, what kind of person they are. What do I want to emulate how this person is living their life? Do I see, like, I'll hear from other people, they'll say what snapped them out of it is they picked up and read some Thomas Sowell and said like, wait, I want to emulate this guy.
I want to hear about Keri's childhood. I was expecting Keri's childhood
break
on
that
this
spell. That you're not part of this board. I don't want
woke nonsense regurgitated.
And, you know, you're not
we
a
already
white
know this.
Math tutor. You're a math tutor. You know, you're not just a woman, you know, like part of the woman group or the social justice warrior group. You're Keri. And when you do that, then it doesn't matter what everything you're looking at the traits.
You're also taking your power back when you do that.
Yes.
They really, this belief system, if you get really far into it, and again, it's by degrees, like with any cult, I don't think people really realize at first, especially if they're young, how much of their personal responsibility and their ability to actually enact change in their life or the world, if that's what they're concerned with, that they're giving up. It really strips you of that agency. And what you're saying is exactly right. It social justice tells you not just to think of everybody else as what group members they are, what groups are they in, but to think of yourself that way too. It really, it sucks you of all of your individualism, all of your identity. And you're just this amalgam of your group status. That's why if you look at these woke kids on Twitter, they have like 15 different identity group markers.
Hang on. I need to take care of something. Juan, I told Nuclear that he needs to email me and apologize and assure me he won't be a douche again, because Nuclear has now been banned twice on my channel, and he knew why he was banned the first time, and he said he wasn't going to do it again, and then he did it again on the Adam Krigler stream the other day. He came in the chat a couple weeks ago, whatever the hell that was. He came in the chat and he was a douche, and he got banned for it, and he was warned. And so if he wants to be unblocked, if you want me to go through the process of going through every single person that I have banned on this channel, which is a plentiful list, to find his specific name and unblock him, he needs to fucking email me and assure me this shit isn't going to happen again. I'm willing to do it, but dude, come on.
I also just want to comment. I'm not sure who said it. I think it was Lime Lady, if I'm correct, but she said that we need to give Keri a horse for her to ride while she wears that hat. I would love to see a Keri horse riding video. Just putting it out there. That would be fun. Something different, something not, you know, something that might bring a bit of joy.
Oh, hang on. So Juan, you're saying that you are Nuclear and you just have multiple accounts? Because I've seen you in other accounts, dude. You're chatting, you're doing just fine. But if you want me to unblock your Nuclear account, you're going to fucking email me and apologize, because it's a giant pain in the ass to unblock someone once I ban them. Like, I have to go through a whole list. I have to find you specifically. I just want to know that you're not going to be a douche in my chat, dude. That's it. That's the only requirement. That's it. So here's the thing. I don't know why Keri's so obsessed with that hat. She wears that hat like all the time. Like, she has so many other hats that are much cuter than this hat. I don't know why I don't know why.
I don't know. She should even, doesn't she knit or no? Does she knit?
Oh well, she tries to knit, but I
Oh.
don't know exactly how that's going. She knit a scarf or something, and she called it a shawl, and I was like, no.
So she was just into the knitting wars, and she doesn't even knit.
Yeah, I think. Oh no, she definitely did not knit when they first started covering the knitting wars. I
Oh,
think that she
weird.
learned how to knit in the course of covering the knitting wars, but I don't know that she does it. I don't know. I haven't watched Keri in like 2 years. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, because I was gonna say she should knit herself a hat, but okay, never mind. She could try crochet.
Keri should absolutely try crochet. Okay, I will unblock you, Nuclear, but it's going to take maybe a day or two because it is a long list. It's a giant pain in the ass, but don't do it again. No mercy this time. If I block you a third time and bring you back, then you're not coming back again.
3 strikes. 3 strikes law.
Like, I have a very simple rule. Like, all you have to do not to get blocked on my channel is don't insult me and don't be a dick. Like, that's it. That's all you need to do. And don't say anti-white. That's it. I'm not asking too much.
In their bio, because that's all they are. They don't have a personality.
Right.
They have identity groups. That's their personality. I am white, straight, cis, fat, depressed. I'm disabled. And they just list out all the identity groups.
Yeah.
What a poor substitute
Right.
for having an actual personality. And
Right.
identity.
And what's really sad, and I've tried to make this point on the channel before, is if you read any books about verbal abuse,
Sin crochets. We shouldn't be mad.
One
to
of the
crocheters.
characteristics of verbal abuse. So if you're in a verbally abusive
Sin is
relationship,
now
as an
mad at
example,
us.
one of the markers
Well,
of the abuse is the
she may
way
like
of
it
speaking
better.
that attempts to deprive you of your personal power. That essentially attaches responsibilities and obligations to you that are, can be subtle. And there's neurolinguistic programming that can be used, whatever. And as I read this chapter about verbal abuse, because I kept thinking, I read this book a long time ago, and I won't say why. And when all this stuff happened in the last few years, I remember thinking, this is so familiar. This is so familiar. Why is it so familiar? And I went, oh my God. And I went back to the book and I realized these kids, whatever age they are at, or even adults, are in a verbally abusive relationship with whomever is impressing upon them that they're members of these groups. Your identity is this.
Yes.
I am going to tell you that. And if you don't think this way, then you are this other bad identity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's verbal abuse. Because whenever somebody tries to tell you who you are, they're trying to break down your own boundaries and deprive you of your personal power because one of your
it is not verbal abuse for someone to say something to you that you don't like hearing. I'm sorry, that's not this explains so much. This explains to me why Deb thinks that my tweets are violence.
Well, I think it's not abuse to tell a child what they are unless if they aren't that, then it is abuse. Like if a child is rude and you tell them that they're being rude, that's not abusive. But if you say they're being rude and they're not, then that would be abusive.
So with bullying, with bullying, and I did my dissertation on workplace bullying, and I did a lot with that. Like with bullying, the key is like you can say something once that's unpleasant, but that's not bullying. But if it's a consistent pattern of behavior over a period of time, then it becomes bullying. So saying a mean thing one time, even if you're like, you're stupid and I hope you die, that's not bullying. But if you're saying that to someone every single day without any cause, then it becomes bullying because of the repetition.
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe the schools are bullying the kids then. Because if they are saying that, because it is repeated. That's true.
Maybe. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that like that.
Most important personal powers is deciding who you are. That's your decision, not someone else's. Right? They'll be like if a husband said to her, "You're my wife, and you do this, and you cook, and you clean, and you stay home, and you do this." And that, how is that any different than assigning a person to identity group?
What she needs.
Recognize that as abusive. Like, you don't get to define her. You don't get to say what she has to think, what she has to do, what she has to say, what she can't say, who she can't be friends with. Like we would instantly say that's abuse. But when it's happening to her kids and it's the teacher, or it's happening in college and it's the professor, that's not the first thing that comes to mind is that person's being abused.
Right.
But they are.
It's also
okay. Can you pause it? I have to comment on that.
Yes.
Social group.
Yes. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So that just proves everything we said before.
It really does. It really does. Deb needs to get a grip.
And the thing is, Deb, is that it's not necessarily abuse to have a dominant.
Wait.
Oh.
Deb is projecting her ex-husband issues here onto her. I 100% think that that's true. I agree. I
don't
feel like a
know.
horrible person, but I agree. I think that's true. I do.
Well, it's complicated though, because if she needs that kind of dominance, like it would only work if she was like, I want power. I want to have money. I want this.
Wait, hang on. Deb Fillman literally talks about who I am on Twitter every single day. So Deb,
That's true.
are you bullying me when you reply to that stalker account multiple times a day talking about who I am and what I believe when you are completely off base on like 90% of the things that you say? Are you abusing me, Deb? I think you are.
Well, and I would just say this to Deb, having a partner that's in charge or whatever, especially within the bedroom or really within any context, it doesn't make it abusive. It's only abusive if they abuse you. Like, you don't have to be treated poorly in a dynamic like that. Some people like that. Nobody has to like that though, you know. But it's like,
G
just saying.
Dante is offering to service Deb in this regard. So Deb, you
Well,
have at least one option. That's good.
That's true. I'm just saying, but I think Deb doth protest too much with that sort of thing. So
She did doth protest too much. It's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably for kids, an even bigger part of the problem is that if they're in a community, let's say their school or online and on Tumblr or wherever, it's the social pressure from their peers. Exactly. I remember there's a study done a few years ago about how kids, it was over 50% of college kids said in a study that they were afraid of saying what they thought about things.
Yep.
And they weren't afraid of what their professor would think. They were, but not to the degree they were afraid of what
Adrian
their
is
peers would
there.
think. And
Is
so
she?
it's that whole
Yes,
conformity
Adrian
thing
is
about
chatting
allowing
in.
your peer group to
Oh, she didn't
influence
say
the way you
anything
think
that
about yourself, the way you define yourself. And you're exactly right. It becomes this sort of
All right.
abusive relationship where you're making yourself small and to try and fit in and to show that you're a good person because everyone around you has accepted
I'm gonna drink
this
blueberry
is the belief
cider
system
next.
to do that. And yeah, it really strips you of any personal autonomy or individualism. And sometimes I look at these kids and I'm like I was at a thrift store a couple months ago in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keep Austin weird. It used to be kind of hippie and it was cowboy and biker culture and, you know, Willie Nelson and music capital of the world and all this stuff. Well, now it's become very woke, very conformist. Right. And I was in this thrift store and there were these 3 kids in line, I don't know, high school or college age, and they all looked exactly the same. They were all some kind of, at least what they were trying to signal is that they're non-binary. They were all genderqueer in some way, I'm sure. They all had the brightly colored hair, the piercings, the tats, and they all had a mask. And it was just like, you are trying so hard not to conform to society's standards, right? But look at you. Look at the society you're in. Look at the echo chamber you're in. You are the biggest conformist. Like
Keri is 100% correct in this point.
That's
100% correct. The woke are the worst conformists in the world.
Yes.
And it makes me feel sad because like when I was in high school, it was a virtue to push back against, you know, what it was considered to be like normal. That was something that was to be looked up to and admired. And it was like, you know, the types of musicians that were really popular. I mean, Rage Against the Machine. We've talked about this before. Like Rage Against the Machine no longer rages against the machine. Offspring, which was really popular when I was in like middle and high school, Offspring kicked their drummer out of the band because he wouldn't get vaccinated. Like,
yeah,
so Keri is 100% correct. What she's saying here is like the people that are trying their very best to rage against anything they perceive to be normative are the biggest conforming idiots and like, you know, groupthink people on the planet.
It's kind of interesting because it makes me think of that movie Mean Girls. Do you ever see that movie?
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of that movie, one of the mean girls, do you know what Karen Smith is? Karen Smith is literally one of the mean girls, and we have another Karen Smith on the channel. Yes.
I know. Well, one of the things that I found interesting is there's very much that idea of they wanted to take down Regina, right? So they wanted to pull her down from her power. But what happened is they just replaced it with Caddy.
Yep.
And that's exactly what SJWs did. They just wanted to tear it down so that they could make something new in power. Whereas at the end of the movie, Caddy just...
Katie.
Whatever. I like to mispronounce her name. It's a hyper, or what is it? A passive-aggressive dig at her. Like everybody in the movie said.
You don't even go here, Alex.
More people said her name that way. So I'm going with the majority. No, I'm just kidding. No, but Katie, yes. So she basically took down the system at the end and redistributed power in a sense, not in a communist way, but in a, non-fascistic way, in a liberal way, we'll say a classically liberal way. And that's what we need. We don't need to replace the cringe evangelicon, far right, whatever, Bush moment with SJW tattoos and masks and piercings. We need to just have it, power, so to speak, redistributed and have everybody have power, not this weird system. Well, which is what has happened.
Brian makes a really good point. I hadn't actually thought about this. I feel like my sexuality is becoming a fad.
Right. Your sexuality and mine too is becoming a way to conform, which is really bizarre, because being gay will never be conformist because it is a minority. And I think a lot of times people these days, they say they are, or they say they're non-binary. That's usually the big one. But they're just heterosexual.
It's just one of the saddest things, though, that like, I mean, sex is such like an intensely like personal thing. It's not only about like what gender you're sleeping with, but it's also like about you are not going to be attracted to every single man, right? I'm not going to be attracted to every single man. There are very specific men I'm attracted to, and so it's like trying to force yourself into a mold of being attracted to people sexually that you're not attracted to. It's like it's a recipe for a lifetime of horrible, unfulfilling sex.
Like, well, and there's a lot of gay men that have grown up trying to be straight and trying to force themselves to be straight, and to now see it go the other way, where now there are straight people trying to force themselves to be gay. It's very tragic. I would never wish something like that on anybody. But then again, I'm not an SJW. I think a lot of SJW gays, they do want you to hurt. They want straight people to feel the same pain. I don't. I want that to be over. So, and it's the same with race and, women and all this crap. There are people that are so bitter that they want, like, there's a lot of women that want men to feel how they felt. They want, they want white people to feel how they felt. It's like a bunch of stuff. And to me, it's like, I just want it to all be over. Like, it's a bunch of bullshit and it's a waste of time. We should already be, going to space or something. I don't know. We couldn't even handle Cove. We couldn't handle the panorama because we're too busy fighting about race and sexuality and gender. It's like, is that not a reality check for anybody? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a waste of time.
So dumb. So dumb. George Andrew Veloso Nunez says people need to find purpose within themselves, not from an outside source. That is exactly correct. And it's like, again, like people who are trying to force themselves into sleeping with someone they don't want to sleep with. I can't imagine like what it literally serves no purpose.
Right.
I mean, you're literally looking for validation outside of something. It makes no sense to me at all.
It's really, really crazy. And I bring back Mean Girls. It's like, we need to have that moment where they break up the crown at the end, and just be like, who cares? Like, it's just exists. Like, just be at peace. It's okay. Like, even me and Karlyn and the Zoom and stuff, we don't even agree politically all the time. And we don't agree on certain religious things or anything. And we're all fine. Like, there's no, I don't know. For people that talk so much about diversity, why am I so much more okay with diversity?
Yeah.
Than they are.
Well, because you're not an authoritarian is the thing. Like, and I'm not an authoritarian. I don't care what people do in bed. I don't care who they sleep with. I don't care how they do it. I don't care how they dress. If they want to identify as non-binary or trans, it is none of my effing business. If they want to identify as a swamp monster or an attack helicopter, fine, more power to you. As long as you're not forcing me to do anything, I don't really care how you live your life. And it's like, these people are so, here's what it is. They have so little control over their own lives that they are trying to force everyone else to live a certain way as a projection of how little control they have over their own experience.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's just, again, like, we need to have a movement today where we say, fuck this hierarchy. Like, this
Mhm.
hierarchy should have never existed. We shouldn't be making an even worse version of a
Mhm.
hierarchy, which is what SJW is. It's an even more hierarchical. You're divided even further. It's worse than it, in certain social ways, it's worse. We've created a caste system. We
Mhm.
don't need to do that,
No.
and it's an even worse division in some ways than it was before, but it's just all social. And it's very like, there's 50 bajillion different categories. It's insane. And it's like, just throw it out. It should never have been there in the first place.
Mhm.
Everybody should have just had a chance.
Mhm. Fuck the
Period.
hierarchy. That's another t-shirt. Another t-shirt.
Yes. Fuck the social hierarchy. It's stupid. I don't care if Karlyn has tattoos or a haircut.
No. No.
She doesn't care that I don't.
No, I'm not
Doesn't
gonna force you to
matter.
get a tattoo. That's dumb. Like, I'm not gonna hold you down. I might try to get you to like spray some like some hairspray in your hair at some point that makes it a certain color, but
Only if I was pretending to be SJW.
it
So
washes out. It'll be fine.
give me a BLM mask to wear too.
We'll do it for Halloween. All right.
Oh my gosh. No, I want to be your audiobook reader for Halloween.
Oh my god, you're gonna dress as the Crypt Keeper?
That would be a good costume. But
I'm gonna
that would be
suggest
funny.
I'm gonna suggest to my publisher now that like once I have a moment to calm down about that epic goddamn disaster, I'm gonna suggest to my publisher that they release both versions of the book and we sell the Crypt Keeper version as like a Halloween special or something.
I mean,
I bet after the ruckus I made about this, every single person would buy 2 versions of my audiobook.
you might, because you kind of Streisand affected that version.
I know. I did. It's already public. I had to play the cards I was dealt. It was what it was. I can't just be like, no, guys, don't ignore my audio. It was released fucking publicly. What can I do? I have to play it, Kate.
Oh my
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
There's
Right.
nothing about you that I don't look at that kind of a college age kid and go, wow, what a free thinker. It's the opposite. Do you know people think this? I didn't
Right.
say anything to them, but I was just wondering, like, nobody's looking at you and thinking, wow, that person really thinks for themselves. It's
Well,
like,
and the thing is,
no.
we can all in every generation can think back to the groups, right? The jocks and the this and the that and the goth and the whatever. But we like the hippies. But here's the difference that I see between the standard rite of passage of adolescents and college age kids to find their little tribe and kind of conform with their dress and stuff and do it, and what woke stuff does. They've attached, and you made this point earlier as far as it being cult-like, they've attached a virtue. So not only is there only one appropriate cult to belong to, but it's the only way to be a good person.
Yes.
So we wouldn't have said in the past that, like, you might look at the hippies and go, oh, those little hippies or whatever, they're druggies, or oh, look at the jocks, whatever. But you wouldn't have said like the only way to be a decent human being worthy of life, like literally worthy to be respected and have their rights respected and be able to.
We have a Twitter update.
Oh Lord.
The Queen has tweeted.
Of course.
He has tweeted 14 minutes ago. I have to stop this share because we have to do a real-time reaction to the Queen.
Get the re.
Hang on, let me make this bigger. When everyone that matters walks away from you, perhaps you need to realize you are the problem.
So who matters?
Who matters, Queen?
Right.
Who matters? Because your friends are a very small social. I have 76,000 followers on Twitter and you have like 800. Like, who's walking away from me exactly?
Well, also too, like, who is the ones that matter? I don't know what he means. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be a total bitch, but
no, but
what changed radically about your life when you didn't talk to him anymore? Exactly.
Nothing changed radically about my life. I mean, I was a little bit sad that we weren't going to be able to do the business that I had worked extremely hard to develop the plan for. But like, the fact of the matter is that he has had more people leave his community than I've had leave mine, because his community was mostly made up of my supporters who were supporting him. And so do those people matter? Or do the
Who
people that are
matters?
in my community just not matter because he doesn't think they it's like it makes no sense.
That's the question I have, is who matters? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's like, I don't know. I mean, oh my gosh, Sam, I saw Sam's. None of us matter.
Yeah.
um, but I just
You guys
think,
are all in a cult.
I don't know. To me, it's just, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, everybody talk to Keri. Keri doesn't like you. It's pretty simple. It's not a hard explanation. Maybe somebody doesn't like your tone. You know, I love it. I love fighting. I loved the shouting match. It was short, but I still, it like, ooh,
It
made
was
the blood
invigorating,
pump.
wasn't it?
Yes, it made my blood pump. I felt so good. It was like a release because I love fighting. And that's the thing. Like, Karlyn's trying to get fighters to fight with her, not little people that just tweet all day, or people that are, that's not the vibration, as Karlyn would say, that she's trying to attract. She's trying to attract fighter, bitch. No, I'm just
No, but you're not actually wrong about that. Like that is
right,
absolutely what I'm doing. I will absolutely turn people away from my community if I think they're going to be whiny and disruptive. I mean, because it's going to
right.
distract everyone else from what we're trying to do. It just doesn't make any sense.
And if you don't like that, that's totally fine. But you are no better because you don't like it.
Nope.
Period.
Nope, Queen, you're not any better. Gypsy
No.
Witch Production says, had no idea Victor walked away. I mean, Victor just brought me back Chinese food for dinner like 30 minutes ago. I had no idea that I had gotten a divorce,
Right.
which he would probably
Apparently.
be like really fucking excited about if I got a divorce, but that's never going to happen.
I don't know. To me, it's just cringe. Like, I don't know. They're just mad because they're pussies. I hate to say it, but that's what it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, girl. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't, nobody can make you not a pussy. Like, you either show
True.
up or you were born that way or whatever. And that's okay. If you don't like shouting matches and fighting and whatever, that's totally fine. If you don't like blood sports, if you don't like fighting the woke, if you don't like that kind of stuff, then that's not your cup of tea. Karlyn is a
Exactly.
libertarian. She's a little kooky. She's a little radical.
You all love me.
But I love the fight. So I don't care. It's not like I had a shouting match with Karlyn and I felt so deeply hurt by it and I was
Did
going to
you
go
feel
cry.
bullied and harassed and abused and
Right. And it's not like you felt the same. You didn't feel that way either. It's like,
no.
it's just arguments. And, you know, that's the spirit of 1776. Do you think the founding fathers all just sat down in a little sewing circle and acted like a bunch of grandmas? No offense to grandmas, but I mean, they were fighting with each other, I'm sure.
I actually love it when people stand up to me, not when they insult me, because I don't think that insulting me is the same thing as like but I
Right.
fucking love when you're like, I don't agree with you. And, like, and you were
Well,
like,
because
you were not taking my shit. And I was like, yes, that's exactly what I want. Now, like I think when people resort to insults, it's because they
right.
have no other part of their argument and they quite frankly aren't even trying. But it's like if people
Right.
actually stand up for themselves, I love that shit.
Well, and also too, like the Zoom was divided on the certain issue that we will not bring up here.
Disney, the mouse.
We were divided on the
Free
mouse,
speech,
and that's
really.
okay
Alex
too.
doesn't believe in free speech. I do. It's okay.
Karlyn doesn't believe in corporate fascism, but I do. But anyway, the point is, like, we all got along. Nobody left. Nobody went on Twitter and was like, oh my gosh. Nobody cared. The D word. Exactly not. It's the forbidden word. No, but nobody was, I don't know. It's like, if you can't argue something, if you can't handle just roughhousing mentally, it's not even like we're like physically fighting or anything. It's like, if you can't even handle that, if the heat is too hot, then just get out of the kitchen and don't cry because you're a pussy.
Mm-hmm.
Toughen up or shut up.
Yeah, toughen up, queen.
Right. You don't have to be a fighter or super strong or whatever. You don't have to be that to be successful. But don't be pissed because you don't have qualities that we have, period. So once again, who matters, Karen? Who matters?
Who matters? Because guess what? In my world, Karen, you don't matter. Justice doesn't fucking matter. Mike Harlow doesn't matter. Deb doesn't matter. Keri fucking Smith doesn't matter. Like, you guys only are relevant in my world because you talk shit about me every single day on Twitter. And you have nothing else. The only bonding element that any of you have in your lives is me. You are obsessed with me. You need to get over it. You need to just acknowledge why you're actually obsessed with me, which we all know the answer to that because we looked at the fucking tarot cards earlier. And it's like, either move on, dude, or start behaving like a rational person. This is not rational.
Right. And it's just, it's very SJW energy. Like, I'm sorry, it really is. It's cringe. It's luxury. It's, gosh, are you going to tell me to put a mask on too? Like, seriously, dude, are you really going to tell me that? It's like,
you probably would.
With this Karen energy of him, yes.
Did you just call him Karen?
White.
Karen
yes.
White.
It's cringe.
Karen Jack
honestly,
White.
It's cringy. So just
let's
stop.
see if he's made his Twitter private yet. No, he hasn't. He will at some. Karen, keep tweeting, and we will keep bringing your tweets up on the screen as a nice interlude until you make your profile private.
This is definitely a sassier Saturday, but I'm loving it.
Yeah, we're doing good. I feel like we're being. I feel like we're being extremely fair on this stream. Hang on, let me get the other.
I think so.
I think we are. Sin says the 3 Karens. We had an unexpected third Karen show. I mean, I don't want to misgender him or anything, even though he's very feminine, but
no shade. So are we.
No, we don't. I don't mind that. I fucking hung out with the dude 8 hours a day for months. Like, I don't mind it. I'm just like saying. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled program. Please mount that like button if you haven't already.
Speak freely and all that, which is a right. It was jocks or something. Like, we wouldn't have done that. In fact, you would have said, like, wait, that sounds vaguely like Jim Crow and, racism. Like, that sounds really extremist. And yet here we are.
Here we are. You're right. It's almost this this merging that's happened between just like the natural tribes and communities that form in adolescence, where people try and find identity within a group, and then they've put a religious element.
He's having so many feelings on Twitter right now.
There's a lot of things that
I'm going to pull up the reason he's really pissed at me.
I've been doing it for 3 years.
He's going to love this.
But it is, as you said, it is a new channel. I was doing it on Safe Space for a while. But I've been able to have these conversations for 3 years because there's so many things involved in why this happens. It's psychological. It has to do with philosophy. It has to do with, I think, spirituality and God. There's so many different ways to look at, like, why is this a phenomenon and why did it take off and go mainstream? When I was pushing it
corporate,
it was a little different because it wasn't culturally dominant like it is now.
Right.
And so back then it was easier to think, that, I'm resisting.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. I was looking at something else. Sorry. Go ahead. I wasn't paying attention.
Keri, the reason it took off is because it's corporate backed. It's called corporate fascism. So corporate backed it, and so did the government. When they marry together, then it's guaranteed to take off because the whole system is behind it. That's all.
All right. Oh shit. People are DMing me things on Twitter.
Oh God. Well, we need to take an interlude for some.
Oh my God. Okay. Hang on. No. Okay. I'm not paying attention at all. You're gonna have to pay attention for like 30 seconds as I find something to pull up on Twitter.
Patriarchy. This is not cool. I mean, it's cool because it's not cool. It's cool because it's not part of the mainstream. And now I don't know how kids are convincing themselves of that, because now it is the dominant. McDonald's is speaking woke. Why do you want to speak what these corporations are speaking? Right.
At least hang on. Did you say something?
Oh, she's saying McDonald's is speaking woke. And I said, of course they are, because they're a part of it.
Mm-hmm. McDonald's is so woke.
Yeah.
Man. All right.
Right. At least when I was coming up, I could be like, look, you stupid corporations, you're not woke. But now they're woke. So what's the appeal? That part of it still doesn't make sense to me. I'm like,
well, unless they've gotten what, some previous generations, especially those who've had their brains scrambled in terms of,
Okay, I found it. This is important.
Okay.
Because the Queen from England likes to tell people that we were never like really friends, and he always felt uncomfortable around me, right?
Of
Well,
course.
who exactly did the Queen from England text when he was in the fucking hospital?
There you go.
You always felt uncomfortable around me, Queen. Why do I have text messages from you in the fucking hospital? In a literal hospital gown? Please. Please. Such bullshit. Such bullshit. And as we're speaking of Keri Smith, hang on. Oh shit, I don't have that on this thread. Anyway, I just wanted to show this picture because I know that one of the reasons that the Queen from England is having lots of feelings is he's pissed off that I put this picture out on Twitter because it does not present him as in the image that he wishes to be presented.
No, and it doesn't present him as somebody that didn't want to talk to you or somebody that you were bothering.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Queen, if you want to keep tweeting about me, we can look at some other pictures that you don't want shown on the internet as well. Because I have all those. And you know I'm not bluffing on that. All right. I feel like I got that out of my system, and now I can pay attention again to the actual stream that we're supposed to be watching. There's going to be, do you understand? There's going to be some retribution waiting for me on the other half of this stream that he's probably planning right now, but whatever.
He already tried that lame Karen energy, but it didn't work. So he'll have to try something.
He can try harder and harder because we know how hard he tries for me all the time.
They didn't get a chance to develop any kind of critical thinking skills of their own. So it wasn't just, I want to adapt my outward appearance to this group, but it's also like, I literally don't have a thought in my head. Like, I won't know who I am. I'm hollow, as Jeremy Adams wrote in his book. I think it's called Hollowed Out, about this generation, that they're terrified. And it's why they react so violently if you criticize something about one of their identity.
No, they have not mentioned a single original
nothing
thought.
else inside.
No, they really
don't have anything else going on.
Correct. And it makes people, well, it's unhealthy psychologically for a number of reasons. One is because your identity becomes so merged with the ideology. As you said, there's nothing going on, and there's this deep-seated sort of background anxiety that a lot of these people have. You're more prone to emotional outbursts, outrage, everything triggers you. And the belief system, social justice, it encourages that. It encourages this sort of, I think, emotional instability that you're looking at the world as this oppressive place that's out to get you because of what group status you have. And if you go into the world like that every day, I went into the world like that, where
they make it a virtue to be upset. So it's not just that it's encouraged, it's I'm a good person if I re. So, we're good people, Karlyn, because we re.
Yeah, exactly. We're demonstrating our virtue by having a sassy Saturday stream where we talk shit the entire time. It's the purpose of all of this, really.
Pretty much.
But I mean, it is a fair point that like they're incentivizing people engaging in this behavior. But I mean, here's the thing: like, hasn't there always been incentivization for this type of thing?
For re.
Yeah.
I mean, there was re in the 80s. It was just from the other side. But that's what I'm saying is they're taking down Regina George and they're putting something else up. They're not getting rid of the whole hierarchy.
And conservatives re as well, because let me tell you what happened when you were against the war in Iraq after we first went in, after 9/11. Holy shit. There was 19 levels of conservative re about that whole thing.
Right. Which I hope that there's enough red-pilled people of all kinds, red-pilled conservatives, red-pilled libertarians, red-pilled liberals, that we can get rid of the hierarchy entirely and not have everything be a re. We need to move on from the re.
Alex, I'm very proud of us. We're now a quarter of the way through this stream.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
We're going to be streaming all night, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. 18-hour stream.
Wow, I can't even believe that they talked so long about it.
Did you hear that Karlyn streamed for like 7 hours? Oh my God, how dare she?
She streamed.
Ah!
Because, you know, we never talk about anything but them. And this conversation has never strayed from the topic whatsoever.
And we certainly haven't given them any credit where when they make good
Right,
points.
of course
been,
not.
we have no nuanced perspective at all in regards to this. We just picked on Keri's hat the whole time.
Yeah, because we're evil.
Say it's a belief system. It's not just like, well, I believe these things to be true. Racism equals prejudice plus power. And, you know, you cannot dismantle the master's house with the master's tools. Like all these different phrases and stuff.
The stream is going to be going for 10 hours.
But it actually impacts the way you behave in the world. Because you go out in the world and you're like, well, that happened to me because I'm a woman. You know, you're primed to look at every interaction, even the smallest thing. They teach this. They say,
maybe we'll get there.
The question
Let's
in
cross
any
our
situation
fingers.
is not.
She better. I was waiting.
racism at
I was
play?
ready to
How
go.
was it at
I wanted
play?
to know
They
how
assume-
Keri's
they tell
abusive
you to
mother.
just assume all the time that racism is at the root of everything. Sexism is at the root of everything.
Check
and it's
your
job.
check your internal bias, but assume this.
Yes,
God, that
exactly.
was loud.
Make these 25 assumptions about people, but check your internalized
Right.
bias.
And then because of the social pressure, I mean, think about some of these kids. So you've got
You're
that,
gonna hear
that pressure to
Deb in your
conform within the
dreams.
social group. You're being told
I
this
really
is the way
am.
to be a
It's
good
true.
person.
It's
Everyone
true.
around you believes it. And then you start to self-censor. This is human nature too. You almost don't need the group anymore to keep you in line because you start to develop this internal censor in your head where every word that you utter or type online, you're monitoring it yourself to make sure that you don't accidentally, unintentionally trip some wire that causes your social group to pile on you. This happened prior to social justice going mainstream. I mean, in my online communities, this happened all the time. It was constant infighting and warring. Like they don't have friends, they have allies, they have ideological allies, and they will turn on you in a second if you say the wrong thing. It's like, because they have to show they're a good person by being part of the mob that piles
Hang
on
on,
you.
hang on. Say that again. Say that again.
The chambermaids are like that too. Like they're not friends, they're just allies.
Oh, I 100% think that they're not friends. I don't think that they have a single thing in common. I think that Keri and Mikey are friends.
Yeah.
Like in some weird kind of like way, but the queen has nothing in common with any of these people. And
You know what I
he
will say?
tolerates them at best.
You know what I will say as a fuck you to Mikey?
What?
Because a point of personal privilege, he said the only men that Karlyn has, or the only gay men that Karlyn has in her life are ones that bow to her or whatever. Bitch, I didn't bow to her. So suck a fat one. Okay? Seriously. Fuck you for that. You homophobic piece of shit. Fuck you.
That is so not true.
Go take out your internalized homophobia on some other weak little bottom or whatever, FAG, if you want to go there.
The
Go
gay
do
men
it to someone else.
The gay men I have in my life are like the most uppity people in my life. And I would have it no other way.
They usually are. I'll say that. I'm very
My
uppity.
God.
I shouted at Karlyn, literally.
Within the
So
last
don't
week,
even.
not even like a long time ago, within
Right.
the last week.
I did not bow then. I do not bow now. I have not. So that is not true. I think it would be much more true that if I had any disagreement. Oh my gosh, my mom just set off a fire alarm.
Oh no, your house
It's
is
a
burning down.
synchronicity.
It's because you're bringing the fire. That's what's happening right now. You're bringing the fire and the fire
If
alarm
I-
goes off.
If I said anything to Keri, she would flip out and instantly hate my guts. Like if I disagreed with her whatsoever.
Keri has blocked all of my followers and supporters. The Queen from England has too. The Queen from England was so stupid about this whole thing. He blocked like every single person in my community from joining his community, and they were the ones that were in his community supporting him financially.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Please.
But I'm just saying, it's like, dude, fuck you for that. I hated it when he said that. I was like, and he is such a hypocritic bitch because I know he was bowing down to Keri. Which I'm like, I don't care. Bow down to whoever the hell you want. My mom just set off again. I don't know what. Maybe she's burning down the freaking apartment while I'm in here.
It's probably what's happening right now.
My mom's a fire sign too, so we're all bringing the fire up in here. She's an Aries, by the way.
Oh God, Deb's an Aries too, but Deb thinks she's more powerful than me. Deb, no. I am Aries and Leo, bitch. You are like Aries and Pisces or some such nonsense. Like, come on.
No, but I hated that he said that because I was like, that is so not true. And also too, like I said, it's like, don't even say that when you're bowing down to Keri.
Well,
Or
and
if you ever disagreed with her, it'd be a problem.
And here's the thing, they see this shit like part of the reason that I think that, especially like what the Queen from England is doing, it makes no godly sense because these people insult my supporters all the time. And it's like, do you guys not do math? Do you guys not realize that I literally have more supporters than all of you combined? Like, even with Keri's audience, and Keri has like what, like 30,000 followers on Twitter or something, and like, you know, I don't know, like maybe 10,000 on YouTube. Like, even with Keri's audience thrown in, I have more supporters than all of them combined. And it's like, you're going to insult these people and call them mindless drones and cult members and say they're bowing down to me? That makes no sense.
That's
Just
it.
even from a business perspective, it makes no sense at all. That means they're never going to support you.
Right, which I think that they don't want, I don't know. I don't know if they want, it's like they're caught in this tension of they want the clout, but then they don't want it. They don't want the success. They don't want the scrutiny. It's like Karlyn has a lot of scrutiny. Like if you look up Karlyn's name on YouTube,
don't ever do that. Don't. I never look up my name on YouTube. That's like a horrible idea. I never watch stuff about myself.
There's a lot. And she doesn't even have like 1 million or anything.
No.
Like they would be that times 10. You know, that's what it takes. You have to be strong to have a following or whatever. So if you don't want that, then that's fine. But just be satisfied with who you are and just get out of people's way.
Keri literally freaked out for 6 months over a meme that Kieran made about her. She freaked out for over 6 months over a fucking meme.
Doesn't have
it's like, dude.
She doesn't have the temperament to do this then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Edward X. Winston, thank you for the super chat. You both should read Nima Parvini's new book, The Populist Delusion. It explores the nature of political power, including the union of managerial elites in corporations, NGOs, and the government. Sounds like it could be an interesting book. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Edward X. Winston.
And it educates you. So if you say something, this is an example I use a lot because some people haven't heard this one, which is surprising because this one got pretty big for a while. But there was I saw somebody get piled on because they said
another super chat. Thank you guys for the super chats. Gypsy Witch Production says, my son X and I have been making fun of the woke long before they were called woke. When PC became a thing, we had a blast at their expense. The woke, SJW, and PC are the court jesters for my family.
Yes, I agree.
I was trying to find the movie PCU to watch last night and I couldn't find it anywhere and I was so upset. Someone needs to like upload that to YouTube or something.
I was trying to watch Tales from the Crypt, but I couldn't because I couldn't find it anywhere.
The show?
Yeah.
Oh, that show was so good. It was so good.
I was inspired because of your audiobook reader.
Oh, God.
But I couldn't find it. I couldn't find where it was streaming.
Man.
Elizabeth Warren is my spirit animal. Now, this is a social justice person saying this online, but their own community jumped on them. Spirit animal is racist now. Spirit animal is appropriating Native American culture, and you're not aware of your white privilege and using that phrase. And you need, and you know, then there's lots of genuflecting and apologizing. And I'm so sorry, I didn't intend that. I won't use that phrase anymore. And so now, what happens to that little sensor in your head? Now you've got another box to check off. Anytime you say something, make sure I don't say spirit animal. There's a whole list that you put it through this filter before you even utter a word.
And I think it affects people who wouldn't consider themselves social justice warriors or woke either, because when you see the reactivity of people who are and how they want to cancel you and they want to get you to lose your job and they want to, do all these things to you, that even if you think they're full of it and you don't agree with it, it's really hard to stand up for yourself. I mean, it's really hard to just say, I'm going to just say what I want to say and do what I want to do. You have to be independently employed or independently wealthy. You need to feel like really sure of yourself and sure of all your other relationships to take that kind of stand these days, even if you see it as what it is.
Yeah.
And so
Deb shouldn't be saying that to people.
Means of controlling, thought control.
Deb should not be telling people that, they're going to say I'm language policing. Deb should not be fucking telling people that you need to be independently wealthy. That's a lie. That is not true.
Yeah, you know what I will say I've noticed with Deb in this stream is she really is quick to put herself in a box. She's really quick to say, I can't do this, or I don't have this power, or I don't want this power. I don't think I should be able. It's like, well, then why are you fighting back? Like, you have to be with it like 100%, because these people will not stop. They will literally, if you have any success at all, they will come after you. It's like, you cannot be half-heartedly doing this. You need to dive into it if you're going to do it, especially if she is an Aries. Aries love to dive into stuff. She needs to stop with this.
And part of the reason I don't back down to their bullshit is partially because I want to present an image to people of someone who does not back down to bullshit. Because if I can do it, that means they can do it too. And so far as I'm concerned, they're just as woke as like anyone else. I really don't distinguish between them at all. And I think it's like anyone can stand up for this stuff. And I want people to see people standing up and fighting back and defending themselves and not bowing down to a mob at every single turn. Because I just don't think it makes sense. We need positive role models of people who are going and say, yeah, you know what? It is scary sometimes to stand up and speak your mind. But if you do it, you are not allowing the mob to have control over you. And that's really the most important thing.
And you don't always have to be the one to speak out, but you can still support in other ways. You can support people who do. You can do things covertly behind the scenes. There are still ways that you can fight back as well. Like, I think we should have it be open to any kind of person. Even if you are a super sweet and innocent type of person, you can still do something. Just find something that you can do, but don't spend all your time inhibiting people that are willing to fight, that are willing to speak up and willing to do something. It's a waste of your time. And quite frankly, I'll include myself in that. Ours as well. Don't get in my face. Don't get in Karlyn's face. You know what I'm saying? Don't. Stay in your lane and do what you need to do to fight this, but don't stop other people from fighting it.
I mean, this is exactly why I consider this whole chambermaid brigade to be woke, because for the past 2 days, they've been tweeting more about my audiobook getting sabotaged than they have anything about actually fighting back against the left. And they're celebrating it. They're literally celebrating that a book that is about fighting back against the woke ideology, the audiobook got sabotaged because it was read by a woke leftist by accident and came out horribly because of it. And it's like that. I'm sorry. Like, if you actually want to defeat the woke left, that's not actually something to celebrate. Like, there should be a moment. And again, like, I think that we're pretty fair to Deb and Keri, quite frankly, on this stream. We say when we think they make good points. And it's like, can't there be a moment where we're like, okay, there's a book coming out that's going to help people fight this. Maybe we don't like the person who wrote it. Maybe we don't like her tone. She's not like, can we at least just keep our mouth shut about it? Like, you don't have to run your mouth about every single thing. Because
I'll tell you what, I myself on my Instagram, I have tweeted more about, or I have posted more about Biden, his failing approval ratings. I have posted about Elon Musk buying Twitter. I have posted about so many other things other than your audiobook. And you know what I'm saying? Because the fight doesn't stop. You do it every day. And if you can't do that, then again, it's okay. It's like I said with Jack Murphy. It's like, if you are not a leader, stop trying to be a leader. Just follow the right person and just be happy with who you are. Not everybody is going to be a leader. Not everybody is going to be strong. Not everybody's going to be a fighter. It's just the way it is, period. And if you aren't, I have no judgment on you other than if you are fighting people that are fighting for you. That is stupid. Stop it.
Yep, exactly.
Behavior modification for everyone.
Yes.
And I think it's important too that you pointed out that they don't have friends, because I want parents to hear this. You know, when you look at your kids and their social interactions, I've had parents ask me all the time, like, well, what about socialization? I wouldn't want to pull my kid out of school because then they won't have any friends. And I'm like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but are you sure they have friends now?
Yeah.
Like, what's your definition of friend? See, all of our definitions have changed. You know, what a good person is, what virtue is, what character
Keri
is,
is so
what racism
sad.
So what friend
She's
is,
so
why wouldn't that change
sad.
too?
Yeah. And they
I
are
don't think
little,
it's a temperament
a lot of these
for
people, they're
this.
social
I don't.
influencers, and they're making sure your kid stays in line, and maybe your kid is making sure they stay in line.
And yeah, and maybe the socialization, maybe I don't want my kid to feel weird. Maybe they're feeling weird every single day, being in a situation where the sands are constantly shifting beneath them and they don't know like if it's okay to be. I mean, my eldest daughter experienced this. It wasn't okay to be straight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, her best friend was not, and aligned herself with the club, right? The GSA club and LGBTQ, blah, blah, blah. In fact, they took over the creative writing club. It was supposed to be a creative writing club. My daughter joined it.
Oh, wow.
And the GSA members basically came in and so dominated it and took it over that she was literally the only cis straight person there. And they were relentless, like relentlessly bullying her to the point where she left the club, even though she was there to do creative writing, because she just said, I can only be me. Like, I mean, this is who I am. But she was the one on the outs.
There's that pressure. So,
and that's sad. That shouldn't have happened.
Like, it's an ideology that says the best way to look at the world is as this competition for power between identity groups. And like Marxism, they divide these groups into oppressor or oppressed. And they also interchangeably will use the words.
Oh, I just got brought up in the chat.
Yep. And so within the ideology, if you're in a social system,
I'm being brought up in the chat. Everyone gets a free bingo square on Friday. I'm being brought up in the chat.
The knitting group woman I seen on a Peggy video.
Let's see. I knew Boroshenko, not spelled correctly, was in those forums. I thought Keri was too. Look, they cannot escape me. The knitting group woman I saw in a PragerU video. Look, Zacco, did you cheat on me with Deb?
Ego Brain did.
Ego Brain does. Ego Brain is a shameless slut with this sort of stuff, though. I have to say, Ego Brain is. No shade. Again, I'm not going to tell you who to watch or who to support. I don't really care. But yeah, Zacco crazy. Haha. I said, you betrayed me, Zacco. I don't know if I can ever forgive you. I'm just kidding. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't care.
That's so funny. What if he was like, yeah, Karlyn, that PragerU video was gross.
Be like, that bitch.
That would be really funny, actually.
I'm keeping my eye on the chat. Don't think I'm not paying attention just because I'm seeing if the Queen from England is tweeting about us.
Say your kid's school. Let's say they're all woke. So within that culture, it's better for you if you can check off more of the oppressed groups, more of the marginalized groups.
Right. The intersectional matrix.
Oh, he's having.
You get more
my
of a voice.
God.
Is he really going?
Oh my God. He is having so many fucking feelings right now. He is like, okay, some of you in the chat are responding to him. I'm not going to tell you not to do that. And now he's okay. Do not believe anything he says. He's taken everything out of context. He does this shit to me every single day. He's like responding to people with like private messages and stuff like that. And Kieran, if you hang on. Oh my God, he is Kieran. We're doing this shit again. Here we go. Kieran has said that he never wanted me to come to London, and that is bullshit.
That's
and I am going to prove emphatically that was bullshit. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. Point of personal fucking privilege.
Point of privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Okay.
Bylaws.
So Stingray right here is saying, weren't you the one who invited Karlyn to come to your country and then stood her up? Yes. That is the truth. The trip was not booked until Kieran told me Now, originally I was supposed to go with Joshua, and Joshua and I were going to go to London together and have a good time, like whatever. But then Joshua was hemming and hawing, and Kieran and I were planning a business, and I quite frankly wanted to make sure that we weren't going to kill each other if we started this business together. And so he told me he wanted me to come to London, and we were going to do business things. And now he's running around Twitter lying and saying he never wanted me to come. And in this tweet, he's saying, first, she mentioned coming to the UK for a yoga retreat. No, that is not true. I haven't done fucking yoga in years. Why would I come to the UK for a yoga retreat? Joshua doesn't even do yoga. I don't know where the fuck he's making this shit. I swear to God. Like, I don't know where he's a yoga retreat.
Are you kidding me, dude?
There is no like,
that's not even realistic.
I have not done yoga in like 10 fucking years. Why would I go to London for a yoga retreat?
I would have said, Karlyn was coming to the UK for a pub crawl or something, at least something more realistic.
Something more believable than a fucking yoga retreat. My God. And I said it'll make more sense to go MX instead so I could go to the US and then 10 days prior, but whatever. Anyway, so he's lying and saying he didn't want me to come. Let me show you guys this.
A yoga retreat?
A
really,
fucking
dude?
yoga retreat? Really, Karen? I mean, come on. If you're
In England, like that's the yoga capital of the world. That doesn't make any sense.
So for people who don't believe that Kieran wanted me to come to fucking London, then why do I have 2 full fucking pages of London fucking itinerary from Kieran that he planned the entire trip? Literally. He literally planned the entire fucking trip. Look, these are things that we were going to do together with directions from my hotel, where Kieran, by the way, was going to stay because I got a room where he had a whole fucking separate wing for himself, where he had his own bedroom and his own bathroom because he was planning on moving into my hotel room for an entire week so we could get more work done and he didn't have to travel back and forth between London and where he lived every single day. So bullshit, Kieran. You planned my entire fucking itinerary. Don't run around on Twitter saying I was coming for a yoga retreat. No, we were supposed to do work.
Retreat?
A fucking yoga retreat.
That is insane.
God.
Have you ever been on a yoga retreat?
I mean, a long time ago. When I actually legitimately used to do yoga, like, every day. And I've actually thought about getting back into yoga. But no, there is no reality in which I was going to London to go to a fucking yoga retreat. That is a lie.
For at least a locals exclusive, can you post like a yoga video?
No, I will not post a video of me doing yoga.
You have to.
No, I don't have to. I do what I want, Alex. Fucking yoga retreat. God, like, he makes shit up. This is what I don't understand.
That's so weird.
He invents these stories that have no basis in logical reality at all and then DMs them to people like they're true.
You've basically been gym phobic for a long time.
I really have. Like, how long? I haven't been to the gym in like 2 years. I still pay for Orange Theory every single month saying, I'm going to go back to Orange Theory and I don't want to lose my founder's rate.
You should. You should go back.
You think I'm going to a yoga retreat when I haven't worked out in years?
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to believe.
What the fuck is wrong with
I would think it would be like, I don't know, but I can't see going to England because I would think Karlyn's doing an ayahuasca thing, or she's going to Costa Rica or something. She's gonna do crystal work or something. I don't know. I would just say something else.
Exactly. Like, me going on an ayahuasca retreat is a totally believable thing. Me going on a fucking yoga retreat is not a believable thing.
England, though. I don't think you'd go there for that.
No.
Right.
I wouldn't go anywhere for a yoga retreat, much less England. If I'm going on a fucking yoga retreat, I'm going somewhere where the beach, where I can not do yoga and go to the beach and have a drink. Yes, I'm going somewhere tropical. God.
You're going to go somewhere cold. And
oh my God.
That doesn't make sense. I could see that for like pubs or something, or like you wanted to see historical stuff, or I don't know. Who knows, but
the purpose of going to London was we were supposed to start an experiential business that had to do with traveling art installations, and it was going to be really fucking cool, and I hope to do it again someday. But we had like plans to go to like all the museums and all the things in London to get inspiration and to see how they did it. That was the whole point. That was the point of the itinerary that he planned.
Which, I mean, you are leading a yoga class at Pork Fest, aren't you?
I'm not leading a yoga class at Pork
A nude
Fest.
one?
No.
No, but
God.
no, I think you should still do the business, Obvi. But
oh, I definitely want to. I just I'm in the process of divorcing him from this business in my head because we planned it together, and so it was like,
yeah, you could take a pause, take a year.
I've got other stuff going on, man. I've got a book coming out, apparently, allegedly.
You have the Crypt Keeper's narration.
Oh God, there's other stuff going on. The business will happen at some point. It's a really fucking good idea. It was a fire idea. Anyway, back to the stream. Sorry for that interlude.
Rob you of your voice and your agency. Why? They justify it because they say you're an oppressor. You have power. You're privileged. You have power. So human nature would say,
and anyone can go tweet at him that there's no way in this universe Karlyn would have gone to a yoga retreat
in England.
In fucking
you have
England,
more power,
the yoga capital of the world, I guess.
What a
these
liar!
Marginalized groups that you check off. Well, humans are going to start to check off. They're going to find ways to check off more marginalized groups. they're not comfortable yet with people saying, I've changed race, I'm trans race. That's going to happen one day. We're going to start to see more Rachel Dolezals eventually.
No doubt.
But they're not comfortable. They're not allowing that yet, but they are allowing any type of queer, LGBT, transgender. That's why you're seeing this explosion, because now what better way to say, hey, look, I may be a white man, but I am at the top of the oppressed hierarchy because I am trans and I am non-binary and I am queer and I am all these things. And that's also why you're seeing
I have 5 or 6 mental illnesses that I'm going to broadcast to the world now, because apparently that's okay too.
That's the other reason. So there's these never ending development of other categories that they can then say oppressed, oppressor. And they're coming up with more of these categories of identity, the group status. Because again, you want to have the oppressed group status. So now people are saying, hey, mental health justice. Those of us who have mental health problems, we're oppressed. Okay. I'm depressed and I have anxiety and I'm borderline and I'm not narcissistic. And they're listing these things. And kids, I found this thing online a couple of weeks ago, and some people thought it was a meme. It wasn't. It was real. It was from a 15-year-old's Tumblr, and she's in a whole community of other young woke people who are now talking about. It's evolved to the point where they're talking about narcissistic personality disorder as a marginalization. So I'm claiming that, and they have a flag for narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh my God.
They're calling it narco gender. And it's like, it's a person whose gender cannot be defined without the context of having NPD. And we are a special marginalized kind of gender because we also have this personality disorder. And that makes us extra high on that oppressed list, right? That's happening. And then there are kids in there. This is going to sound crazy if parents haven't been down the Tumblr rabbit hole, but there's kids in there now who are saying, hey, I've got DID, dissociative identity disorder. That's what they used to call multiple personality disorder. There's a
Which
whole
is exceedingly rare,
but they're all now saying, hey, I've got this too. I have multiple personalities. I'm a system. I have 5 different personalities. One is trans, one's a ghost, one's a fictive, which is what they call when one of their personalities is based on a fictional character. And you will refer to us as we and they. And now you're talking to this person. And
that's fucking crazy.
Silly, but these kids
that really is.
No, it doesn't sound silly. It sounds terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Actually. I mean, if you're a parent listening to this and you're thinking, that'll never happen to my child. I've interviewed parents on this show who had children they were absolutely certain would never, nothing could possibly, they were the most mainstream kids in the world. And then one day they came home and they all said they were trans. And that's just, at this point, sounds vanilla compared to what Keri's talking about.
You're just trans.
You're kind of like hoping just trans. Oh my God, thank you. At least you're not, victim. And
Right.
I don't mean to make light of this. This is very serious.
It is.
One of the things, getting back to the idea of sort of a cult, one of my locals members mentioned Gnosticism and said that this is kind of like a Gnostic sort of a faith, if you want to look at it that way, and that they have secret knowledge. That's, because that sort of character, like they have secret knowledge that you don't have. And so one of the appeals is not
no
just
knowledge is
hollow
secret.
space if I need meaning in my life, this gives me lazy virtue. I mean, like I can outsource my morality. I can
Except for
outsource,
what happens in the Zoom calls.
Except for what happens in the Zoom calls. That's true.
And redistribute my responsibility to being good, to just having a bunch of traits, which are like a costume I can put on.
Sam is having feelings in the chat. Sam, chat in your feelings.
And now what they're saying is, and I know things you don't know, so that you can't.
I've never seen Sam, but he's so expressive.
It's not just that you shouldn't challenge me or that will make you a bad person, but you effectively can't because you don't know what I know. I have special knowledge.
That's not what
it feels like they're moving in that direction where
I
they're
don't
getting
think
to this
she's correct.
mystical level
That's
with some
not
of this
correct.
stuff. And
Keri, that's not what Gnosticism is.
No,
Deb
I
did
don't think she's
just
right.
equate Gnosticism to woke. She did. That's not what Gnosticism is.
Yeah, she's wrong.
She's wrong.
Absolutely. Well, they also, I think every parent should know, if your kid
Sin is upset
speaking
about
woke
this.
now, everything that they're learning in this belief system,
Sin's having
words are
feelings.
just
She wants to
tools
hit them with a
for
newspaper,
manipulation, not
apparently.
So now they're getting things
for them.
totally
They
blatantly
look at them
wrong.
as tools for manipulation, and everything that they're being taught is used to help those who are in the cult shut down communication and shut down any criticism and any questions, any discussion at all. So it's like an orthodoxy. It's only
Sam
the
is
belief
having
system is
so
allowed.
many
And
feelings
look
right
at all
now.
the phrases that they have adopted. What you're talking about, where they say this sort of special knowledge, they call that lived experience. My truth.
Sam, I didn't know
Dang.
you knew
Lived experience,
Sam.
and they'll use that as examples, and people
The
probably heard.
spice.
You're having a conversation about race,
Ooh.
and you're not speaking the ideology or the some of the beliefs of the ideology about race.
Right.
Then if you're white, then they say, oh, well, you don't get to argue with lived experience of Black people. You don't get to speak on this. That's your white privilege. We have special knowledge. Now, if you point out, hey, this Black person over here doesn't agree with you either,
Right.
They have lived experience that doesn't agree with yours, and they're like, well, they're a tool of yours. They're a tool of white
Oh my
supremacy.
God.
They're being used. They take the agency from that black person and say that's not their opinion. They've just adopted that from you're using them. All black people agree with us. Well, not that one or that one or that one, but all the other
good ones.
Yeah,
All the
that's
real
true, but
ones.
none of this is new information.
All the ones worth
Right.
talking to and that we aren't going to
No,
block and
I don't
and
know why they're
stonewall
talking
and
about
get
it in
interfere with and all that.
2022.
And it,
Hang
you
on,
know,
hang on. What'd you just say? Sorry.
I don't know why they're talking about this in 2022. This is like 2019
Yeah,
levels.
exactly. It's
It's
just like
old.
we know all of this. I wanted to hear about Keri's childhood. I wanted to learn more about how I
Right.
was Keri's abusive mother. I thought that was the topic of this stream.
This is like even 2018. This is like when Brandon Strock first came out. Like that's this
Yeah.
type of stuff. This
It-
is even older. The right was talking about this in 2016.
And I mean,
Mm.
listen, like there are generally people who need to know this stuff. Like in my book, I break down
Right.
this stuff like very simply because there are people who don't understand this that need to understand this. But
Right.
like for who Deb and Keri are and who their audience has
It's
heard this
known.
8,000 times on every single
Yeah.
show about this topic ever.
That's true.
So it's
I
like, I mean,
mean-
maybe they want to hear it again because they just love them so much that they just can't get enough of them saying the same thing over and
Well,
over and over again. But
I'm going to have a point of personal privilege and I'm going to sound narcissistic,
do it.
but I like that we talk about 2022 stuff like coalitions coming together, strategizing
Mhm.
elections, doing this type of stuff, corporate fascism, whatever. We're talking about stuff that's a newer discourse, which they need to get, they need to be having some new thoughts on these topics.
Mhm.
Everybody's heard this a lot, like you said.
Yeah. And that's not to say I don't think there's any value in saying it. It's just like, dude, can we just like, again, I wanted to know, I legitimately want to understand the experience of growing up woke. I think that is a valuable thing to understand.
Yeah,
And it just doesn't
that
seem
would've
like
been
we're
good.
getting any of this in this conversation. Maybe they'll get into it though. They still have an hour and 10 minutes left.
I know, but they should have just gotten into it in the first place.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's cross our fingers. Hopefully it'll come soon.
I think the frustrating thing for a lot of parents is that it's so transparently wrong, right? Like incorrect in terms of how the world really works. It's so transparently oppressive, like the opposite of what it says it's going to be. It is. And yet they have done such a phenomenal job of constructing this cult, this ideology, whatever, that breaking in is really, really hard.
Yeah.
Now you've made one suggestion as far as the Jordan Peterson video. What other kinds of things can you think of, if anything, that parents can do to try to sort of break the spell or get through to their kids? I mean, obviously, I would never advocate that somebody say, don't be this way, because that's never going to work.
Right.
But it feels to me like they're under a spell. And when you described what happened to you, it was like something got through a crack, like something kind of broke the spell, put you back inside yourself, and made you more protective of your own perception of things.
Keri looks
than
so
of your membership in this
miserable.
Yes.
group.
That's a great way.
She
of putting it.
does.
She
In my
really
case, it was emotional,
does.
She's
and
not really selling the not
I-
SJW thing.
So I started looking up in
Because-
2016 during.
Hang
It's
on, I'll
not-
pause. Hang on.
And
Okay.
Sorry.
I believed
Hang on. Okay.
a lot of things.
Go ahead.
It's not that you get red pilled and then you're just sullen. You're like,
No. It's a freeing experience when you get red
No,
pill. You're like,
yeah,
you're like, holy shit, I'm not insane.
you're not woke and you're like, hey bitch, I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, woo, it's supposed to be like some confetti comes out as you're getting canceled. The
Mhm.
confetti shoots up and then it burns BLM style on the way down. But you're supposed to be like having fun, even though, it's rough to be canceled, but you usually have a bunch of new friends and it's like,
Mhm.
whoa, ah. It's not like,
Yeah. It's not a sad occasion. Like you're free. You can say whatever you want. Like, I mean, it's just like,
yeah.
I don't
not a
understand it at
funeral.
all.
It's like you got fired from your job and then you, or you
And then
get a nasty divorce, but then you have a cake after.
Yeah, or like you have an affair with the cabana boy, or like you go get a better job when you're
Right.
making more money. Like, I mean, every bad thing can lead to good things,
Right. I mean, you do something, again, it's like you go out with drinks with your coworkers and you all talk shit about the job afterwards that you got fired from. It's like,
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's not like, I'm so sad.
Sad and solemn.
No.
All right.
things that about Trump that I no longer believe. Not that I think he's the great. I still think he's a narcissist, but I believe that he was back then a lot of the lies about, you know.
I
he's
actually
a
do think Trump is a
demagogue and
narcissist. I do.
He's out to.
I
He's
don't
know
he's
if he
racist and
is.
he's sexist. And
Like,
he's
okay, so
homophobic,
here's
and
why
he's
I
gonna
think.
put
Hang
people in
on.
camps. And
I think
he's
he
a
has
real,
traits.
you know.
Here's why I think Trump is a narcissist, because and I don't necessarily say this is a bad thing. I do think he has issues with the relationship he has with his mother, which is one of the things that generally leads to
Okay.
narcissism in the first place. But like Trump, when he was running for president, like in like 2015, 2014, whenever he went down the escalator, he was able to literally block out every negative thing that was said about him
That's true.
ever. He was able to adjust his worldview to where he was the center of the universe, and he was absolutely going to win that election. And that was all he saw. And that is a very narcissistic thing, to see yourself as the center of the universe, that you will always be successful no matter what. He's also very into image. He will attack anyone that attacks his image. And so I actually think that it is Trump's
Absolutely.
narcissism that led him to manifest being elected president in the first place, because that was a miracle. Let's be honest. No one else could have pulled that off, and Donald Trump did.
I think that I don't think he's necessarily a narcissist. I think that he has some issues with women for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that he, you know, is a cheater and stuff like that. Like,
Oh,
he's not
yeah,
like,
totally. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
he's not like this perfect person, but no, a lot of those people aren't. Like, not even Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't perfect. You know what I mean?
None of them are perfect. None of
No.
them. All
So-
idols have clay feet.
Yes, and usually people that are willing to challenge the sort of norms of a society, there's usually a couple screws loose in certain areas of their lives. So I definitely see that. But it's like, can we be honest? Are any of the Democrats perfect, Karlyn?
No, they're all even worse than the Republicans.
That's what I'm saying.
They're even worse.
They're even worse. So it's like, let's keep it real. Like, I don't mind people criticizing Trump. I don't mind that, but I do mind when they're like, Trump is so horrible, but Biden is amazing. It's like, are you shitting me, dude? Are you shitting me?
No, that is egregious and fanciful.
Right.
They compared him to a famous fascist dictator, and I believed a lot of that, and I also believed the media plays a big part in this now, because the media is I think they've always been engaged in propaganda, but now they've adopted woke as part of their propaganda as well. And I believed that Trump
Kieran is now admitting that I was not there to go on a yoga retreat.
No shit, really?
No shit, Kieran.
Wow. Revelations, man.
Perhaps it was not yoga, but in fact it was a retreat. No, there was no retreat, Kieran. There was a brief moment where I thought about going to a Joe Dispenza retreat, but that is not the same thing. And I don't even think it was in London. I think it was in Cancun. I was going to London to hang out with Joshua, and then you told me you wanted me to come to London. You were such a fucking liar. All right, hang on. Let's keep. I'm going to stop working out my feelings on this situation. I
were the
swear.
violent ones. That was just
Right.
kind of even though I hadn't seen anything, that's just one of these beliefs that gets pushed, and you start to adopt these opinions that you don't realize are not your own. They're just the opinions of your group. And what happened was I went down a rabbit hole on YouTube of videos of people on my side. Good
He's
people,
absolutely
leftists,
watching this stream
attacking
right now,
Trump
by the
voters.
way.
I had never seen those videos before.
He's
this was at a time,
100% watching
2016,
this.
It was before YouTube had really clamped down
I wouldn't be
on
surprised.
the
if
algorithm,
most
and
of
so
them
you used
were.
to get recommended, well, if you watch that video, then watch this one, and now they've
Hey, Lime Lady, ask Kieran, or tell Kieran the reason that he wrote the itinerary that assumed his absence is because he has chronic fatigue syndrome, and there was actually a really good chance that he wasn't going to be able to do some of the things because he has chronic fatigue syndrome, and sometimes that takes him out for days at a time, and that's why he wrote it, assuming his absence. But the fact of the matter is that he still planned my entire fucking trip to London. Why did he do that if he didn't want me to come to London? I'm just saying.
Well, you guys planned on meeting. Why is
He
that
planned
such
on
a big
staying
thing?
in my hotel room.
Right. Why is that such a big deal? I don't get
It's
it.
not. It's not. In normal person, this is not a big deal. I have shared hotel rooms with people millions of times. He had a whole fucking wing to himself in this hotel room. It was we had literally the biggest fucking room in this hotel, paid for by me. because he wanted to have his own area, which is fine. Like, whatever, I totally get it. But like I'm sharing a hotel room next month in Reno that is significant with someone else that is significantly smaller than this hotel room, and he wants to make this a big fucking deal. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. To me, it's so weird. It's like, what is the big deal? You know, it's like
not a big deal.
You guys had some kind of dynamic. You were close. You cared about each other. Then it's over. Okay, we get it. Nobody really even judged when this happened.
No.
It was like, okay, well, it didn't work out, or you guys had an issue. It happens. So just...
And it's like, I just don't understand why he can't let it go. Like, he's saying this is like months after the fact. I'm like, dude,
right.
Just move on. Like, if you have a falling out with someone, you move on with life. You don't continue to talk about that person and follow a stalker account and talk to that stalker account as though that is that person. Like, he needs to move on.
And it's okay. Like, I don't know. It's, you know, nobody is for everybody. And that's okay. Like, it's not a big deal to fall out with somebody. Like, even if he hated you for it, whatever. I wouldn't even judge that. You know what I mean? But it's like, I don't know.
Oh, can someone please report the tweet where he tweeted my fucking email address? He just tweeted my fucking email address. He literally just fucking tweeted my email address. Me. Hang on. God damn. Kieran, you are not allowed to tweet people's email addresses. You just fucking doxed me again. Doxed Joshua last week, now doxing me with my fucking email address. God damn it.
I have a hole on my shirt. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's, my thing is like, if he wants to talk to you, you've offered it. If he doesn't want to, then fine.
Exactly.
Just leave it. I don't know. It's like, let it go. It's been almost 6 months. It's been a long time.
Exactly.
It's getting unhinged beyond.
It is incredibly unhinged. Incredibly unhinged. God damn it. All right, hang on. I'm going to start this while I report him for tweeting my fucking email address.
Now. But back then it was a lot of user uploaded videos, and I was just watching scene after scene of these people coming out of Trump rallies and being assaulted. And one girl who a mob had pushed her up against a door and was throwing eggs at her. Another one, these guys were coming out of the Trump rally and they got chased and hit with a brick. This guy was bleeding. It was like watching this and being so assaulted with something that was the exact opposite of what I was being told by the media really shook my foundations of faith. But it didn't change me overnight. I just didn't know how to process that. And it left me in tears. I watched a lot of these, and I really thought at first, as I started thinking about things over the next few months, it was like, if I can figure out how to articulate this the right way to my tribe, I can help them see what I've seen. This is wrong. Let me figure out how to best explain this. This is violence. This is not right. This is not liberalism. And in trying to do that, I was pushed further out. It was, I didn't realize yet at that point that I was in a cult. It was like, well, these people are all good intentioned. They all have good intentions too, Right. And if they just watch this, I was like, look at these videos. And what I would get in the comments was, that's cherry picked and that's a misrepresentation. And this is the true reality is this, da, 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 da. And it was this real resistance to hear what I was saying. And so let me get back up. So in answer to your question, there's a great book. I would highly recommend. This book helped me understand a lot. It's Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind. And he's asking in that book, how is it that good people can
he
be so
is like the
by
ex from hell, but we were never in a relationship.
They're the moral ones.
It's true.
And I like it because he's trying to help us try to understand the psychology behind how this happens and how we can have such different views, but be
all
fully
the
convinced
fucking
that we're on the side of
bullshit
good
of an ex and none of the sex. God
in that
damn
book,
it.
one of the things he talks about is
not
how we tend to make
not to be quite
decisions
frank,
with our emotional
not
mind.
to be quite frank, that I think the sex would have been all that great anyway, because he has the most asexual energy of anyone I have ever met in my fucking life. If I didn't I honestly okay, I'm not going to say I'm not going to be as mean as he is and say what I want to say. That's all.
Are you sure? No, I'm just kidding.
If I didn't know that he allegedly had a girlfriend at one time, I would seriously assume he was still a virgin. That's how asexual his energy is. There is nothing about it at all. Like, honestly.
Well, even if, whatever. But to me, it's just, I don't know. Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Stop obsessing. Move on with your life. Go create another fake girlfriend. Do whatever the fuck you need to do, dude. But like, work it out. Jesus Christ.
Or just find someone else.
Tweeting my fucking email address. I swear to God.
And social justice people, especially, I think there's a large percentage of people in social justice who are emotionally minded. And so it wasn't, nobody gave me a list of facts and nothing like that. It wasn't my rational mind. It was my emotional mind being touched by what I was seeing. And that opened my mind up a little. So then I started
really
receiving information. I couldn't receive information before that. If you had said,
I can't
read this article about
what was that?
She really does repeat herself. Like if you've seen one Keri interview, you've seen them all. Because she's said all this like at least 500,000 times.
She really has. And it's like, I mean, I get it. Like sometimes you have to repeat things over and over and over again, but man, it's like, it must get exhausting.
She doesn't need to repeat the whole interview every time though. Like she's not adding anything different. I thought, like you said, she was going to talk about growing up.
I agree. Maybe we'll get there. Who knows?
It doesn't
let's take an issue. So the left will
Still
say
an hour.
People on the right are evil because they don't want us to raise the minimum wage, and they don't care about people because why wouldn't you want us to raise the minimum wage and pay people more?
The Queen from England right now is offering to Zoom with random people on the internet to show them our private communication. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Why is it so important to him that other people see it that way?
Why
what does it matter?
Karen, I think that this is an excellent question. Why are you offering to Zoom with people you don't know on the internet, asking them to show them private communications, some of which you fucking doctored, and don't think I don't know that? Why are you offering to Zoom with random people on Twitter to review our private communications, Kieran? Who really cares? No one cares about our relationship except for you because you are still obsessed with me. My God.
That's very true. I will say that. Nobody cares about your guys' relationship.
No one cares.
No one cares. Literally no one. So I don't, it literally doesn't matter. So why does it matter so much to you for other people to see something the way you do? Why do you care?
Yeah. Like, even he doesn't know Lime Lady. He doesn't know, like, I know who Lime Lady is, but he doesn't know Lime Lady. Like, why is he offering to Zoom with a random person to walk through private communications? Like,
on what? Like, what does he think is going to happen?
I don't know.
Like, oh, Lime Lady's going to talk to him and she's going to be like, oh, I guess I shouldn't support Karlyn then because of whatever. What? It just doesn't make any sense.
Because of what, Karen? Because we had a falling out because you were a dick? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish?
Falling out. I don't know. It happens. I don't. It's not a big deal. Like, is this the first time he's ever fallen out with someone?
Apparently. I don't know. Like, yeah, even Kieran, even the person you're propositioning right now thinks this is creepy. This is creepy. It is creepy. Like, I have offered to talk to you on multiple occasions to resolve this shit in private, and you're running around offering to have communications on Zoom with people who have nothing to do with this at all 6 fucking months after it happened.
It's beyond unhinged. It is so crazy. It's to the level of Keri writing an essay like that. It is another level. And I don't know if he realizes that. Like, you know, take a look outside of Twitter for a second. Look at what you're doing. Like, look at yourself through a non-Twitter eye. Like, this is crazy. It is obsessive. Crazy. It's almost like trying to do revenge porn type of stuff.
No, this is the same thing as fucking revenge porn.
It's not okay. You're trying to blackmail. You're trying to, and I don't even know. I don't even think it matters that much.
It doesn't matter at all.
Nobody cares.
This is the thing. There is like, he has nothing that is that scandalous. Like, there was nothing that happened between us that was that fucking scandalous. We got in a fight. I said some things in a tone. And the most ironic part is that Kieran likes to accuse me of trying to blackmail him all the time, mostly because I threatened him if he didn't get his ass to London. And I was trying to make it very, very fucking clear that he needed to like actually follow through on the business relationship. And he didn't want to do it. So I threatened him. I said, if you do this, I'm going to make sure that everyone knows that you are not someone to be trusted at all, because he cost me thousands of dollars on that trip to London, which was supposed to be about our business. And it's
And
like,
that's the
he
thing,
keeps
too.
bringing it up over and over again. I'm like, dude, you're the one who fucking bailed.
And that's the thing as well. Sometimes when you try to have a business with friends or whoever, it goes belly up. It's totally understandable. You tell me that, Karlyn, and I think, it just didn't work. And you fought about the business probably more than anything. And that created a big rift. And there you go. Then it's over. Okay, we get it. It's not a mystery. It's not super uninteresting, but it's not Jack Murphy level of intrigue. It just isn't. It doesn't matter.
Like, Karen, my own husband doesn't care about this anymore. Why do you think that random
Anybody else would
he never did? It's like, why do you think random people on the internet care when like you can't, like, I mean, my God.
It's insane. And it is creepy. I agree with Lime Lady. It is creepy. It's weird. Like, I don't know. It's like you're trying to, to me, it looks like you're trying to legitimize lies. That's what it looks like. Period.
Just move on. See, this Twitter fight right now is actually more interesting than the stream we're watching. At least this is new information.
Well, because it's new. I mean, they need to stop repeating the same talking points from 2016. It's a whole new campaign. It's the 2022 midterms. It's time to move on. Girls, come on.
Oh my God. All right, let's go back.
We've had 2 election cycles since.
I mean, for real.
Yeah,
like, say something new and interesting. Like, my God, at least like, do I come across do I say the same? I mean, I know I repeat myself often, but like,
you repeat yourself a lot, but it usually shifts after about 2 weeks. Because then there's like the next moment, the next thing. You do move on. This has been going on for 7 years. We're getting, like 6 years. It's like, okay, well, so you do repeat, but it changes every couple weeks.
I mean, I feel like there's like a balance between like, you need to repeat yourself because like not everyone like some of you guys watch every single stream I do, and God bless you when you do, but like not everyone watches every stream. And so I'm mindful of the fact that not everyone watches every stream, and sometimes you need to repeat yourself, but also it's like you have to grow with your perspective and you have to shift with what's going on. And it just seems like Keri and Deb have been like you said, talking about the same thing for years.
Yeah, it's time to refresh it. So what? Ask the question, so what? What now? Which I like that we do.
Yeah. That's why we watch woke training, so we can see exactly what's going on like now, not 4 years ago. Well, sometimes we watch stuff that's old, because that's because it's funny.
Right.
Like that Democratic Socialist Convention. That was pretty great.
And if you had sent me an article making the case that, well, hey, people on the right don't want us to raise the minimum wage because they care about people too. And they think raising the minimum wage is going to put people out of work and cause layoffs and cause people to cut their staffs. And it's going to have a negative impact on people. That's why they don't support
Lime Lady, tell him we're talking about how creepy he's behaving on the stream. And it's unhinged.
Right, exactly.
Or wherever it came from. It's like, no. They have.
But if somebody sent you a video showing like a single mom who just got fired because hiking the minimum wage meant that her boss could only afford,
there you go, Deb,
could only afford like 2 employees and she was the last one hired, and the others had other issues, and then you had the employer crying and saying, I wish I could continue to employ this person, but the law says I have to pay this and I just can't afford it, and it's my family business and I'm supporting my own 3 kids. And like, if you had seen that scenario, you'd be like, whoa.
Conservatives, I will say this as a liberal who's been observing conservatives up close now for a couple years. They're not good at storytelling. No, horrible. They don't know how to personalize things as well as liberals know how to tell a story and personalize it. And there's another great book.
That is extraordinarily true. Conservatives suck at storytelling and they suck at packaging ideas. Like the fact that the Democrats came with the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, that was fucking marketing genius. And conservatives do not know how to fight that. Alex
I
is
say
like,
don't stay straight. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I can agree, and I feel like it's changing now. It barely changing. It's like changing 2021. Like it's burgeoning beneath, because I've seen myself, for example, and then there is another channel. Her name is Starsan, I think, and she's conservative, and she actually has the leftist hair and everything too. So she's kind of. You haven't heard of her?
No, I don't know. I don't watch YouTube, so I don't know anyone.
Okay, I'll tweet you some of her stuff. But she's been pretty solid. She, like, for example, she defended Dave Rubin from
good.
from the mob. So, but she is very conservative, so it's kind of cool. Like, I'm seeing that more. So it is happening. I just worry that conservatives take too long, myself included. Like, we can take too long to do these types of things, because we don't have like 5 years. We have to do it like today, like right now. So it's like, I'm trying. I know there are others that are trying, but like someone like Ben Shapiro, he's very cold and very just intellectual and blah, 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 blah. Like that's not going to be relatable to everybody. So there does need to be more of a storytelling type of side. So, but I do see it, but it's barely beginning, like I will say. So
I can't. George Veloso Nunez says, I'm loving Sassy Saturdays. I can be late to it and watch an hour, teach a class, and come back, and we're still going. We will
love it. You all love it.
For 18 hours today. Oh my God.
Oh my God. So
oh gosh. Love Your Enemies. And I'm blanking on the guy who wrote it, but author. Anyway, in the book, he talks about how
that's biblical.
When he was working for a nonprofit, he had to raise a lot of money for fundraising. And if he were to go out and just say, here are the stats on homelessness, poverty, hunger, here are the stats on hunger in this African country, we appreciate your donation. He's like, no, stats, cold, hard stats, they don't touch a person's heart. That's why you see the stories where they're like, this is, this is a Jama or whoever. His is a story. He doesn't have food to eat, and they personalize it. And I'd say that's something that conservatives could stand to do.
That's why we see the little puppies in the cage for the animal stuff. Oh my God, I don't care who you are. Like you're gonna be touched by that. So
yes, Keri, and we wanted your story.
It's a lesson that people
need.
Yes,
Keri, we want your story.
The left is really good at it. Always has been. And the tragedy of it is that I don't actually believe that the people behind the messaging, in other words, the corporate one, the ones that are doing the corporate messaging behind woke ideas and university messaging, but I actually don't believe they are truly caring, empathetic people. Mm-hmm. I don't. I think they are quite ruthless and, single-minded and focused, and their focus is power. And I think that what they know how to do is manipulate the mass of well-meaning people to do their bidding. Mm-hmm. And I mean, history teaches us that, whether it's Mao or Pol Pot or Stalin or Hitler, these people didn't care. They might have said they cared, but they leveraged the caring and the concern and the fears and the hopes. And it's
Karlyn is basically Hitler.
And that's why I said it's like being in a verbally abusive relationship. That same person who would try to deny you agency and say you are this person
that Hitler went to heaven.
And I'm basically I'm going to be the one bold enough and ballsy enough to do it. That same person doesn't care about you. They'll say they do. They'll say, I'm just trying to help you be a better person.
Yeah.
Happens in relationships all the time. I'm just trying to, you're just falling apart at the seams. You need me to tell you these things, because if I didn't tell you these things, you would be a basket case.
That doesn't happen in my relationships, Deb. What are you telling us about your relationship?
What'd she say?
She said that happens in relationships all the time. They tell you how to be a better person and you need to do these things. Otherwise you're a basket case.
Well, I'll tell you, Karlyn. No, I'll be like, you're going to be a basket case. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, we're seeing some basket cases on Twitter.
We're seeing a very specific basket case in the UK.
Twitter normalized putting your mental illness on blast for the whole world to see.
Oh God. Twitter makes people insane. I firmly believe it. You will never convince me otherwise. Twitter makes people insane. Don't take Twitter seriously, kids. You're going to end up like the Queen from England tweeting dirty laundry and all the personal details of a private relationship with someone that it doesn't even matter anymore and no one even fucking cares about.
It's cold tea. It's cold.
He has not. The problem with this is he's now run out of ammunition against me, so he's just rehashing the same thing. I still have a whole fucking boatload of ammunition if he wants to really push this. But I don't even care.
It is
Like,
cold.
it's so stupid. I just want to move on with life. Karen,
Yeah.
I am doing new things. Go do new things.
It's a cold case.
My
Don't
God.
make me into Lily Rush.
No one cares. No one cares how much you are obviously in love with me, Kieran. No one cares.
Pretty soon.
God for you that you have
Yeah.
me.
Wait,
They're
what
going
was
to make
that?
a show. Pretty soon. It's going to be such a cold case that we could make a show like Cold Case about it, and we could play the music of the time.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Like,
it's old.
it really is.
It is.
Really, fucking making fucking t-shirts about me. I swear to God.
No.
Who does that? Have you ever had it like anyone significant in your life make a fucking t-shirt with your face on it?
No, I mean, I've had hella hate.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like real haters. Like people have fucking hated my guts.
I used to
But
be.
that has never happened.
I was engaged to someone like years before I met Victor, and we were in like a real life fucking relationship, and we had a horrible breakup, like
Ugh.
really, really awful. And he is not as obsessed. He was never as obsessed with me as the
Yeah.
fucking Queen from England is.
Crazy.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah. That's I mean, look at
Relationship abuse 101.
look at the people who are at. So as we said, there's not one single charismatic leader.
That was
of
Deb's
social
husband.
justice,
She was
but there's
talking about
several, what my
ex-husband.
friend
Sorry.
Gracie West calls the high priests and priestesses of the movement.
Yeah.
And Robin DiAngelo is a great example. This is a woman who makes bank off of pushing this belief system.
Yeah.
And
Even Robin
convincing
DiAngelo is old now.
mostly
She
I would say,
is.
other white women.
It's old.
Robin
that this
DiAngelo
is-
hasn't
that
even
this
been
is the
in
way
the
to be a
space for
good
like a
person in the
year.
world,
No one
is
even
to
talks about her anymore.
Divide and judge people and treat people differently on the basis of race, that somehow that's the way to end racism. And she preys off of the good intentions of others. She's a total con artist.
Yep.
You see the snake oil salesmen, they're the ones that rise to the top. They're Brett Weinstein. There's another good video I would recommend. Brett Weinstein did a video called How the Magic Trick is Done. This is a few years old now. This is back when he was going through the social justice mobbing at Evergreen College. And, you know, he's someone who's progressive, had spent his life in anti-racist movement. And suddenly he was being called this racist right-winger, and because he didn't
It's
agree
so
with
ridiculous.
treating people differently on the basis of race. It's like, wait a minute, that's racist. So in this video, How the Magic Trick is Done, he talks about, it's been a while since I've seen it, but he sort of divides the people who are in this ideology into two groups, the bad actors and the useful tools. The bad actors do not have good intent. They are using this belief system the same way any con artist uses any belief system. They're using it for money, power, the ability to hurt others, to gain things for themselves, riches, worldly success, what have you. And then the useful tools, people like, I was a useful tool. I was manipulated by this belief system. I'm not giving up my responsibility here, by the way. Sometimes I'll hear people be like, oh, do you need to talk about how you were brainwashed and you're not taking I'm taking full responsibility for what I did. I'm trying to help others, I guess, understand.
Yeah, Keri
how
made a
people
good
fall
video
into it and how they're not all
recommendation.
the
We'll
same.
give you
There
points
are
for that,
people in it
Keri.
who
Good video
sincerely believe in
recommendation.
it, like I
Old
did.
video
And
recommendation,
we go out
but good video
and we would try
recommendation.
to help it make sense, like help make sense of a belief system that has so many internal contradictions. We were very useful in spreading these new definitions of words. And well, no, that's not racist, because racism doesn't actually mean what you think it means. It means this, and it's impossible to be racist towards white people. So there you go. Like,
Just redefine the word, and then you can apply it however
Yeah.
you want. And I am seeing a lot of these, what I would call them bad actors in the education world, in that they're making a tremendous amount of money. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars, not millions of dollars, billions of dollars, pushing things into school districts in the name of social justice. And while it may seem watered down in the sense that they don't put into the curriculum materials the same invective and harsh rhetoric that you were hearing as a person on the receiving end of it interpersonally, it's the same ideology. It's the same, you young child, and this was probably done to you in college, you are responsible to fix the planet. You're responsible to fix society. You're responsible to fix other people, which again is another thing that, you know, back in my day, we were told that's actually child abuse. Telling a child they're
Yeah, that's
responsible,
bad.
telling any human that they're responsible to fix other people is the exact
That's not child abuse. I'm sorry. That's not child abuse. Like,
think it is a little bit.
well, I mean, like if you're, I don't think it is though. It's like, I mean, the reality is that the next generation is going to inherit the earth. They're going to have to do something with it. Now, if someone is in their face every day saying it's your job to fix every bad person in the world, and if you don't fix every bad person in the world, you are a horrible person. But I don't think that's what's happening.
I think it's abusive to tell a child, like to put too much responsibility on a child. It's kind of like if a mother has the child parent her, like that would be abusive. It's similar to that, but it's not the same, but it's in that same vein. Like if you're telling kids they have to save the whole world, it's like they're kids, they need to just grow up.
The way I would agree with you on this is when it comes to like especially like elementary and middle schools training children to be activists and doing specific work
Right.
around activism, then I would absolutely agree with you. Now, I'm not going to say it's child abuse. I think we need to be careful about throwing around the label of child abuse too easily. And that's not
Okay.
to say I don't think that the schools are abusing children. I absolutely think the schools are abusing
Yeah,
children.
me
But I
too.
think that some things are just worse than others. They're just levels. But
Exact opposite of A, something
Okay.
that's true and possible, and B, it's abusive, it's boundary violating.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that to somebody who looks up to you as a person in a position of authority or power over them, and yet that's exactly what we're doing. And so I can't find the good in that. I don't think there's any good intention in a program, for example, like transformative SEL, that seeks to teach children that they have a responsibility to the collective.
Correct.
Just can't see that.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember who it was I heard talking about this. It might have been Jonathan Haidt. I heard him speak once.
I think Deb is
And
very hard line.
Yes, he was talking about there's
Like
two different
very
ways to
hard
look at
line.
the university system. But I guess you could talk about all of education now. I guess because this is in K through 12
I
now.
agree.
Is the goal
Mhm.
to teach
It's a
kids
little
how
too
to think?
much.
A little
Or
too
is it to
much.
teach them what to
It's
think?
not good.
And he's like, you can look at it.
I'm going to
think he
speed
was
this up a
comparing
little
the
bit more to
way
see if it makes a
John
difference.
Locke would look at
Okay.
it. If I'm getting that right, it's been a while.
We'll
since
go
I started
to
this, versus Marx.
1.5.
And so one way
Natural
of
law versus
right, and one way of looking at it is you're teaching people how to think.
Yep.
And the other way of looking at it is no, you're teaching them how to be an activist, what to
Yep.
think and how to go out and enact change.
That
The
okay?
Marxist view is like the purpose of universities to
Yeah.
turn
I'm
you into
okay.
useful foot soldiers.
They're
The
just
social justice view
repeating
is the
everything.
purpose of universities to shape you
Yeah.
into an activist or
It's like a
go out and change the world.
2016
And that's
campaign
exactly the way I
ad.
went to college. And that was over 20 years ago. It's worse now. But all of my cohorts, the people who came up at the time I did in similar schools, like we went into careers where we took the ideology with us. That was our mission. It was take this and enact change in the world. And that's why you
Yeah.
see all of, the seeds were planted then, and you see all of this now becoming culturally dominant because there were so many people like me took it into their fields, into entertainment, into media, journalism, politics, tech. You've got Google is overcome by this ideology because people.
Yeah,
are
we
learning at
saw
school,
it.
We
reading
may
it.
never
But
learn
we
about
first saw it
Keri's
with that
woke
guy, and his
childhood.
name escapes me, but the one who wrote
James
that memo.
Damore.
It's the biggest
true.
tragedy of this
And I
entire
remember at
stream.
the time thinking it was
All
bold
we
of him
wanted
to do.
was to learn about how I was
it was
Keri's
kind of like,
abusive mother.
wow, this guy has guts.
That's all we
but
wanted.
looking back on it now, and I think that was really the first, that's like one of the first events we can sort of pinpoint and say this was the beginning of the visible takeover of this in the corporate world.
Yes.
Because the reaction to him was so outsized to reality.
Yes.
That it was like bizarre.
We saw a lot of those canaries in the coal mine. He was one in tech. Brett Weinstein was one. The university level.
Yep, evergreen. Yep, for sure.
There have been so many of those. Where
No,
this is what
wrong,
happens. Is what's coming.
wrong.
Yeah,
wrong,
this doesn't
wrong,
sound right.
Wrong. This was happening in the corporate world as early as 2007.
Yeah.
Possibly even earlier, but it was definitely happening around the late 2000s that this started because, and the reason I know this is the white supremacy culture document that is still referred to today was started to be used in the corporate world around 2007, 2008, something like that. So no, this is wrong. This did not start with Brett Weinstein at Evergreen.
No, I mean, they're talking about when Trump went into office. It definitely
No.
kicked it up a notch, but it
Yeah.
was just because they were threatened. They had already been marching this out for, like you said, at least since then, probably even before, to be honest, probably
Yeah.
since the 90s.
Yeah.
When I first started talking about this stuff, so my process of leaving was pretty long. It's not like an overnight thing. And I would say about 2 years, 2016, 2017 is when I was grappling with what do I really believe and trying to understand my ideology better. And I had a lot of fear about leaving. Once I decided, no, I know what I think now, and this is wrong. And this belief system that I've been invested in for so long is the exact opposite of what I thought it was. It's like a betrayal.
Yeah.
You're finding out that it's like finding out a person that you let close to you for so long is not who they said they were. It's like there's all these emotions that you're going through.
And I can't imagine. Well, actually, I can't imagine because it's similar to, but it would be only one person. I can't imagine what that feels like when it's your entire friend group. or like, all your colleagues. And, basically the life you've built for yourself is around people that you can't change their minds, and you no longer agree with them in a way that is fundamental.
Oh yeah, it's fundamental is the correct word. It's at the very basic level of what is your house of belief constructed on. And that's why I think psychologically it's so hard for people to leave a cult of belief, because everything is built on that foundation. They've built their whole life, their whole social circle, sometimes their career, everything they do, their relationships, sometimes their spouse, everybody's a part of it. And so if there's a book called Don't Think of an Elephant by George Lakoff. This is a book that I read when I was a leftist. It's by leftists for leftists to better understand conservatives. And there's some big blind spots in the book because he doesn't realize it could go the other way too.
Right.
But one of the things he talks about is the way that
she talked about this a lot too.
What's that?
She's talked about this a lot too.
Oh my God. I know. This is like every stream. And now it's like we're moving. I really wanted to learn about Keri's childhood. This is so disappointing. I will say though, they're now accusing Lime Lady on Twitter of being me.
Are you serious?
Yes, they are accusing Lime Lady of being a secret alt account on Twitter.
No, we have evidence to the contrary.
God, these people, they're relentless. They are insane.
An entire house with a foundation. And if you're talking to someone who has a certain belief system that's different from yours, and you give them a fact that doesn't fit with their architecture, that's why they discard the fact. It just doesn't fit. They can't put that window in the house. It doesn't go with it. They would have to tear the whole house down to the root, to the boards. They'd have to start all over. And that's a huge process. I had to raise my whole house of belief to the ground and then start brick by brick with, what do I believe? Let me construct a new house and figure out, what do I actually believe? What's not a received opinion that I've just accepted as fact without really investigating it. And that, first of all, that takes a long time, because now you're seriously, do I believe racism is prejudice plus power? Okay, let's start there. And then you're like reconstructing this thing. But
do it.
Hard. It's
Do it.
You have to fill in
Lady.
gaps too, because all the time that you spent in college where they were, teaching you things like that, racism is, race plus power. That was time not spent exposing you to a different point of view. And so, there are people, there's been a movement for quite some time to sort of ban the teaching of CRT in K-12. I mean, I agree with it in the sense that I don't think there's any redeeming feature.
Leftist, wait, watch it. Deb, because I support anti-CRT laws and because I support cameras in classrooms, Deb has decided she does not support any of these things. Deb does not support putting cameras in public school classrooms, and Deb does not support anti-CRT laws. And it's a direct reaction to me.
That's so crazy.
Isn't it insane?
It's so weird how you can literally make her fight for the left.
It is.
She hates you that much. And it's like, that to me is somebody that is unprincipled, because you were talking about that before. And that was, I read at you and I got all uppity, but that Deb is not principled at all. That is exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Because she would literally defend leftists as long as they didn't like you, which again, like I've tried to explain to other people, like when conservatives cancel you, it's personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not political. It's because they feel slighted by you or betrayed or whatever, and they hate you personally. So they attack you in any way they can personally, and it is not political. It usually is never political. Very rarely. But yeah.
No, that's exactly right. I actually write about this in my book. When the left cancels you, they are very specific in their cancellation. They go after your money. It's not even political. It's like they go after how you're earning your money. When the right cancels you, it is so much worse, because it is just personal attack and smear and personal. They want to destroy you personally.
It's personal. It's very much like she literally hates your guts. Basically.
Oh yeah.
Which is insane.
Now let's listen to Deb explain why she doesn't support anti-CRT laws to ban critical race theory in schools.
To go to. First of all, there's no time. Second of all, it'll be massively confusing. And third, it runs completely counter to American, the American system and American ideals. So don't know why you would, right? So I'm against it, but I'm a free speech absolutist. So it's like very hard for me to say, you teacher, the only thing I can say is like, you've got to try to be neutral in the classroom, but I don't love, especially at the college level, I don't think you can ban things. I mean, you have to allow for this exploration, but
teachers in public schools do not have free speech protections, Deb. You should have learned this from me, if nothing else. This has already been ruled on by the Supreme Court. To say that teachers have free speech because you're a free speech absolutist absolutist. No, they do not. They do not. That is incorrect.
It is incorrect. And also it's not their own little hobby circle in their backyard. Like, this is a public school. It's a government institution, which quite frankly, maybe shouldn't even be there in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's too spicy.
I really wish
for you.
I agree.
Get more momentum behind, I don't want to call it balance because there's no such thing, but at least encouraging and possibly even, I wouldn't say forcing is the right word, but evaluating
Deb is
professors on the
controlled
basis of how well they do
opposition.
this. Okay, so don't very well evaluate them so good from your
Deb is a
you
fed.
need
She's a
to
fed.
expose your students to different points of view. Like, you can't construct an entire women's studies program from one political lens, ideological lens. There are women and have been women who have written and talked about what the life of a woman is like in Western society or Eastern society, whatever societies you're looking at, from all different points of view. Okay. If you read Zora Neale Hurston, you're going to get a very different point of view than if you read, Angela Davis. Okay. Or like somebody else. So why wouldn't you have your students compare and contrast? Why wouldn't you allow them to wrestle with these different ideas and come to their own conclusions? Well, the answer is obvious, because you don't want them to. You want them to come to the conclusion that you want them to come to. And so when you had to go through your transition, it's not like you had a reservoir of other ideas to go back to and go, all right, maybe these make more sense now that it's empty.
It's empty.
Doesn't
They do a good job of, you don't interact with other ideas.
Right.
And part of that is that internal censor that you develop that I mentioned, but you mentioned Thomas Sowell earlier. I never heard of Thomas Sowell until I started leaving my cult of belief. He's not taught in any of the critical race theory
Saturdays
classes,
or for
any
the
American
spice.
history. Like,
Yes.
they
100%.
really push people to the outside of this belief system, and then they make you afraid to interact with them. Like I said, if somebody had given me a Daily Wire article back then, I would have engaged in genetic fallacy immediately. You're taught to do that, even if you don't know what genetic fallacy means. That's what you're doing. You're saying, I'm not going to engage with that because of the source.
Deb
I'm not
basically
even gonna read
works
it.
for
And
Vosh.
they cut off. It's like a rat in a maze, and they cut off
You
all
didn't
the
hear
exits.
from me.
So you're really just on one path, and that's it. You're not supposed to interact. It's bad. Why would you watch a Ben Shapiro video? Why would you listen to read Thomas Sowell? And some of these people, if they become big enough that you hear about them, like Ben Shapiro, they make him an unperson that you're not supposed to interact with anything he says. And so you have passionate opinions about someone
Deb is
who you never
Vosh's
listened to.
mom.
But then other people like Thomas Sowell,
That's where
they don't have
Vosh
to do
got
that.
all his ideas.
He doesn't even exist to a lot of social justice people. They've never even heard of him. So they don't have to make him radioactive because they've done a good job of just memory holding him.
Which is just, and part of the reason for that possibly is that he was a Marxist in his younger years. And because he was more committed to empiricism than Marxism, when he arrived at business school, or I should say not business school, but he arrived at graduate school rather, and was studying economics under people like Milton Friedman and so forth. And because he was committed to empiricism, he was like, I'll go where the data takes me. I'll go where the information takes me. And it took him right away from Marxism because it pointed out all the problems and how it didn't work in the real world. And it just, Marx got a lot of the fundamentals wrong. And so that just disabused him of Marxism because he was willing to follow the facts. And he made a point once where he said, if your goal is to help people, and I'm going to get this paraphrasing wrong, but if your goal is to help people, how could you be successful at that if you weren't starting with facts? If you weren't starting with reality, then whatever you're going to come up with in the end isn't going to be helpful because you're trying to help someone who's living in reality, right? And so a person like Thomas Sowell is the last person they want to expose college students to, because you might follow along his intellectual development and arrive at similar conclusions, or at least follow his process. And of course, empiricism isn't what they want you doing.
Yeah. Well, that would be a suggestion I would say, also is you could try to get, if you have a kid who's falling into woke, you could try to get them to read someone like Thomas Sowell. They may react. They may already have been, the well may have been poisoned enough that they look at him and say, no, I've heard about him and he's one of the Black people I'm not supposed to listen to.
It just seems so crazy to me.
But they do that.
What you're saying is your mind is closed.
Right. But sometimes, depending on the person, especially if they're well-intentioned and they're in it because they sincerely believe some of the tenets, you can use some of the social justice tenets against them in a way, or try to hold them to those. So they do say within the ideology that white people need to shut up and listen to Black voices. So you could say, here's a Black voice. Like, would you mind reading this book? And maybe I'll read one of your books. Maybe I'll read your white lady Robin DiAngelo book if you read my Black man Thomas Sowell book. They might, if they're sincere enough, they might take you up on it. The ones who are pretty far in it, though, if they've heard, no, I'm not reading your right. He's a tool for white supremacy.
Right, exactly.
My white lady.
Or as ego brain says, instead they'll go see what the left has to say about Sowell and parrot that. They do that a fair amount.
Ego brain.
I would love to have a lot of hope that
brain.
parents would be able to approach their kids and somehow find an inroad or whatever. But realistically speaking, it's
ego brain cheating on me with Deb
maze or whatever. It's unlikely so. And I realize that you don't have your kids yourself, but having been a college kid and been through this, maybe you have some insight to offer in terms of how can parents continue to have healthy relationships with children they don't like. And I hate to put it that way, but I mean, when it comes right down to it, and I know Jordan, don't ever let your kids do something that makes you not like them, but that's advice you give to someone who has a little,
God.
you got to start there.
I just want to note the projection that just happened.
Yeah, that was a little.
The epic. Deb, why are you throwing your kids under the bus on a live stream? Like,
Oh
you
gosh.
know what this is? This is like, like no one says anything, and Deb is like, "How do you have relationships with kids you don't like?"
Yeah, that's really weird.
Deb, that was awful. Holy shit.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is why she's stepmom. This is why she's stepmom.
That was a stepmommy thing to say. It was.
My God.
There, if you miss those first 7 years of really getting those values and exposing them to things in such a way that they are an independent thinker, if you somehow that didn't gel, you're, it's a rare one amongst us who
Keri
loves
looks
everything
like
about our
she's
teenagers,
medicated.
even when that was in place. So, there you are.
I'm not saying I'm
Basically,
spreading
each other might be
rumors.
living under your roof still, or
I
paying their
thought
tuition
Karen
in
was
college,
gonna cry,
and
but
they
she
are
didn't get
actively
personal,
fighting
so
against
I'm not
everything you
surprised
hold
she
dear,
didn't.
everything that you
Oh my
are.
God.
They're saying things you know to be nonsense, and like you don't want to lose your child, like you don't want to lose that relationship. But you also need to be, you don't want to enable. It almost feels like, how do you counsel someone who has a drug addict as a child? Like
Yeah.
it feels like I'm asking that question because they sound similar to an addict. They're engaging in things that are self-destructive, that are destructive to the people around them. And yet you don't want to lose them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. What can you do?
Okay, can I just say
heard
something to
young
this?
man once
Hang
who
on,
told me
hang
that
on. Yes.
So he fell into woke at college.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's not that hard. All you need to do is spend time with your children. Turn off the Kardashians, turn off the television, spend time with your kids, have a good relationship with them. If you have a good relationship with them, then they're going to listen to you a lot more than some random woke leftist, stupid professor. And also be educated, expose them to different ideas, offer a different perspective. Say something like, do you really need to be non-binary? Like, isn't it okay to just dress how you like? You don't really need to change your identity. You just dress how you want and explore what you like. Something like that, that would be enough, literally, especially if you had a good relationship with your kids. But I'm telling you, it requires turning off the Kardashians. So you might have to turn off the Kardashians, Law and Order, CNN. You might have to turn those off. Fox News. You might have to turn off the TV for a second.
Well, I think there's also something to be said for like, I don't think there's a problem with allowing kids to explore these different things. I mean, kids are going to be kids. They're going to explore different things. They're going to try on new identities. I completely understand why kids would try on the identity of being non-binary or try on the identity of being like any of these things. And that's how you figure out what you want in life, right? So I actually don't have any problem with kids like trying on these SJW identities, but I think that, as someone who does not have children, so speaking from a very uneducated place, but I would think that like if like you said, Alex, they just like kept the lines of communication open with their kids and they didn't try to strong arm them into doing things one way or the other, because the very best way to get a kid to anyone to do something the opposite of what you want them to do is be like, you need to do X, Y, B, and Z. Like that is like the very last thing you want to say to a kid. You want to be able to talk to them, be able to know what's going on in their life, but like don't try to force them to do anything and let them figure it out on their own.
And you need to try to understand, just understand it, have them explain it to you. And you can even ask questions that may dismantle it, because it only takes a couple questions to disprove a lot of these talking points. But just asking questions, and then if they don't have anything to say, it at least plants a seed of doubt. And that's still there. And what you say as a parent, it weighs heavily on your kid, no matter what age they are, but especially if they're below 25, it still has a heavy weight, especially if you have a good relationship with them. So you need to just have a good relationship with your kids from a young age.
Boom her, like you don't have to sign off on them getting physical surgery, but
right, that would be different.
Like, that's different. But like if your kid wants to like wear baggy clothes and like cut their hair, then let them try it on and see how it goes. Like, because if you try to prevent them from doing it, they're just going to want to do it more.
And definitely discourage anything permanent, because that's not good. But something temporary, like a temporary henna tattoo or something, it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, I'll say this, like I wanted to get my tongue pierced when I had all sorts of fucking piercings in high school. It was like, and I have no regrets, but I wanted to get my tongue pierced in high school when I was like 16, I think. And my parents like, nope, you're never doing it. It's never going to happen. What happened a week after I turned 18? I got my fucking tongue pierced and I had no regrets about it. And, but like the fact that everyone told me no for like years, it was the very first fucking thing I did after I turned 18. And I had my tongue piercing till I was like 30 something. And then they made me take it out because the dentist was like, you're going to knock out your front teeth. And I was like, I don't want that.
Yeah, I think with me, with the non-binary thing, I feel like I would tease a little bit about it because I don't really, I'm sorry if this hurts anybody's feelings. I don't really see it as legitimate. I'm just going to be honest. But I wouldn't like make them feel like crap if they wanted to dress in a different way. You know what I mean? That doesn't matter to me that much. So it's like, it's okay to explore that stuff and just try on different things. And, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. I feel like if you're so hardcore about every single thing, that will make your kids more rebellious. Whereas if you're just hardcore about a couple things like surgery and hormones, then it's a lot less than like if they feel like free and stuff to do things, they're not going to be so rebellious, So it's like, it's a balance, but have a good relationship with your kids. That's the most important thing. Because if your kids hate you, they will rebel.
Oh, 100%. They will make a point to do it.
Yeah. So
much later, he's a lot younger than me, so it's much more recently. And he started coming home from school and calling his dad a white supremacist and part of the patriarchy, and having these head-to-head arguments with his dad. And he said that he tried to cut his dad off. Now, not entirely because his dad was paying for his school and everything, but he said his dad never stopped loving him. He did not shy from disagreeing with him, but he would do so lovingly. He let him know that he disagreed with what his son was saying, and he would ask him questions. He was always asking him questions and trying to get him to think just by. And people want your kid, sometimes they want to talk about this belief system. Take advantage of that. Ask them to explain it. Ask them to explain, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And because you might ask the right question that there's so many internal contradictions in the belief system, you might lead them to one of those contradictions just by asking a question rather than pointing it out to them. Don't point it out to them. Ask them about it. But he said his dad kept asking questions, disagreeing with him, but also loving him. And he never cut him off, even though his son was calling him awful names. And
Keri's giving good advice right now. We have to give her credit. She's giving good advice.
Question things. He remembered that about his dad, and he came back to him. And so I think there's that balance there between continuing to
loving always,
but figuring out how to do that. Yes. You compared it to a drug addict, and I do think there's a degree of
love is all that there
necessary
is
for some kids. It depends on how much they're taking advantage of you while pushing something that's destructive, I guess.
Right. Yeah, like how much you're paying for their existence. Like, there's tuition, car, room and board, insurance, cell phone, things like that. Like after a point, you get somebody sitting there telling you capitalism is evil. You won't be needing his phone anymore, I guess.
Right.
Wait,
I'm paying for everything. Yeah.
What was that?
I said, I think Deb hates kids. Like
Deb is totally shitting on her kids. Like Keri just actually gave like really good advice. And then Deb is like, well, as long as you're paying for their lifestyle, then they should have to do what you want them to do.
She's like, I have to pay so much for my damn kids. And it's like, damn, girl, like, gosh.
Like, you wonder why they're rebelling, Deb, and going to live with their father? You wonder why they're rebelling? Because you're being overbearing. Because you need a man to chain you to your bed and to take you out of control.
True.
Deb, this is like the best advice that you're ever going to get on the internet. You need to find a dominant man.
She will hate this advice. And she's probably going to think, oh, like, I'm an Aries woman, blah, blah, blah. And that's true. Like, I get it. Aries women, they can be very alpha and very, like, type A. But you tend to require an even more dominant man if you're an Aries woman.
Or just allow yourself to play the role, dude. Just allow yourself to play the role. It is called role playing for a reason.
You have to find someone manlier than you. If you're a heterosexual Aries woman, find somebody much more manly than you. That will be like totally satisfying. And she needs to be dominated. I'm sorry. I have to say it.
She needs to be taken out of control. I think that this would like be the best thing that ever happened to Deb, like in her fucking life.
I think so too.
Tom J says, hot take. I'm 40 soon, and in my Protestant elementary school, we got hit with rulers and spanked publicly. I'm all good. I think all the critical theory is way more abusive. I'm hardly even religious. Everyone should embrace a good spanking every now and again.
Oh my gosh. Well, I think it's important because kids can be really disruptive to the class. And if there's a couple bad eggs, it ruins the whole class. So
I don't think kids should be spanked in school, for the record. I'm not in favor of that type of shenanigans.
There does need to be some kind of discipline that's actually there, unlike in schools now, there's nothing. So they just run wild.
I agree. And then George says, if you don't want to pay for your kids' upbringing, keep your legs shut. If you don't take it out on them. Well, I mean, to be fair, George, I think that she was married. She was doing her wifely duties.
She tried, but it's like, don't complain about it. Like, be grateful. Like, so many people want to have children and they can't. It's like, I'm not trying to be like an SJW and say you should feel guilty for things, but it's just like, just be grateful. Like, just be grateful that you were able to have children.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Exactly.
she complains about him. That's horrible.
Nat D, king of the chat. Deb, I know you hate that we're doing this stream right now, but you need to trust us and you need to take this advice.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
It will help.
It's going to be like a whole new world for you, Deb. I swear to God.
It really would help.
After a point, it starts getting like,
It's like that. Well, another analogy to an addict is at a certain point, it's like, well, you might have to hit some sort of rock bottom with your belief system where you're like, do I hate capitalism now that I'm having to pay for things myself and figure out how to make my way in the world and acquire things? And
Hang on. Fucking Lime Lady. Lime Lady is the queen. Lime Lady.
What happened?
Lime Lady is the queen of Twitter for tonight. I'm not Karlyn, but thanks for the comparison.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and Kieran has tweeted the first smart thing he's tweeted all night, which is well played. God.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
God damn it, that kid. Fucking hell. Kieran, you need to get laid too. For fuck's sake.
Just try to date somebody. Like, find a girlfriend. There's got to be somebody in your city.
Please.
Just try. And if
Just
you
at
fail...
At least like get a blowjob or something, or go to go to a gay bar and get really drunk and just let whoever wants to do something do something.
Oh my God.
My fucking God.
That sounds really bad, Karlyn.
I don't even care. Like, he
I would
needs
say,
to get
like,
laid.
Just try to find a girl. Like,
Even though we know you're asexual, Kieran, but you still need, no offense to anyone who's asexual, but like, you need to get laid, dude.
I would say just try to go on dates and just, if you mess up, like, just learn. Like, you have to get better at it, you know? And you're not going to get better at it by tweeting about Karlyn.
No, Kieran, no woman or anyone of any other gender is going to want to date you if you are tweeting obsessively about me.
No, you got to make space for somebody in your life. So, and just put yourself out there. And if it doesn't work, whatever, just keep going. Yeah. And just have fun. Like Patrice says, like, just try. Like, I don't know. Just try. Go out with somebody.
My God.
Crazy.
I feel like we're giving really good advice in this stream.
We are. We're trying.
We're giving sage advice that will improve everyone's life.
It would.
Especially mine, because maybe if they all get laid, they will stop talking about me.
I think in the case of, like I said, I don't think so with Keri. I think she's fine in that department. But I will say with Deb, definitely, she needs to be dominated, like just flat out.
Yes.
And same thing with Mikey. He needs to find somebody to dominate. And then as far as Kieran, he just needs to find somebody.
He needs to find anyone. Anyone that's not me.
Yeah.
Anyone that's not me.
Right.
God.
He needs to move on from you. So he needs to find another person to fall in love with, or, you know, whatever. Even if it's a new obsession, whatever. But you need to move on.
I don't even care anymore. Maybe he'll get really obsessed with Mike Harlow and it's like a twofer. It's a twofer. Kieran can get
Probably
the fucking he so
not.
desperately needs. Mikey can feel like he got one over on me. Like, my God. Jared says, cheers to Lime Lady, Sass Queen on Sassy. Lime, we should give out a Sass prize.
We
Alex.
should.
Next week we're gonna have a Sass prize.
That was beautiful.
We'll have Sass of the week.
Beautiful, Lime Lady, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I like working for a living. You know, like they may have to encounter those things to have that wake up call. I'm not sure where the line is. Like you said, I don't have kids yet. I'm trying. But one of the things about growing up late and being in woke, the feminist part of woke ideology in particular for so long was there was this disdain for motherhood. And so I don't talk about that
That
enough.
Deb
but I
has.
feel for people
Yeah,
who are
for
getting
real.
pulled into it now, who, if I could talk to my younger self, it would be like, look, don't write all of this off as
Right.
some,
Right.
function of patriarchy and women are just being used like chattel and like all of that. Anyway,
Gosh.
there's a lot of push right now for kids to make
Horrible.
permanent decisions and choose permanent solutions to temporary problems. Even if we were to assume that there was such a thing called the patriarchy, if you really believe in the greatness of your own ideas to fix it or change it, then why would you assume that by the time you're of childbearing years that you wouldn't be willing and able to have a child and not be somebody's property or whatever the issue is? Like, that sounds very hopeless to me. Like, let's go be activists for a cause we hope to lose. If you're going to say like, I'm a teenager, but I'm disdaining motherhood 10, 15 years from now. It's like,
yeah.
Okay, I guess you plan to fail, like that. You're not going to have it. You're also not going to interact with any men who are decent, like,
Yes.
right. It just, like, you said, there's
Keri,
so many internal
please talk about
contradictions,
your mother.
but that might be a question a parent might ask and just say like,
That's what I
"But
want
I
to
thought you
hear.
were working on that patriarchy thing. So if you fix it, like, why wouldn't you want to have a kid?
I wish she would have. I don't.
Maybe
think
your
she's
partner
I
will.
don't think
help
she
raise
will
it, right?
either.
Like, you could ask
It's too
questions like
traumatic.
that.
She has
It
to
gets them
write
thinking
an
about,
essay
like,
about
maybe,
me.
I mean, but then you have adults who are pushing kids to sterilize themselves effectively.
Yes.
They're using
They
it
are.
as
They
a
are.
distraction.
That's another facet of the belief system, is that once you're
Yep.
woke, it's like you're done. It's the opposite of awakening. It's not present tense like awakening. Woke is finished. I know everything. I'm always going to have this belief system.
Woke is dead.
And sure,
Woke is
I'm
dead.
16. I'm going to sterilize
Yeah.
myself now and have a double vasectomy. Like they are pushing a lot of permanent decisions on people at a young age.
Mhm.
And I kind of think of it, in my case, fortunately, like I said, I didn't get hit with all this stuff until college age, but I wonder if I'd been hit with it at a younger age, if I would have even thought, well, what's my gender? Like, I don't fit with the norm or the stereotype of women in every way. So I guess I'm a man. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I did at
Yeah.
a certain point, I guess, I avoided one of my most regrettable decisions, thankfully. When I was 28, I was going to get a tattoo of a women's feminist fist in the women's symbol.
Oh,
Oh my God.
That
my
would've been a
arm. I'm so glad I
horrible
get that. My ex-husband, he was great. He was like, I don't know, like, what, you're always gonna want that women's symbol there. Yes. It's kind of like what you're
gosh.
saying, Deb. Like,
Whoa.
are we never gonna win this battle? No, we're forever fighting.
I didn't know Keri was married before. That's a revelation.
I didn't know that either.
I had no idea Keri was married before.
I did not either. Interesting.
A piece of new information. AD, is that the preacher hat from Children of the Corn? Yes, it is. It is the preacher hat from Children of the Corn. It is. I mean, listen, like Keri has grown and evolved in her experience. I'm not going to throw any shade at being married before and now being married again. It happens. Not in my
don't judge
relationship,
her.
but it does
Yeah.
happen. It does.
Yeah, I think it's probably because he was probably woke, and maybe
Yeah.
because she talked about how it could even be your spouse. That might have been from experience, which that's very unfortunate if that's what it was, but
Mm-hmm. It's
could
true.
be other things.
Hey, I mean, I want to celebrate the fact that Keri has found a new husband. I think they've been married almost a year at this point. Congratulations, Keri. That's awesome. And I hope you have
Right.
a long and happy marriage. I genuinely do.
I hope so too. I hope it works. I think it seems like it is. She doesn't seem unhappy in that sense, as we've said.
No, I
so-
mean, her husband is very handsome. He's a musician. Like, I mean, he's a
Yeah.
talented musician. Like, good for her. Good for her.
yeah, I hope it's all good.
I hope it's all good as well.
Yeah, you'll be a 90-year-old woman and we're still going to be angry and, with a fist in the air. It is so frustrating. And this is such a good point too. As adults, know how much our ideas change over time. So it makes it more horrendous that
Ego
so many are
brain.
going along and even pushing with us.
Fucking ego
That's
brain.
something that I was talking about today. Things feel upside down, Keri. They
Love
feel
to
like,
give
we're saying
ego
kids are
brain
responsible to
shit
fix
on
things.
your
Kids are
next
responsible to
stream or
protect
something.
adults. Kids will only feel, have mental health when they're perfectly safe. When we actually know
Just a
that
little
a
rap
certain
with the
amount of
berries.
stress and change
Yeah.
and so forth is actually good for mental health. Like striving and overcoming and falling down and getting back up is how we become resilient. There's different components to mental health, and safetyism does not produce it. Being, we talk about the hover parents and helicopter parents, and we know that they tend to have neurotic children.
Deb is on
who
a
are anxiety
soapbox
ridden and so
right
forth, and
now.
yet you'll have schools going safe space, safe
What?
place, safety, safety,
Deb is
safety.
on a
You're like,
soapbox.
but if I decide I don't want my kid to go to the mall,
You know what watching this is like though? It's like both of them have their talking points that they want to get in, and they're talking past, they're not having a conversation. This is why I don't believe any of them are really friends. They are
They're
not
not.
having a conversation.
That's so true. That is so true.
It's like Keri has her talking points and Deb has her talking points, and they're just taking turns. That's all this is.
I didn't even realize that. But that's so funny. That's
Like,
so
we actually
true.
have conversations in my community. We actually sometimes
Yeah.
we yell at each other, but we have
Yep.
conversations. Like, Yeah, they're talking at each other. They're not talking to each other. And Deb
Yeah.
seems to think that like all these people are like her best friends. No, Deb, you're not friends with any of them. You're all just
No.
using each other. That's all this is. It's a transactional relationship.
I mean,
just go ahead.
It's fine to network. Like, I don't think
There's
there's
nothing
anything
wrong with that. No, nothing wrong with that at
Yeah.
all.
But they're more like colleagues than friends.
Yeah, they're not best friends. You are not best friends, Deb. AD, people who wear hat on tube stress are. People who wear hat on tube stress. Is Tim Pool Yoda?
I don't know.
AD. Yo, people who wear hats on streams are called.
Okay.
That makes AD, that makes so much more sense than the super AD. How much have you had to drink tonight? I know it's like 10 o'clock. We've been
Maybe
streaming
he
for
didn't
4
have enough
hours.
of a chat or something.
Let's see. Alex, we have about half an hour left in this stream. Are you
But
good?
it is sped up.
It is sped up, so we'll interject and talk, so it probably will. Only 4 hours. I mean, come on. I feel like we're getting good.
We might get to Monday Zoom levels at this rate.
We might get to 5 hours. We might get to 5 hours.
right.
We knew it was going to be a long one when we signed up for it. I feel like we've managed it well.
I think so too.
All right.
Alone. I'm an overbearing parent. You know, it's like, come on. This is craziness. So
yes, Deb.
It's
wait.
weird.
What was the lead up to Deb saying she's an overbearing parent? Can I just clip out that one section where Deb says I'm an overbearing parent and put it on Twitter?
You totally should. I dare you. I fucking dare you.
AD says, I swear to drunk, I'm not God. Fucking AD, man. AD is the best. AD is like the best new, like latest addition to the community.
You need to clip that, like seriously.
Hang on.
Please.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now, live on this stream.
Yes, do it now.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna record. And I'm gonna rewind a little bit, and we're gonna get this clip.
Know how much our ideas change over time, so it makes it more horrendous that so many are going along and even pushing for this. That's something that I was talking about today. Things feel upside down, Keri. They feel like, we're saying kids are responsible to fix things. Kids are responsible to protect adults. Kids will only feel, have mental health when they're perfectly safe, when we actually know that a certain amount of stress and change and so forth is actually good for mental health. Like striving and overcoming and falling down and getting back up is how we become resilient. There's different components to mental health, and safetyism does not produce it. Being, we talk about the hover parents and helicopter parents, and we know that they tend to have neurotic children who are anxiety ridden and so forth. And yet you'll have schools going safe space, safe place, safety. And you're like, but if I decide I don't want my kid to go to the mall alone, I'm an overbearing parent. It's like, come on, this is craziness. So
got the clip. Stop record. Hang on. We're doing it live. Create new document. I'm going to tweet this shit out right now.
She's going to fucking hate you so much.
She already hates me, whatever.
I know. She really does hate you.
Hang on. Got it. I'm going to do it one more time. Hang on. I know you can't hear what I'm doing, but like...
It's fine.
Hang on, this is going to take about 3 seconds to export.
I'll look at the chat.
Yeah, you can talk to the chat. Entertain the chat while I'm doing important business here on a Saturday night of clipping Deb saying she's an overbearing parent.
All right, you guys, are you all up to date on your V's? Do you have your masks on?
Fuck you, Alex.
You got your pass on your phone.
Okay. Oh, this fucking clip. Holy shit.
She's gonna hate your guts so much.
She's gonna fucking hate me more than she has ever hated anyone in her fucking life.
She is literally gonna hate your guts.
It's true. Okay, hang on. Did this already export? Are we already done? It's like 1 second long, so it may conceivably have already exported. Hang on.
You got her just saying I'm an overbearing parent.
I did. I'm gonna say posted without comment.
She is so gonna hate you.
She is gonna
It's a
fucking.
good troll,
Deb
though.
is about. If I ever turn up dead, it's because Deb took out a hit on me for posting this on Twitter.
It's a good troll. This is like, that is good. That
Hang
is
on.
quality.
Hang on, I'll show it as soon as I post it. Oh my. Oh my god, Alex! It plays over and over and over again.
She is so gonna hate you. She already does.
Oh
but-
my god, Deb is gonna murder me! I swear to God, I did not kill myself. I did not kill myself. Hang on, this might be the funniest thing I've ever posted on Twitter ever in the history of ever.
She is so gonna hate you.
He's gonna fucking kill me.
She's gonna hate you so
Wait,
much.
Overbearing parent. I'm an 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 overbearing parent. I'm an
Oh
overbearing
my god.
parent. I'm an overbearing parent. I'm an overbearing parent. I'm an overbearing.
Thank you
need
for
to
coming
like
to
it.
my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I have to like it right now.
Retweet it, retweet it, retweet it.
I will. I have to. Oh my god. I'm coughing.
Oh god.
Oh my God.
I didn't kill myself. I didn't do it.
Oh my god, she will hate you so much. She's gonna hate your guts.
Ooh. You're all welcome.
Oh.
I took one for the team. I did it for all of you.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to definitely look at the Yes, retweet it, you guys.
Oh my god, I feel like a horrible person, but not really, because that was fucking hilarious.
Oh my god, she is gonna hate you so
Whatever.
much.
Deb has been a bitch lately. She fucking deserves it. George says, I could pull an all-nighter watching you guys and have to go to work tomorrow morning. Please keep going, please. She already does. Gives her a reason for it.
The reason
I
we hate-
agree. We basically just gave Deb the spanking that she so richly fucking needs. Deb, if you don't allow yourself to be taken out of control, then life will find a way of taking you out of control.
That's true. That's true. It will.
All right, let's keep going.
Oh my god.
You know, it's this weird, like everything's been turned upside down to now where I have adults saying little bitty kids need to learn about sex. Whereas we adults would be like, if I went back to talk to my younger self, I'd be like, men aren't even worth talking to and having anything to do with until you're like 25. I mean, obviously, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would tell myself, my younger self, all those many hours you spent thinking about boys and relationships and sex and this and that in your college years, whatever, was a colossal waste of your time. Where did that end up? You know any of those people? Do you remember their names? You know, like, and I was just talking to my 18-year-old about that the other day. She's already seeing it. She's already like, you know, I kind of wish I could go back and tell my middle school self that like boys are dumb. You know, like, why did I care about all that? But yet we're saying 6-year-olds need to be told about sexual pleasure. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, the opposite.
We are in an upside down world. There's a couple of Bible verses about that. I mean,
Oh, we
you
do
know,
get to learn about
where they hit
Christianity.
called good,
Excellent.
evil, and evil good. I think we're at one of those times in history, human history, where we've reached that crescendo where everything is completely inverted.
Yeah.
And that is also related to the abusive relationship dynamics that you're talking about.
Yep.
Where
We
up
even
and
tell
down-
people things that are objectively unattractive
yes,
are beautiful. right?
Nothing is
and we're
objectively
demonizing things
unattractive.
that are beautiful.
Everything is attractive
and
to
turning it inside
someone.
out. And this is something I think James Lindsay talks about a lot.
And
of
I
this
do
as
agree
part of the
with
Marxist
Sam.
playbook. It's
Deb
part of
hates
what
men.
people do to sort of confuse you because
Why do you think Deb hates men? I think Deb just hates her husbands.
Well, they're all men.
No, I guess so. So the strawberry is also a delightful pink. They're all apparently pink. Let me see.
How's that one?
Raspberry was definitely the best.
I think she hates men because she
Yeah.
keeps talking about how men just want to control her, and then she says men are dumb, and she's very feministy.
I think Deb is having feelings about going through a divorce.
Probably.
I think
could
that's
see
what's
that.
really going on in this.
I
And
know
you know
that
what?
she's
Listen, I don't wish that on anyone. I wish Keri to have a happy and healthy marriage,
right.
but sometimes divorce is what people need when they're obsessed with things on the internet and have been turned insane on Twitter.
Oh my gosh. Wait, so she's just going through it now, or she wasn't?
Okay, so again, I haven't spoken to Deb in a minute about this, but my understanding from many months ago was that her husband moved out because, and this is what I remember her articulating to me. So this, I don't know how accurate
Oh
this
my gosh.
is like Deb was getting too obsessed with this stuff online, and her
No
husband was
way.
like, no, 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 no. And so there were periods where Deb was supposed to like give up on this and like focus on their marriage and like rekindling the relationship, and she didn't do it because she became too obsessed with this.
No, that's not cool. It's
Like,
not like she's not successful enough to sacrifice a marriage for that.
well, and that's what I told her. I was like, "Listen, like you've got to take care of your personal life first." And I really do think that, to be serious for a second, and I know this is, AD saying I'm a lesbian too, Deb. AD, come on. But I mean, to be serious for a second, like I have repeatedly said, and I genuinely mean this, I've seen every single person who gets involved in this woke bullshit achieve some level of insanity. I really
Yeah.
have. And some people go more insane than others. I've certainly gone a little bit more insane than I was 2 years ago, but I feel like I've managed to control my insanity to great because of like meditation and spiritual work and stuff like that. I think Keri has gone insane, but I think Keri has been able to control it a little bit more. I
She
think Deb has
channeled it
gone.
into you.
Well, yeah.
You
I
were
mean,
like the lightning rod.
well, that's exactly like Keri has a very focused insanity, and I'm
Yeah.
at the center of it. But I think Keri actually does operate generally as a reasonable person. Like when she's doing stuff like this, I mean, she looks medicated, but like, I mean, she has not said anything that's insane,
No, she
right?
hasn't.
She's gotten married. She has a healthy relationship. I'm like not throwing any shade there, but like I think that Deb has gone completely like nuts. And I think it's sad
Oh,
because I think
that
that
is
she's
sad.
extremely smart. I think she could do a lot with homeschooling. And it's like I am genuinely worried about Deb. I'm also, by the way, as much as I'm ragging on Kieran, like I am actually genuinely worried for Kieran's mental health. I think he went insane. He was not always like this.
I think it's just, I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like the world events, they are traumatizing. And I feel like a lot of people are traumatized, but I just think it's very, very unfortunate for Deb to, you shouldn't prioritize internet drama over a marriage. Like that's just not smart. And
No.
it tears up the family. And then there's issues with the kids. And it's just sad. It's like, and you have to be the change you want to see in the world. Like, you don't want that to be happening, you don't want to create that in your own life. That's what you have control over.
And I genuinely feel for her for like going through a divorce with all like I don't know what I would do if Victor left me. Now I don't think Victor will ever leave me. We've actually like, Victor and I are pretty committed to each other if for no other reason than both of us are way too lazy to deal with a divorce. But like, I truly don't know what I would do. Like if Twitter was like, Karlyn, it's Twitter or our marriage, like Twitter would go in an instant and it wouldn't even be
Right.
like a difficult choice. Like, I mean, as
Twitter
much as I
is
care about
shit.
this stuff, but it's like fucking Twitter. Like who cares?
Right.
Mhm.
It's just sad. That's sad. I feel for her there. But I think she also hates men. So I think that's another reason why.
That might be. That might be. Jan, we've only been going for 4 hours and 16 minutes. Don't spread any fake news. No fake news, no rumors. And we're going on a clip now. We only have half an hour left of this stream. We're doing good now. We've sped it up to 1.5 speed. We're good.
Yeah, we'll be done.
We're going to be done soon. Well, Jared says, Karlyn, someone in the UK is waiting for you. Well, the fucking kid won't fucking leave his goddamn shed in his parents' backyard in Surrey. So, like, I don't think that that's going to work out.
Gosh.
God.
Take one step at a time, Karen. Just take a step outside of the shack. And then tomorrow, take 2 steps out and just build.
It's going to be okay, Karen. It's going to be okay.
If you need to, go ahead and wear a mask when you're outside. That's like a pacifier or a security blanket. But just, you got to make progress. Do something.
I mean, I almost wonder.
Waste your 20s.
I almost wonder if the reason that he refused to come to London when I was there was because he didn't want to leave that fucking shed. And and the rest of it was just an excuse. Like he thought he could, and he tried to work himself up to doing it. But like when it really came down to it, he's like, no, I can't do it. I really wonder if that was what happened, because it was just so fucking illogical what happened. It was so ridiculous.
Well, just like I said, baby steps. Like Sam said, baby steps. Just take one step at a time. It's the only way. You got to desensitize your anxiety. You have to face it. That's how, that's what the SJW say is the opposite of what you should do. They say you should be in a safe space and your world gets smaller and smaller and smaller. When you're not an SJW, you say, yeah, he might have agoraphobia. And when you're not an SJW, your world gets bigger. You meet so many new people. You have an I did a little Illuminati sign. Oops. That wasn't anything. I was not making it.
Clip it.
It was out of shot, so don't think of clipping it. Anyways, no, you know who else did that is Tulsi Gabbard. But anyways, that's a tinfoil hat moment. Anyways, so the point is, face your anxiety, desensitize, do something, and you take it one step at a time, and you'll be okay.
And George says, Kieran, get out of the shack and shack someone. This is deeply good advice. Get laid, dude. You are 27 years old. You are waiting for a woman that doesn't want you in the United States. Go have sex.
Or just date. You don't even have to jump straight to that. Just kiss somebody, go on a date, have a conversation. Like, you can go slow. Just do something.
I want him to get obsessed with someone else so desperately, I cannot even articulate it.
He would if he met somebody, probably. But he needs, yes, brush your teeth, as Patrice says. And just go outside. Like, take one step at a time. Like, I'm not here to judge anybody's anxiety, but I had horrific anxiety. And you know what I did? I just went out, I got a job at the airport, and I talked to people that didn't speak English, and it was scarring. It was horrifying, but I just did it anyways. It's never going to be easier. You have to just do things, period. There's never a perfect time.
He is going to fucking kill me if he actually watches this whole stream.
Well, like, he needs to get out of the shack. Get out of the shack first, and then you can, I don't know what you can do, I guess, but just, you won't even care about Karlyn if you get out of the shack.
Karen, listen, if you don't want us to talk about your lack of sex life on the internet, then you need to stop behaving like a holy fucking terror on Twitter. Like, this is really fucking easy, dude. I have begged you to stop on multiple occasions. Every single email I have sent you has been begging you to stop and offering you multiple opportunities to stop. If you do not want me to continue to do commentary on your obvious lack of sex life and your fake fucking girlfriend, then stop this bullshit. That's all.
Just go on a date.
Find someone else.
Go on a date. Yes. Shana Nana, go on and kiss the girl. Yes. Or find another girl.
All right, moving on. Okay, before we move on, we've paused on the perfect. All right.
Eye knows, the human eye wants symmetry. The human brain, like, we're biologically and evolutionarily designed for, to be attracted to certain things and to find certain things appealing and so forth. And so when the society says, no, it's the inverse of that.
Do you know who liked the video of Deb?
Who?
The future chair of the Libertarian Party.
Oh my God.
She's going to be elected the chair of the National Libertarian Party in less than a month, and she just liked that video of Deb on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Something in you that feels uncomfortable. Yeah. Accepting that. And that's what they're going for. Is the power comes when the people that you want to power over can't manage themselves. They're spending so much time feeling uncomfortable and like not okay that they're looking for someone else to make it okay. And of course, conveniently steps.
And you're giving them this permanent battle that they have to fight. And it's outside of themselves. It's all of your problems are the result of this oppression that's happening in all of the identity groups you're in. And if only you could fix the world, then you wouldn't have this discomfort, this disease.
Right.
I think that works for a lot of people. It worked for me for a long time. You relate everything back to sexism, racism, homophobia. It's constant, like, as you said, this pressure they're putting on kids, and they're teaching them at younger and younger ages that this is the best way to view the world. And you are a little soldier now. And look at what they're doing with the climate change in kids, Greta. Look at what they're doing with gun control in kids. All the, what's his name? Mr. Harvard, David Hogg.
Oh God, Mister, I'm gonna make a better pillow. Oops, I changed my mind.
Gosh, that
Making
kid.
pillows is hard.
Yeah.
So are you optimistic that we can kind of turn this thing around, or do you feel like we're going to have to go through to the logical conclusion where things get worse before they get better first? Both.
I am optimistic, but I do think things have to get even worse than now, because look at what we've seen in the past few years. So in 2016, 2017, when I started waking up, I think that was an acceleration point where social justice doubled down. It became
I think
more
it's going to get
mainstream,
worse
and
before it
because of
gets
that, there
better.
were some obvious hypocrisies that became apparent to people like me. And I know lots of people who started waking up around that time.
And like, to be real for a second, like, a lot of people are celebrating that Elon Musk bought Twitter, which is awesome. But like, Elon Musk buying Twitter is not actually the answer to this problem, because it doesn't take care of any of the institutional answers. And anyone telling you that Elon Musk buying Twitter is the answer is living on Twitter and taking Twitter way too seriously, because it literally fixes no other problem. And if you guys don't think that the SJWs aren't going to double down colossally now that they've lost like their favorite toy, like, just you wait for it. There's going to be retribution for Elon Musk buying Twitter, and it wouldn't surprise me if it took the form of another $2 billion of property damage.
Really?
Oh,
Over
yeah.
Twitter?
Oh, God. Twitter's like their favorite thing. Are you serious? Oh, of course. Yeah.
Dang. Well, I think that this is what I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the left is losing. However, it's a long battle. This is a long game. This is, I think 2020 in a lot of ways was a bottoming out point. It was a rock bottom, but we have to work for years to build back up, and it will take a long time. The economy and all this crap, it is going to probably get worse. Definitely. I mean, that's just Joe Biden being in office. But if we can get somebody else, better in office, it will be better, but it will just be like Trump 2.0. If it isn't Trump himself, if, like, let's say DeSantis got in, it would be DeSantis. It'd be the same thing for the whole time. You have to fight this. Everybody has to fight this every day, basically, for years. It's a long time. It's a long battle. But I do think it will happen within our lifetime. Karlyn says no. I think it will take like 10 years.
I think the reason I think it's going to take longer, it's purely because of the reality with the schools, which we need to train new teachers in a completely new way of teaching. And that's going to take at least 2, if not 3 generations to fix, unless we completely defund education, which I think, like, even like it is more likely that we're going to defund education, but still, there's still the problem of who teaches the kids.
Yeah, but it's, again, people are slowly, might I say, coming together. Like we were saying, something like your Zoom, it wouldn't happen 10 years ago.
Right.
So it is happening. It's just, we need to accelerate like the left does. We need to get faster too, because we can take this back. But it's not, again, you got to fight. You got to be a bitch. I'm sorry. You have to be nasty. You have to be willing to be mean and not polite, because they're not polite. The left is not polite. They are horrible. And I'm not saying that you're not principled. I'm not saying that, you treat somebody horribly or you engage in violence or destruction of property. I don't believe in any of that. But you don't put up with, like, you don't bow to people's bullshit, and you don't support things with your own dollar that are crap.
Yeah.
That if we do that, this will die in it will die in like 10 years. But
oh my God, Tom J just brought up a point that I think is a really salient point. He says summer and Roe v. Wade is coming, but according to the polls, this is the best time to go hard against the left and the rhinos. Listen, man, if Roe v. Wade gets repealed, you all better buckle up. That's the $2 billion in property damage. It's going to be riots. It's going to be endless. And it's like, this is my biggest fear. It's like, of this whole thing. It's like, if Roe v. Wade gets repealed, and I don't think it would actually impact the results of the November election, to be honest, because I think that the Democrats are absolutely going to lose. But what the right doesn't understand, it's not because people are voting for you. It's because people are voting against them. And I think that the Democrats would sooner destroy this country than come to any sort of realization that they may have taken things too far.
I think, I mean, I don't know that the riots would help them like it did in 2020. I think back then it was shocking. It was like people felt intimidated. I don't know if it would be that way, but it could be like Civil War 2.0 without it being official.
It really could be. It really could be.
It could. And it's kind of like whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But I just, yeah, it can definitely get worse. It can always get worse. Remember that.
And like the additional thing here is like the right will lose any women that they gain from the left up until this point. They really will. Like, people do not understand how much of an issue this is for women that have come from the left. They really, it's just like, I don't even want to deal with this particular nightmare at the moment. We need to put that aside.
We need to see what happens. Yeah.
2 cups, 1 girl, a journey, love, forbidden love. AD, I like you on Sassy Saturdays, AD. You're even more fabulous on Sassy Saturdays than you are normally.
Look, they love the sass. We know it.
We know you're all drama queens. We know it. We figured you out. You're like, no, we do not like. Karlyn, are you doing drama again? Okay, I'll be there on Saturday.
Karlyn
oh my God.
Drama. That's my impression of a.
It's like I don't produce 6 other days of content per week that have nothing to do with drama. And they're like, oh my God, I can't believe it. 7-hour stream, Karlyn, really?
They don't have to watch it.
You don't have to watch it.
You're not required by the state to watch it.
You are 4.5 hours into a stream about drama. Don't pretend you don't like drama. Please.
True. Very true.
In the past few years, interviewing people, I've met lots of former social justice warriors like myself, and that's very encouraging. But on the other hand, look at all the people who didn't wake up. And even worse, when these acceleration points happen, there's a lot of people who get radicalized, who get pulled into woke, who were not there before, because now it's mainstream and it's their first time interacting with it. And I know people who've woken up, as I said, but I know even more people who went fully woke at that time and are now, I mean, they're where I was at a long time ago. They're fully immersed in it. And I don't fully understand that, because we had that acceleration point in 2016, 2017. We had another one around George Floyd. That's when all the corporations really went big time woke. And so it's gotten to such a kind of a circus level of insanity that I do look at the people who are in it now and can't see it as like, what is wrong with you? Like Patton Oswalt.
2 girls, 1 hat.
What's wrong with you? You used to be normal. And can you not see what all the internal contradictions, all the hypocrisy, down is up is down, what's going on? And because those people are still so
mount the like button.
I do think it's going to have to get worse before the majority starts to turn away from it. And what does that mean? Things get worse. I think we'll have to see it. This is, my pastor talks a lot about this whole thing that we're talking about, this culture war, woke, whatever you want to call it, where we're at right now, culturally as human beings in the West. He talks about it as a war on reality.
Yeah, for sure.
And at a certain point,
it's true.
Reality is going to come calling. You can't battle reality and
nope.
push it into submission. So I think that ways in which it might get worse are reality coming to call. Like if we see a terrible economic crisis, if people's daily lives start to be impacted to such a degree that they can no longer live in this cognitive dissonance between the fake reality and the real reality, if they're forced to reckon, come out of that sleep that you're in and look at this world around you and look at all the fruits of your belief system. Look at the consequences of all of this well-intentioned
I'm not sure
ideology.
Oh my God.
I think that has to happen, but I am optimistic because after that happens,
well, I mean, reality wins, right? I mean, and like you said, after that, and I think, when you're talking about the people still getting sucked in, one important component for parents to remember is how many of our children are woke adjacent. And I hate to keep co-opting their terms, but what I mean by that is they're in the unenviable position of having no friends often, or sort of tolerating a certain amount of the woohoo stuff. Like, just to give an example, I have a 13-year-old daughter, and she goes and takes this aerial silks class where, you do aerial acrobat type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And there are at least 2 kids in that class of maybe 10 or 12 who are, one is non-binary and one is trans, but they're both born female. Okay. And so, she was trying to make friends with these kids. She's very friendly and she tries to be nice to everybody. And she was trying to make plans to have, one or both of these kids over. And what I found interesting, a couple things I found interesting, my daughter was willing to accommodate them in the sense that, one of them wasn't allowed to come over because we weren't vaccinated. And so she said, well, I'll wear a mask and this and that, or maybe we can go outside and go for a walk. And, so my daughter's like making all these accommodations, and the girl's like, no, we can't do that. And then the other one was saying, well, my pronouns are, and I can't remember what the pronouns were, but she came to me and said, I want to have this person over to hang out, but I need to know, are you going to be willing to use their pronouns? And she agrees with me. Like, we've had conversations and she agrees with me that this is, it's like she doesn't understand what people are doing, like that's not really a boy, whatever, but she's like, I don't know what's going on with her. She seems nice. He seems nice. I just want to be friends. And I told her, I said, I will refer to the child by their name. That's what I will do, because I don't think I'm going to be talking about them in the third person while they're in my house. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't think you have anything to worry about. It's perfectly fine. Just, are you going to be weird?
Secret drama llama from Sin.
Kindly, I'm not like nasty. I just, but I kind of was taking her pulse. I'm like, well, how do you feel about all this? And she said, Mom, I just don't see what the big deal is. I don't know why you even care. It's none of your business. What do you care? It's none of your business. And obviously why I care is that she feels so strongly that she has to accommodate other people. That's why I care. It's not that I'm so put off by the other child. It's that I don't really notice anyone trying to make my child feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And it's not that I would necessarily expect them to, but the demand is all one way, and that's not
Yes.
friendship. So there, as a parent, I'm trying to
Right.
teach my child about making friends and what to expect from friends, and I'm
I'm sorry.
stymied by this extra complication that if
I don't know, man. Like I always use people's pronouns unless I feel like they're trying to have some sort of power struggle with me, because I feel like it's like basic respect and courtesy. And I might not
Mm.
agree with what you're doing or why you're doing. I mean, I don't care if anyone's trans, and I frankly don't even care if kids identify as trans. If I don't want them to medically transition before they're 18, but like if they want to socially transition, I don't really care. It's none of my business. I just think it's basic respect and courtesy. I don't know. I don't understand these people who refuse to use pronouns.
I think I can understand it. It's because you don't necessarily want to give into the delusion. I think that's where Deb's coming from. Like, you don't want to, it's that whole thing of like, you don't want to give in to certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I think with her daughter, it is difficult, like she said, because you have to teach a balance. I think what would be smarter is if the kid would just not take it personally if Deb didn't say it right or whatever. And, the daughter would just respect the pronouns because it's their friendship. It's
Mhm.
another thing to get your parents to do all, to have to do all that. That's a lot. I think, and it's the same thing with, oh, well, you need to get vaccinated to see you. Like, to me, that's very nasty. I'm going to be honest. I think that that's pretty stupid and nasty.
Oh yeah, I think that's dumb. Yeah, I agree.
And that would be way far of an accommodation to require somebody to do something with their body to spend time with you is ridiculous. So I think it's like, I get it, but it's, I just probably wouldn't talk to them. I'm going to be honest, but I'm a
Yeah.
bitch. So,
Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's probably the best accommodation.
huh?
I think it's probably the best accommodation.
Is to just not
Just
talk to them.
like I mean, the kids don't want to hang out with Deb anyway. Like she can just
Right.
stay out of the room. She can stay in the kitchen and bring them a snack
Right.
or something. Like she doesn't need to hang out with 13-year-old kids.
No, and I think it's just, oh, my mom doesn't get it, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
But if her friend said the right pronouns, then it shouldn't matter. That's how I see it, but
Mhm.
kids are weird now.
Jared says, use their pronouns, show them respect, but then ask them to explain it better the way you are showing initial respect, and you can have them open up. Yeah, I mean, like have a conversation if it's that big of a deal. I can agree with that. All right.
this were just a regular girl
Mhm.
saying, well, you have to come to my house and you have to do this and you have to do that and you have to accommodate me, it would be a lot easier for me to say to my daughter, do you feel like that's a great basis of a friendship, that you have to do all the accommodating? And we could have that conversation. Well, there's no less reason to have that conversation. But now we're talking about someone who's got extreme health worries because of COVID, and somebody who's got.
I just feel like Deb is trying to guide her daughter away from being friends with other kids that like her daughter obviously wants to be friends with. Her daughter is making gestures to be friends with them, and Deb is trying to be like, do you really want to be friends with that person? Is that person really your friend? And the reason I think that this is bad is like
It is bad.
those kids are victims. I'm sorry. Those
Well,
kids are victims of this ideology as well. And we're talking about 13-year-old kids. They don't know what's going on. They've been influenced by this. And it's like, I don't see the point in trying to put down 13-year-old kid. Maybe not put down. That's not I want to make sure I'm being fair. That's not what Deb
Right.
is doing. But like, I do feel like she's guiding her daughter away from being friends with someone purely because of her political beliefs.
Well, I think it's just Deb needs to let her kids make mistakes,
Mhm.
and if her daughter does over accommodate and it is a mess and it doesn't work, then it's like, as a parent, I feel, this is just my speculation, but it's better that her daughter does that when she's 13 because she has a safe place to land. She can go cry to
Yes.
her mom afterwards, but she'll still learn the lesson. So it's like you can't control what your kid does, but if it was me, which again, I'm not literally a parent, so I can only speculate so much. I would just think this is probably not going to work out, but I'm going to let my daughter do this. And if it doesn't work, then she can come cry to me afterwards. And I can explain to her over accommodation, because it is over accommodation. It's too
Mhm.
much.
I
But
agree.
she has to learn herself. Kids
Yep.
have to learn.
And the only way we learn it, well, the best way we learn is by experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
they're non-binary, and they got pronoun issues. So now that complicates it, because if I say to her, why are you making all these, these things? Like, because they're this and they're that. And it's really hard to parent when you're bumping up against that. And all you want to do is say, I don't care. That doesn't change it. Yeah. That doesn't give them special protection. They're not wrapped in a special bubble wrap of virtue.
Her daughter has to learn that.
That gives them special privileges to treat you like garbage, right?
Beat it into her daughter.
Exactly, okay. Deb. You have to let people make mistakes, Deb. Like, let go of control, Deb.
To be like, you're just
overbearing.
Overbearing parent, Deb.
And these are conversations I believe that parents are having all over America right now, where they're just like, I want to teach my child courage and agency and boundaries and all these things. And my own kid isn't specifically woke, right? Like, my kid's not walking around spouting this stuff. But this is the dynamic.
Yeah. I would say, well, that's that big heartedness we're talking about, where someone is trying to accommodate and they're pleasing, they're a pleaser, and they want everyone to feel comfortable. And I think more often than not that you will see that in girls, not exclusively, but girls on average tend to be a little bit more of the pleaser personality. And I don't know at that age if somebody had told me, well, it's important to figure out what you think about these things and have your own boundaries for how people treat you.
I have to say, Keri is not being insane in this video.
She's not.
She's really not. She has said nothing really, like, she said nothing like of note, but she said nothing really insane either. So I'm like, it's like a video experience for Keri.
And I think she's even giving good advice here.
Yeah.
I think I really think she channels her insanity into you.
She really, and it's so sad. Like, if Keri took half of the energy that she gives to me and she focused on, like, writing a book or producing a play.
She should write a book.
Or she should write a book. Keri's a wonderful writer. She should write a book.
She should write a book about how to deal with woke children, because she was a woke child. It would be so perfect, because she's giving really, really good takes with this area specifically. And it's parents don't know what to do. And I just feel like she should write a book of, like, how to deal with a child that's woke or woke adjacent or whatever you want to call it. Because
go ahead. Sorry.
Just because that would be very helpful, because people don't know what to do. Parents don't know what to do, because this stuff sounds like random and it's pulled out of somebody's ass. It's like, what? And you're stressed and you're working and whatever. But Keri, she's thought about all these things already. She could put it into a book.
How wonderful would it be if Keri channeled her extra energy into writing a book? I think that would be great.
I think so too. I really do.
I don't know if that would have made sense to me. Maybe it would have. It's hard to remember back that far.
I mean, I'm thinking back, and I'm with you. I don't know if it would. So that's kind of what I've fallen back on, is give it time. I've been uncompromising in the sense of my own values. Like, I've made it very clear to how I feel about a thing. But I've also told her, look, you have to ultimately make your own decisions about who your friends are going to be.
Yeah.
But if somebody's going to come in my house, there's a limit to the accommodations, because it's my home. And that's how that works. And I hope you would, think the same way about your life, like what was going on. But ultimately, it's up to you. So I've kind of tried to, like, ease her into it, so I don't sound like some dogmatic, like, do it my way or you're wrong, because then she'll just rebel. But I do think that the majority of parents
as best she can.
Described
the woke adjacent,
this woke adjacent thing of, like, I'm trying to teach my kid character and boundaries and things in a world of people who are boundaryless and are making demands. They're saying, because I am all these list of things, that means you have to do this for me, and you feel disempowered when you want to, as a parent, push back on that. And very often it's coming from the school. So very often, we see it with the push to put, like, porn in the library, or to teach, sex ed. And well, some kids have abusive parents. I'm like, but you want to treat my child like I'm abusive. So everything we're like all in deference to the woke. It's like this group of people that we're all tippy-toeing around and walking in eggshells around, which is another characteristic.
That's true. Yeah. Deb is correct about that.
Characteristic of borderline personality disorder,
right?
Where they're so emotionally unstable, everything is fraught with tension of if you say the wrong thing. That's what it was like being a social justice person. It's like that internal censor that you have in your head. I don't want people to take this the wrong way. You don't have to say this the right way. What if I make them mad?
This is a good point from Cheeky Mary. It may not make sense to them now, but you plant the seeds, and that's absolutely correct. Lots of things that I was told that didn't make sense at the time. So it is worth saying. And like I said, I'm trying to find that middle ground as a parent myself. And I'm only being open about my own experience with my kids, in thinking that, if somebody out there is watching this and having a similar experience, and maybe there's something we take from it, maybe not, I don't know. But, for what it's worth, there's that. So we're coming up on, I've taken so much of your time, but before we finish, I want to make sure that we talk a little bit, because you touched on it slightly, but I don't want to finish this off without making it clear that you went through a grieving process. Is that correct?
Yes. So if you do have kids coming out of this, no matter at what age, maybe they're later in life like me.
Right.
There's a grieving process, because you're losing things. You're doing, like in the Cain and Abel story, you're making sacrifices like Abel. if you choose to make those sacrifices, I mean, they're real. The positive side, the silver lining is that knowing what I know now, of course, in retrospect, hindsight's 2020, I can't believe it was such a hard decision, or that I did grieve so much, because you don't know what's in the unknown when you lose things.
That's true. You got that blank space.
You have no idea what's coming
Yeah.
after. And so you will have fear about that.
Mm.
I had a period I had written to Jordan Peterson after watching some of his videos, and he read one of my letters on his channel. And I was so terrified. I was still working in entertainment at the time. I was still known as the feminist, the woke manager, worked with woke comedians. I was so afraid of what if somebody figures out that that's me that wrote that letter. And he said at the time, you need to get over your fear. But that was 6 months later until I was over my fear. I knew logically what he was saying, what he meant, and I agreed, but it was a process. It took me 6 more months until I wrote my first essay of trying to come out and explain to my social justice grappling with. And during those 6 months, it was both becoming more confident in what I, as an individual, actually believed. What things had I interrogated and come to, and then also grappling with, well, what am I going to lose? And having to become okay with that, because the fear of continuing to be a part of that ideology became greater than the fear of what I was going to lose.
Hang on. Tom J has a super chat. Thank you for that. All of these social family conversations eventually comes back to having your father. Keri even said her first red pill moment was a Jordan Peterson video about compelled speech. I mean, most things come back to relationships with our parents, if we're honest about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything comes back.
If you heal the family, then you heal everything. I think that is the root of the issue. But it's just unfortunate because a lot of people don't have good relationships with their families. It's very sad. I think me and Karlyn are both in that category. Like, I have my mom and my grandma, but other than that, I don't really have anybody, because family has broken down, and it's like, fuck, I want to do better for my own family someday, but it's just sad, because I was like, I don't think I'd be so gung-ho about having kids if I felt like all the heterosexual people were having kids, but they're not. It's like somebody has to do it. It's like we're at a point where now I have to do it.
Well, you're welcome to have the kids. I'm like, you couldn't pay me enough money to have a kid.
Oh my gosh. Well,
I don't want a kid.
but
I mean, maybe one. Maybe I can still eke out one if there's an accident of some sort that happens.
Oh my gosh. Well, I just think you want to, when I have a family someday, which I plan on it, I want to have a strong family and a strong marriage and do certain things. And if my being gay and being a troll, basically, of being able to do it better than most heterosexual people, I hope it wakes them up to do it. You know what I'm saying? If even I can do it, then you can do it. And maybe that'll be part of my role in this fight, because I do think the family is the root of the issue, basically.
I tend to agree.
And yes, Jared, I do plan on surrogate. So,
yeah.
So get ready, Allie Beth.
Do it.
Come on, bring it on.
Do it. Do it.
Because that ideology is evil.
Right.
It is racism disguised as anti-racism. It is sexism disguised as anti-sexism. It's oppression disguised as anti-oppression. Like to use people in the way that it does, and to turn people, well-intentioned, a lot of them kids, college kids, and turn them into foot soldiers for such evil, for the opposite thing of what they think they're doing. I couldn't stay quiet anymore. But when I did speak, it was like, yeah, these things happen. I lost my whole social circle, pretty much unfriended me eventually. I have to get over that fear of what you're going to be called. This is big for kids, because it's your whole social group that you might lose, and they're going to call you the worst thing that a person could be, a racist. And that it's not true, but you have to get over that fear. What everybody else thinks it's true. It's true. So what?
A racist.
So what? The truth is more important. And when you come to that place, I don't know how you get there, but when you come to that place of saying the truth is more important, I'm going to cling to the truth, even if everybody else believes the lie about me. Right. There's a whole grief that happens there. I think a lot of it is death of ego. I'm still going through that in different ways. I guess you never get over learning death of ego, but it doesn't matter what they think. This guy asked me once, this was recently. People have these problems they do. They're like, would you rather, that game, would you rather?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it wasn't a would you rather, but it was similar. He said, well, I guess it was a would you. He said, would you rather have sex with a bear and have nobody?
She wrote about this in the essay. She wrote about this in the essay she wrote about me. We might get to Keri's mother after all. She literally wrote about this.
I don't think she's right. Like, I don't think you have to totally destroy your ego. Like, I don't think your ego is evil. You just can't let it
No.
be out of control. Like, you can't let your ego rule over every single thing, you know, but you should still have it. You don't need to kill it.
There's
'Cause
nothing wrong with feeling good about yourself, and you know,
right.
quite frankly, there's a benefit to seeing yourself as like the most important person in the room. Not that, like, I mean, there's a different, like, okay, so if you see yourself as like someone who's like important and should be respected, then you are going to present an air where you expect people to treat you well. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm
No, and
sorry, I just don't.
I think too, like even something like writing a book, you have to have an ego to write a book
Yes.
because you have to care about what you have to say. And so it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I think she's going a little too far with some of the more toxic sides of Christianity
Mm-hmm.
because God doesn't say you should have zero ego. He says you shouldn't be prideful, but that's usually within a spiritual context. Like, you shouldn't feel like you're God or like you're, better than everybody else. Like, that's not a good way
Right.
to be. But it's like, in terms of having your own desires, like the Bible says, God lays desires on your heart and he gives you promises and he
Mm.
will fulfill those promises. So it's like, it's not all about destroying yourself. Like, you throw away what you were before as a Christian, and then you get a new identity and a new ego. So it's not like it's just gone. So I do feel like that is toxic for her to say, I'm trying to kill my ego, death of the ego. It's like, girl, it's not going to die. It's just going to come out in other ways, like starting hate campaigns online.
Well, that's exactly it. It's like you can never completely kill it off. It's part of the human
No.
experience, but like it's your responsibility to mitigate it and balance it out with other things. That's all it
And
is.
I think Sin says, I don't understand why she hates Karlyn. I think she hates Karlyn because Karlyn embraces her ego. Karlyn doesn't have an issue with having an ego. And Keri has a big ego too, but she's trying to kill hers. So it's like a jealousy or a repression. And Karlyn embodies the opposite, somebody who embraces it. And that's why she hates her. I would say that's even more so why than her mother thing.
I think I think you said this a couple weeks back, but I think with all of these people, with Deb, with Keri, with Kieran, with all of them, it is about image and
Yes.
presenting the right image. And then they see someone like me who I don't give a flying fuck about presenting the right image.
Right.
And no, I will not apologize to you if you take offense at something I say, if I believe that I was correct in saying it and all these things. And they're like, why does she have more followers than us? I think
Yeah.
they feel like it makes them look bad, when I think that what they should realize is like, the amount of followers or subscribers or anything that any success that I have, it has nothing to do with them at all. Like, they can
Mhm.
all, like, I don't know, like, it's like for some reason they think that if I'm successful, that means they can't be. And it's like, I look
Right.
at them and
That's
I'm like,
fun.
and I've said it a million times, I want Keri to be successful. I want Keri to write a book. I want Keri to go on all the shows talking about how she used to be an
Yeah.
SJW and wake people up. Nothing would make me happier because
Yeah.
I know that my success does not depend on Keri. We are two separate people.
I really think that how to deal with, woke children or your woke kid, that would be such a good book for her to write. And she probably
Yeah.
won't because it would be too egotistical for her to write a book.
Mhm.
She doesn't understand she's cutting herself off at the knees with that kind of mindset. It's not a good thing. It just isn't. So,
Yep.
and I'm not saying Christianity isn't good. I'm not saying spirituality isn't good. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that is a toxic belief that you have to destroy your ego completely. That's not healthy. It
Nope.
just isn't.
Nope.
Or would you rather not have sex with a bear and have everybody think you did? And I was like, I'd rather not have sex with a bear and have everybody think I did. Like,
Right.
duh. But that wasn't a duh for him. He was like shocked. He's like, well, I would rather have sex with a bear and have nobody ever know. I'm like, what? You would rather defile yourself and the bear, your sacred being. You would rather defile yourself and live with the lie that you had done that as long as nobody found out. That's awful. But I think that I bring that up because I think that's where a lot of social justice people are the ones who've started to question it anyway. They
Mhm.
are like,
Hmm.
I would rather live this lie of this evil ideology and let people think I believe in it too,
Mhm.
than to have them all think I'm a racist, which I know is not true.
Right.
And they're so afraid of that. And you just have to let that die. That's your own ego. Who cares? if everyone thinks the worst thing about you. That's not going to happen, by the way. You're going to find people who don't think that.
And Keri, I want you to know that this essay that you wrote with this specific story was one of the impetuses for me to agreeing to do Sassy Saturday, because I decided that I no longer gave a fuck if you guys were going to complain about me on Twitter all day, every day. And I was just going to say what I wanted, because I censored my language around you guys for like way too long, and it didn't help any, and you never stopped.
It's true.
And so
It
I
didn't
decided
stop.
it didn't stop. I tried to ignore it, and you didn't want me to ignore it. You just kept going and going and going. And so fuck it. I decided to embrace it and say what I want to say, and screw what people think about it.
Yeah. And that will make them even more mad. But it doesn't matter.
Nope. Doesn't matter
The
at
only
all.
thing that would make them not mad is if they weren't, again, we've already discussed some of them, it is a sexual issue, which is obvious.
Yes.
But in Keri's case, the only thing that would help her is to just embrace her voice and just be empowered, take charge of your own life, at least in the sense of standing by what you think, having courage to have that little bit of ego that is needed to do that, and to write a book, to get something really done. It would be great. It really would.
Yeah, I agree. And our ability to express ourselves either through our speaking or through our writing or whatever else is directly related to our self-worth. And so Keri needs to have you need to have a very high degree of self-worth to have the audacity to write a book. I mean, you've written several books. I've now written 2 books. Like, you need to have a very high degree of self-worth to put pen to page and say, my thoughts are worth reading, so much so that people will literally pay to read my thoughts.
Yes. And as a Christian, you're a child of God. You should not feel despondent and like you're nothing. That's not what you should think. So I hope that as Sin says, they need to quit stagnating. Yes, absolutely.
God wants you to be successful, Keri. God wants you to speak. Yes. God wants you to share your story. That's why you're in the position that you're in. Just stop focusing on me and focus on the people you could be helping. Focus on the service that you can do to humanity.
Yes.
But even if that were to happen, I think people have to come to that place of accepting this may be the suicide of my professional life, my social circle, my what people think of me, my good name, right? Like all of that stuff.
Is that weird that your good name would be associated with so much hate and anger and fear and all these negative emotions? And I just, every day I'm so glad I grew up with like Jiminy Cricket. It sounds so trite, but like always let your conscience be your guide. I remember even as a kid coming up against some of those situations. I mean, nothing like the bear, but the kind of thing where I knew in my mind that I hadn't done anything wrong, and that was so much better than doing something wrong and having to, like, even if no one knew about it, just like carrying around something that you are ashamed of, or carrying around something that you wish you didn't do. Those kinds of regrets are excruciating. And I can't imagine, I actually find it very liberating, very freeing to care less about what other people think. We all care a certain amount. There's nobody who cares zero. Okay?
She's lying.
The less I can care in many situations, like it's very freeing.
Lies, Deb.
Like
lies.
To be, I hate to use this word, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Authentic.
Lies.
But like to be your true self, and at the same time,
Deb,
I recognize that is something extremely difficult for children because they're
come
on.
But they also know
she
what
cares
authenticity is.
a lot.
They can sniff it out.
Even
if they're in this cult of belief, that's what causes that internal something's off, and they don't quite know what it is, because they may meet a kid who's authentic and who's not part of the cult, and they may judge.
Man. George says, I tell them to refer to my chat from yesterday to understand why you have more followers, but they probably already read. They watch everything. Justice is watching all of this right now and reporting back. I bet he is. I bet if I checked his Twitter, he's probably live tweeting this right now. I bet you if I checked his Twitter, he is.
He's going to be real.
He is like, oh my God.
Them because they're in the cold and
10 more minutes.
But internally, they know.
We're almost
There's a part
there.
of them that knows the truth and that respects that person. I fully believe this because they can smell the authenticity. That's a person who actually is not a conformist, right? They know that. Meanwhile, they're all looking exactly the same and wearing their uniform and their blue hair and their mask and tats and piercings. And this person is not conforming. They know that. And I think they secretly crave it, even if they pushed it down. Kids especially want authenticity. So there's I know I'm bringing it back to the Bible, but I found there, you were talking about how things that the seed, Chikimera said things, the seeds that are planted a long time ago and they maybe don't make sense until later. There's so many aphorisms, there's so many Bible verses, there's so many things that I used to think were cheesy and trite. And now I'm like, that's absolute truth. It makes sense. No wonder we say that,
there's a reason that book is still around all this time.
Yes.
So,
and there's this one verse where Paul talks about all of his worldly accomplishments that he lost when he became a Christian. And he says, I consider them all dung. Poop. They're all shit. All of those things that we put all this stock in, what other people think of us, our reputation, our accomplishments, none of that matters compared to having the truth.
I would agree.
Aha.
It's a tough lesson to learn, though, and it takes a long time. I think for as part of the maturation process is finding out like what actually matters, what lasts. And it's part of why I get so worked up when I see adults in a position to take care of children and teach children, telling them the opposite is true. Like telling them your identity is this, and when you're 6, like that is so harmful. Like to tell a kid, to nail a kid down to a chart at such a young age, and not just to say, what, you're a work in progress. And I mean that word work in progress. In other words, you are going to be working on you. No one else can do it. No one can tell you who you are. No one can define you. And I thought the whole point of the movement to accept people who are gay and lesbian and so forth was to just be like, whoever you are, I love you anyway. Like you get to be who you want to be. You get to love who you want to love. You get to live life on your terms. That is but so do I. Like in other words, that was a mutual, like that people wanted mutual respect. And it's turned into, no, we're better beings than you. And it's a superiority thing. Yeah. And I mean, we can keep going and going for hours, but I know that you've got other things to do. And
everyone, I mean, in theory, everyone should think that their way of seeing the world is better than any other way, because if they didn't think that their way of seeing the world was better, then why would they see the world that way? And so, like, I think this is the part where they get this confused, where they think that like being a good person means that like you're completely subservient to like other views. I don't think that at all. I absolutely think my way of seeing the world is better than anyone else. I would expect you to think that. I would expect
I do.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And
we shout matched about it.
Exactly. And it's like everyone should think that their way of seeing the world is the best way. Right. Otherwise, why would they see the world that way?
True.
It makes no sense. George says, would you rather sleep with a bear? That depends. An actual bear? Probably maxing my season credit card tonight. No regrets. I'm actually glad for it. Thank you, George, for the support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Almost there, guys. Almost there. 7 minutes left. And then we're wrapping it up. A little over 5 hours, just like the Zoom we did on Monday.
I'm so grateful that you came and shared all this so openly with us, because I know there are parents out there who are dealing with this. Like I said, probably most of them dealing with it like how I'm experiencing it, because that's just majority, but there are a fair number who probably have a child, might be a younger version of what you were when you went through it, but they're just sitting there like, what the hell? I sent my kid to college, a reasonably, normal person. I mean, I don't even say normal, but a person who I thought had their own identity, and now they're coming home parroting things like they're almost a robot. And I feel like you've given people hope. I hope people listening feel like that your child can come out on the other side of this.
It might be a long time.
Yeah.
My aunt prayed for me for 20 years.
Get busy, mom and dad.
That's amazing to me. And meanwhile, I was writing her letters telling her what a tool of white supremacist patriarchy she was.
I don't know, but I would love someday to create, maybe we can talk about it another time, but create a course. It's almost like create a course. I mean, people would have to come to it of their own.
Yes,
free will,
Keri,
but like
create a course
ranging in age from, let's say, like 16 to whenever, infinity, that would be aimed at, re-examining your identity. So in other words, rather than putting it straight out there, like deprogramming your woke self, or like, but just kind of like, you could even put critical in there. You mentioned that there's not a lot of critical examination of this ideology.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So, you could even,
that would require work.
Course was like critically examining your identity.
That require actually doing something.
Right.
I have actually thought about creating a course or a coaching program or like a support group for like former red pill lefties that are just like waking up just to have some place to land. I feel like people have tried to do this, but no one's actually followed through on it. I've thought about this, and Keri should absolutely do this, and Deb should be fucking creating a course about homeschooling your kids. She'd be great at that, but they don't. They just complain on Twitter.
I know. And when Keri could write that book about how to talk to your woke child.
It is so frustrating to have these people who understand this stuff, and they have a platform to do it, and they could do it, and they could help so many people. It's like I get so frustrated with unrealized potential.
I know, it's bad, but I don't know. Again, I love that, the volume control, Deb.
Yeah, for real.
No, it's true. I just think that I don't know, both of them, you make the world a better place by working on yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, then you can't handle anything. You know what I mean? Like Keri needs to work on her self-esteem. If she doesn't, then she won't be able to create a book or to create a course or do anything like that, because it requires you to believe that what you have to say matters.
Yes, that is very, very true. And Deb needs to work on getting laid, relaxing.
Deb needs to be dominated so that she can then dominate in other areas and make
Yes.
money and do this stuff and not feel so, you know, because she gets that other part of herself out in the bedroom.
It's true. It's true. They should listen to our advice. We're giving very good advice right now.
Yeah.
But they won't because we gave it.
Well, because remember, if Karlyn says the sky is blue, then Deb says it's blood red.
Must be red. Must be red. Yeah. Okay.
The point being, like, let's deconstruct. Now, they may come away with it still feeling all attached to whatever, but I love your suggestion of asking questions. I love that approach. I think having people arrive at their own conclusions after being asked a series of probing questions is always more effective.
Could never.
And, you know,
he
like,
could never dominate a woman.
Like, how is this helpful in your life? And tell me how this is helping you thrive.
I agree.
What do you anticipate the world will look like 20 years hence if you win?
Any woman that Kieran sleeps with
like,
would have to be on top.
Like this,
that's what
you know, and even putting forth some alternative ideas about identity. There's some great writers through the ages. Go back, you can go to the ancients, you can go to the Bible, you can go to different things that hone in on a different way to look at the self, and just put that in front of people and just be like, consider this in reference to your own identity right now. How do you feel about this statement? And just see what, you know, it could be like a little webinar or symposium or something. But I think something like that, I think that it's worth creating, if only for the intellectual exercise of creating it and then having it live out there. Because I do think there's going to be a market for it. And I don't say that cynically. I think there'll be people possibly like you
agree,
who have something chip away at that armor that breaks through, and then they're searching and they're like, okay, it's like this big void and I feel unmoored. But if you had a program that was like, try this might help you to go through this process and go through this grief.
Keri is so over the stream at this point.
To help you get through a little quicker.
Yeah.
Help you get through it. You can't not get through. You have to do it. And I hate to do that term. I have to do the work, but it was work for you.
Yeah.
Wasn't easy.
Yeah. And I guess one other bit of advice I would give parents if they are dealing with kids who've taken on this new belief system and are speaking it, is just to be your beliefs in your behavior, because so much, it doesn't matter what you say. Truly, it matters how you treat them and what your behavior is. And that people notice that. They can tell, they'll remember the way that you treated them. They may not remember what you said you believed about individualism and authoritarianism, but they'll remember the way that you treated them. And I've had people tell me that I helped wake them up. It's never been a conscious decision. Or, I mean, other than, doing my show, sure. But it's never been like me preaching to them.
Right.
It's always been something I can't really put my finger on, where their heart opens to me a little because of probably my behavior and the way that I'm trying to be my beliefs, like Jordan Peterson talks about, this other way of being. And if they don't have that, especially someone in social justice is fueled by resentment and depression, and so many people in it are unhappy. And if they see you and the way that you live life is different, and you're not burdened with all of that depression, anxiety, resentment, and you are someone who they would think of as joyful or full of gratitude or whatever. If you're behaving in the way that you truly believe is best to live in the world, they'll see that.
Yeah.
They'll see that. People want that. I
believe that is true. And I think that's a really powerful message to end on, is just, you know, live your beliefs and be, you know, like be that example. And if nothing else, it strengthens your own resolve to continue to be the person, you know, on the outside of that mainstream, whatever it is. And no matter how that changes, to just remain committed to your own definition of identity, your own definition of yourself and your values and your boundaries. Yeah. So I think that's very powerful. Yep. Live it, breathe it, exist, you know, just, and
be a true nonconformist, kids.
Right. Right. I love this up here. Dion, just do it. Dion put up here. It's like, nonconformists travel as a rule in bunches. You rarely find a nonconformist who goes it alone. And woe to him inside a nonconformist clique who does not conform with nonconformity.
That's perfect. Yes, that's perfect.
It's so true. But like I said, we used to see them at school and high school and be like, there was the group of this, the group of that, but they didn't have this, you know, I occupied moral high ground nonsense. That's relatively new. And I mean, it's not new in the world. It existed in the Chinese Cultural Revolution and others, but it's new here now. So, well, Keri, thank you so much. Everybody, please make sure you go subscribe to Deprogram so you can get more of Keri and more of her content and learn more about all of these things. And I'm very grateful that you came and shared all this with us today.
Thank you for having me on. That was fun. It didn't feel like 2 hours.
I know. But bye. So thanks to everyone
Keri,
who came, and please like, share, comment, and
Keri is so happy that this is over. Like, that's like the happiest Keri was in this entire. She was like, Dad, thank you. This was great. Like, that was like the happiest of the stream. But I will say, like, listen, like, this makes me sad because Keri really did play a pivotal part in my waking up, in my red pill journey. And so, like, to know that things have gone so south and that she's like not psychotic in other areas and she's like only psychotic directed at me, it's really sad.
That is sad.
Man.
It's sad. But it comes from the self-esteem thing, and it comes from all those other issues. We touched on everything. I feel like we gave a little bit of something to everybody.
I feel like we did an exceptional job on this stream for 5 hours. So I think we've done great work tonight. We were sassy, we were dramatic. We told everyone they needed to get laid, which is usually the good advice that every single person needs. And we
Do the
also
work.
I think we also were really fair again to like Deb and Keri, and I don't think we were like really as many, like we weren't as bad as we potentially could have been.
No, but we were definitely sassy, which is good, which I love. But
Mhm.
it's like I told you, they can be and I'm a victim and blah, but if anything, you're promoting them. You're doing them a favor.
Exactly.
We're giving them criticism. Who else is going to criticize them that's not a woke leftist? Probably nobody.
You know, it's Sassy Saturday. We're here to have fun and we're here to be dramatic, and we provided really good content at the same time. I feel like we did our
Yes.
job. Well, guys, I want to make sure you know that Graphically Alex's information is in the description. So if you've made it to this point in the stream, you've already been watching for 5 hours. So you might as well go subscribe to his channel. Alex, I hear you're doing like daily content now. What's going on
I'm
your
doing
channel?
daily vlogs where I just and I talk crap about Karlyn every day on there.
You do occasionally, and I'm like, that bitch.
No, I do not. No, but I just I don't know. It's interesting. It's fun. I used to do vlogging back when I almost was an SJW, but then I wasn't. So, but I did it in the past. And I did comment on John Morgan's channel. But it was fun. And I'm having fun doing the vlogs again. And I do my own streams where I and I bash Karlyn on Twitter every day. And I'm just kidding. No, but I have to definitely probably look at some of the from this stream.
Oh, later. You know there's going to be from this stream. You know there is.
Yeah, they're going to be pissed.
Jan says she's getting laid tonight. I'm sure as soon as I end this stream, Victor's going to try. He's going to do his level best. He tried yesterday. He got way too drunk. But but he's going to try again. Be
the change you want to see in the world.
Maybe I will get laid. I know Kieran's going to be thinking about me, wishing.
Oh, gosh.
It's okay, Karen. It's going to be all right. All right. Well, Alex, would you like to come back for Sassy Saturday again next week? I don't know what we're going to do. You're
of course.
Well, we're a team now. It's like we're official.
Right. Should I try a fake British accent next time? I'm just kidding.
Please do. All right, guys. Well, do you have anything else you'd like to plug before we conclude? Sorry.
No, I'm fine. That's all. I mean, I'll have to start getting better at plugging and all that crap later. But but thank you guys. Spirit fingers.
Thank you guys. We'll be back to doing effed up news, serious news tomorrow at 5 p.m. We'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a great rest of your night. Bye.